Wednesday 3.
We had Wednesday 1.
No question in my mind.
He came from one of the toughest areas of Phoenix. Most of his friends leave him for us.
Praying for his safety and
got people on the defense talking about it. You better get your ass involved. You better get involved.
I just gotta say, when it comes to Dallas,
Different.
For sure, and they would have thrown it off because
This guy gets on you.
Father from and then I go to bed every night like G man, I promise you that we got a special What is up, Cowboys Nation? Your boy Mike Tag here. This is kind of the way it started. We getting this season started right. Draft night. I'm ready to get hyped. We're going to bring in the entire crew. As you can see, we got most of them here. We're waiting on a few others that are fashionably late. I'm already getting tuned up. I broke out my Dallas Cowboys Crown Royal. We're getting things right, so I got my stuff going. We got Mikey Schefter. He's handling his business, getting some cocktails down because it's going to be a long night, but I am waiting to get hyped. I'm ready to bust through that door. I got 2 injured hamstrings because I came out of retirement to play softball, but that ain't going to stop me. We're going to get rolling. So if you're new to the channel, you guys are just checking us out, make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit the share. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be putting the link out in a little bit so you guys can pop in and out, come in for a little bit, come out. Eugene, the Hit Machine, Lockhart's going to be coming in, like I said, and Kelly and all them. So it's going to be an action-packed night, but let me go around the room first of all, and, we got to start with the greatest cave that I've seen, and I can't wait to get up there in person. My man, G-Reg. I haven't seen you in a little while.
What's up?
What's up, man?
What's up, Cowboys Nation?
It's good. How you been? How you enjoying the offseason?
Good, man. Good. Just anticipating this draft, seeing what Jerry's got cooked up. I'm ready to go. Here we go.
There we go. I love it. I love it. And we'll go with the youngsters. He's breaking out the Cam Ward jersey. I think he believes he's going number 1. He better not be turning on his pops and going to be a Titans fan, or I'll throw him out of the house. I already got my daughter's going away to college. If he gets out of line, I'll be empty nesting long before I anticipated. But Mikey Schefter, how are you doing tonight, man?
I'm doing great, man.
Getting ready.
I'm nervous.
Nervous. All right. Well, we're going to get into it. And, of course, our lone Falcon fan, the man who's trying to figure out how he's going to take care of the NFC South, he's looking for some defense, I think. He's looking to get someone to attack that quarterback and stop the run. We'll see what happens. Jimmy Dee, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I'm of course, I'm here in the cave. I'm keeping an eye on my New York Knicks at the same time and hoping my Falcons don't do something stupid tonight.
Yeah, well, hopefully none of our teams.
Exactly.
I mean, even if you're a fan of every team except the Eagles, hopefully none of them do anything stupid tonight. But Greg, just get your take, because you and I we hadn't had a chance to talk. It's been one of them off seasons, but we're gonna get back in the groove. What are you thinking about the Cowboys draft scenario for this first round? What would get you hype? What would make you scratch your head?
See, it's several running backs out there that are decent. I don't think Genty will be available by the time it gets down to us, even though we're talking about possibly moving up, and then there's other talk about us moving back. I just want to see the first player off the books for us, if it's available, is a good running back. If we get that, I'm hyped. I'm ready to go the rest of the way because there's plenty wide receivers out there, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. As you go deep in the draft, we start getting some diamonds in the rough. But we get a genuine running back that slips in this first round down to 12, and we got a chance to move up just a little bit and get him. I'm hyped. I'm ready.
Yeah. No. Now, do you think, to me, running back in the first round gets me a little nervous because I think the running back class is deep. I think there's a lot of options. I think if Genty's there, how do you pass up Genty? Hard to argue. And I wouldn't mind if they got a running back in the first round, but do you think if they do that, will they sell themselves short of getting that wide receiver that we need to covet, and we need to, we've coveted for so long to get CD some help. I mean, what's your thoughts if they go running back? Do you think there's enough receiver depth in that draft? And you guys in the chat as well, your opinion. What do you think about that, Greg?
Well, see, the running backs are deep. The wide receivers are deep. We're
Okay.
12. We don't know if Jerry's going to move up. If Jerry moves up, that means we have an opportunity for a wide receiver or a running back that's valuable, and then they're going to have to toss it up and decide which one is most valuable to them and what they see in the later rounds that they can pick up either in a wide receiver or running back that they miss. But but the Ohio State running back, you got Genty. There's a couple of more up there. If they don't get picked in this first round by the time it comes to us, we have got to get them because they are going to be the best running back players on the board. And if we don't get them early, there's no telling what's going to happen later.
Yeah, got to go wide receiver. Mikey Schefter, is there something that's breaking news? What do you got going on?
I'm looking. I don't see anything.
You got to. We haven't confirmed it. They're talking about possibly a Browns Jaguars.
Yeah, that's been a rumor all day.
I know it's been a rumor.
Well,
Yeah.
So
the question is where Kirk Cousins going tonight. That's kind of what I'm waiting.
Do you think he'd be a draft, Jimmy? Do you think he could be a draft day trade, or what are they doing with him? It's funny.
Nothing.
I was talking about the Falcons. Buddy of mine's a Falcon fan, and we're talking about Penix and what do they do with Cousins. I mean, could you envision him staying for the season, or do you think it's gonna?
No,
They're gonna part ways.
They're going to have to part ways. Obviously, we're not going to find another team who's stupid enough to pick up the entire contract, and it's tough because the Saints, allegedly, because of their situation, are a front runner, and I hate to in our own division do that, but hey, look, we got a dump salary, man. I'm not paying that kind of money for a backup quarterback. And so he's going to move, whether it's tonight or at some point in the next few months. He's not going to be there. I can't see it happening.
Yeah, well, it'll be. I mean, it's just a weird situation, but I mean, he's getting paid a lot of money, so we'll see what happens. Let me ask you this: the hot rumor, Mikey Schefter, you kind of maybe started, and I'd love to hear Greg and Jimmy. I know you don't follow as much college, but I mean, this guy might be near and dear to your heart because it's family to one of your favorite all-time players. But talking about Shedeur Sanders and the thought that he could drop out of the first round really surprises me. But you see this with quarterbacks where you get that guy to drop, right? Aaron Rodgers dropped. You had another running quarterback, I can't remember who was dropping, that they thought were going to go a lot higher. I mean, Mikey Schefter, do you think that there's a chance that Shedeur could actually drop out of the first round or even get late in the first round?
From what I'm hearing, yeah, it's definitely a possibility. But what you could see is if the Steelers don't take him, a team like the Giants or the Browns could trade up and get him.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Greg?
Yeah, he's got a point, right? He's got a point there because right now everybody is looking at Shedeur as as one of those performance players that's going to bring in the fans. He's going to bring in all the media. But a lot of people are talking about how he holds the ball too long and he runs unnecessarily when he needs to. And a lot of the teams in the first round don't need a quarterback. They really don't need one. With Aaron Rodgers out there, with Cousins out there, the option of even pulling those veterans in somewhere too, they don't really need them. It does sound good for Pittsburgh to get Shedeur. But I think if I'm Pittsburgh, don't wait to 21 to see if he's going to be available because somebody just may take him anyway. Try to move up, Pittsburgh, because that's what you need the most. Try to move up in the first round somewhere early to get Shedeur. If he's there after 7, move up and get Shedeur so you can seal that deal. Whether Rodgers or Cousins comes or not, those are bonuses because you got an experienced person playing in front of them.
Yeah. And I see Jackson Dart in the comment, Jimmy. I saw you put that. I mean, he's a name that's been rising up. But I mean, what do you think about that, Jay? I mean, Shedeur, the thing I would say about him, obviously he's got Dion. There's rumors that he didn't interview well, came across very arrogant, came across very cocky. Some teams maybe it turned him off. I mean, I'm old school. I like that. I mean, I want a kid that's got some moxie, that's got some attitude, that's got this and that. I look at that as a positive because when he played, he got annihilated, had no offensive line. Right. I never once ever heard him blame a teammate, call out his offensive line, call out anything. He took ownership of it, and he took a beating on that Colorado team and stood in the pocket and threw the ball. But I mean, what's your thoughts on that, Jimmy?
And I was wearing my Coach Prime shirt on the Monday show. I should have wore it tonight. And you know what it is? So what do you have? You have feedback from a couple different organizations saying that he was cocky or whatever. You know what? You're right. I like that confidence. You know what we think about confidence, Mike Tag. And Absolutely. At the end of the day, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I want somebody who comes in there confident, trash talking, team player, like you said, not calling anybody else out. It ain't not, that my line didn't, didn't protect me or whatever. I want that in a player, and there's a fine line between, being full of yourself and just talking trash and feeling confident. And I think, and again, I don't watch as much college football as you guys. I'm not going to pretend to, but everything I've seen, it's more confidence and swag and not arrogance. Yeah. I'd take them all day long.
Yeah. Well, hey, I got to leave for 2 seconds. Eugene Lockhart's blowing up my phone. Anyone who knows Eugene knows technical. He's not a technical guy. He's not a tech geek by any stretch. I think he's having a little trouble logging in. So you guys run with it, Jimmy. Handle your business and keep guys rolling. Got everyone in the chat. One other thing I'll ask about, and maybe Greg, you can kickstart it in this maybe spark a conversation. I'm seeing Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State, phenomenal playmaker. If he's there at 12 and let's say T-Mac's gone, Golden's gone, would you take him? And you guys talk about that.
No, I wouldn't because if the wide receiver's gone that we need, if the running back's gone that we need, then go to your offensive line because we know that's our next one on the books. Go to the offensive line or get a good edge if the edge is available. Tight end, I hate to say it, but a tight end's a dime a dozen. If Arroyo's available, jump all over it. Take him in a heartbeat because I know he's money. But I would not go and get a tight end at 12, knowing that what we really need is an offensive lineman if those two wide receiver and running backs are gone, knowing that we really want a defensive edge runner. And in that first round, if somebody's available that are best on the books, take them.
And Cuts, I agree with you. Don't let my confidence trigger your insecurities. I agree with that all day long about Sanders. Mm-hmm. And Greg, to your point, and look, I'm in the cave. I'm hanging out with Cowboys Nation often. I'm on the periphery, obviously. You guys need a run. I mean, a running back is key tonight. Not tomorrow, or not Saturday, but tonight or at least early on tomorrow.
Yeah. And running backs, traditionally, good running backs have been available in the later rounds, with the exception of Zeke, when Zeke was a different person, and Emmett. But these running backs that are available right now, the top 10 running backs right now, at least 8 of them are money. They're money. But if we don't get one in that first round, we don't get a wide receiver in that first round, and then we go and pick up a tight end versus an offensive lineman or a defensive edge, I think we're already setting ourselves short.
Yeah, and again, I think you guys, whether it's a running back or a wide receiver, that's what you guys got to do. And you got to hope that Jerry doesn't have one of his dementia fits tonight and do something stupid.
Yep. I can't hear you, Mikey.
Oh, Mike, you're up. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I muted it. So Tyler Warren, you guys aren't in on then. I'm seeing someone said, bite your tongue. Are you thinking Tyler Warren's just a tight end? You don't think he's a playmaker?
Look, he's a playmaker, but that's that Crown Royal kicking in on you right now, Mike. That's what you think. You think if we don't get that wide receiver, if we don't get that running back, you see Tyler Warren, he's low-hanging fruit. Look, if Arroyo is available, get Arroyo. If he's available, get Arroyo if we can't get the running back a while.
Well, you're not against a tight end. You just don't want a tight end in the first round.
Yeah, I don't want one in the first round. Not if knowing that there are offensive linemen and defensive linemen edge that are available in that first round that we could get if we can't get a wide receiver or running back.
Man, and Stephen White, he's pushing hard for Tyler Warren. And Andrew Fisher's backing him up on it.
No, I agree, though. A tight end of his caliber, go look at, Kelsey, Gonzalez. You can look at some of the great tight ends. He's that kind of guy. You got to think about Penn State had nothing. Like, offensively, it was pretty much he was their offense, right? They had their running game, but as far as the receivers and things like that, and he still, made plays. He still got his catches. He still was a game breaker, and they knew he was getting the ball. So, I'm just saying, if I don't think the wide receivers are as deep as you say, Greg. I think they're good, but I think there is a drop off after 3 or 4.
Probably after McMillan, Tatario, and there's one more guy.
You got a Luka I like. You got Golden. You got Burden.
But here's the problem, though.
T-Mac.
See, a lot of times we look at this based on how the analysts have been talking for the last 3 or 4 months. And a lot of analysts are missing diamonds in the rough that they're not interviewing, that they're not going out there looking at. And these guys, this is how you watch tonight. In this first round of the first 32 players, you watch how many people get selected in the first round that some of these so-called analysts never even talked about, never even discussed, because the scouts are out there doing their job. The analysts are going by popularity. This guy, you know, he's popular. Look at the media tapes they put on him. That's what they're looking at. But they're not looking down like scouts are looking at these players and what they're doing. And it's not going to shock me at all when several players go in the first round, watch the analysts. Oh, I didn't have him on my books. I didn't have him going in the first round at all, maybe third, fourth, or second. That's because they're trying to make a show and look popular with popular names that everybody can identify with. So don't be surprised at all. Don't be surprised if Jerry and them pick somebody at 12 that we're not even thinking about.
No, don't start that shit with me. I don't want to hear that. I mean, I'm on edge. I'm on edge because I've been listening to Kelly badmouth this team and listen to all that. And more importantly, I've been listening to my man Eugene, the hit machine. I believe he's in the house. Is Eugene in the house? What's going on, my man?
There he is.
What's up, Mike Tag and the group? How y'all doing?
What's going on?
Are y'all hungry this evening?
Well, I'm starving. I'm hungry. I've been eating all year.
No, we hungry.
Be hungry. If y'all not hungry, I know the Cowboys need to have their ass hungry tonight. Hey, I want to introduce you guys to one of the, I'm going to call him a draft expert. This is my really, really good friend for over 20. How old are you?
31.
31 years. I raised this boy, and I tell you what, if you talking about knows all the players in college and NFL, he's gonna be my right-hand man tonight. And I'll tell you what, we gonna win tonight, damn it. Huh? We're gonna win. This is Austin, man. This is Austin Klein. Tell him hello, big boy.
How you
Hey
doing,
guys,
Austin?
nice to meet
What's
you.
going on?
And hey, he hadn't eaten
How you
all
doing?
day, damn it. He hadn't eaten all day, so I know he's hungry.
He's hungry.
Man,
Well, then he's
this
Go ahead.
Hungry. You get hungry and forget his manners.
Yes, sir.
all right, well, let me ask you guys this. We got Kelly, so now we got the crew in here. We're getting things rolling. First of all, for you guys who don't know, you better ask somebody. We're talking about Eugene, the hitting machine, in the house. Eugene Lockhart. He is all-pro Dallas Cowboys. You guys got to go look back. He was the defense.
Yes,
he was like your man said at your Hall of Fame induction. He was Micah Parsons before there was Micah Parsons on this Dallas Cowboy team. He had 222 tackles in one season. So he not only said it all, he did it all. So Eugene, we are happy to have you in. What have you been up to? I know you just did a charity golf tournament with another Super Bowl champion, Kenny Gant. You've been busy. What you been up to?
Hey, man, I'll tell you what. Since you guys graced us with your presence at the induction for the Hall of Fame, it's just been charity work after charity work. You know, we did Kenny Gant yesterday, and a couple weeks ago we did Eric Dickerson. We opened up a learning center for kids, and you talking about an awesome time with an awesome real pro Eric Dickerson. It's just been good, man. And other than that, man, trying to get ready for this. I had my whole draft board put together, but damn it, I lost it.
Oh, man.
It's all right. We got him.
Yeah.
You guys.
Concussion.
You'll be fine. Well, Kelly jumped in, man. My man Kelly K9.
Where's Kelly at? Where you at, boy? What's up? Kelly, what's up, man? What you drinking? What you sipping?
Going on, fellas?
What you sipping on?
I don't know, but he's got that smoke signals internet going on tonight. What's going on, Kelly? Come on.
He's at it again, man.
Is he live?
Oh, what's up?
Oh, you remember Rick?
I can hear y'all.
You're breaking
what's
up
going
on
man.
it.
How you doing?
You're freezing.
You're freezing.
Kelly. Somebody needs to feed him. He's not hungry yet.
Let's get Kelly. We'll get Kelly off right quick. Let him get settled. Let him get
Eugene Cuts is throwing out some love to you. Thanks for the invite.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, this is awesome, man. Hey, man. It was awesome to have you guys there, man. It wouldn't have never been the same without you. Love you guys. Always will. But we're going to have some fun tonight to watch the Dallas Cowboys because they've been hungry for over decades now.
Yeah.
So we've been starving their ass, and we're getting ready to feed them till they won't no more.
Well, hey, I'm ready. I got me some Crowns, some Dallas
Come
Cowboys.
on, boy.
Drink on, man. I'm getting this thing rolling. So
We
let
doing
me
what we do.
let me ask you guys. So Austin, being the draft expert, we got Mikey Schefter, you're the Mel Kiper, so we got all the bases covered. But what do you think the Cowboys? What do you see the Cowboys need, and what do you think they're going to do? I guess that's two different.
Need and want are different. We need a whole lot of things, to be honest. And it's as I was telling my friend earlier, and I'm knocking on wood right here when I say this, it's going to be hard for us to be mad about who we pick as Dallas Cowboys fans, because we have so many holes in the team, and there's so many good players there at the top of the draft that can absolutely fill those holes. Personally, I want a wide receiver, but I also saw Schrager's mock draft and had us drafting Tyler Booker. Would not be mad about that. That guy is underrated, 350 or so pounds, whatever he played at last year. Zach Martin replacement right away. But whoever we get there is going to be a playmaker immediately. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, I'm begging and pleading not for an offensive lineman. I think this team's starving for playmakers, man. They're starving for playmakers if you need it.
They are.
But Greg, what's your thoughts on who we're going to get and who you want? I know we talked a little bit about wide receiver. I mean, how would you feel if they went O-line? Is it going to bother you, or how do you feel?
No, because if we go O-line, that means one of the top wide receivers and the running backs aren't available that they really, really want. So if we go offensive line, that's a good safe bet for me. And if you go in the first round, chances are that offensive line is going to be deep. That offensive line is going to be deep. So if the wide receiver isn't available, if the running back isn't available, if Jerry and Steven don't decide to move up with some compensatory picks and give those away and move up and get a running back or wide receiver that's available, that's meat, then go offensive lineman.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think, Mikey?
We need to go receiver.
Receiver, no doubt.
Matthew Golden or McMillan.
Jimmy,
both are trade down for Omarion Hampton.
From a practical standpoint, you guys need a playmaker. Like, no disrespect, Greg. We always talk about winning in the trenches, but at the end of the day, you need a running back or receiver for practical purposes, and also so there's not a full-blown riot by Cowboys fans.
I will be very upset if we take it off.
Well, that's why I said if a running back is available, take him that first round, because he won't be available after that first round. So if we get him, I'm happy. We get a wide receiver, I'm happy. We get an offensive lineman, I'm happy. But if Jerry moves down, out of the first round versus moving down out of the second round, because the second round we pick number 44, then there's going to really be some upset people in D-Town.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So looking at the first round, let me ask you guys, and maybe Austin ask you this question. Obviously, you see Mikey Schefter's breaking out the Cam Ward jersey. We're Miami guys down here, so we love our Canes. You have any thoughts on not only Cam Ward, but we talked a little bit about Shedeur Sanders possibly dropping in the draft. What do you think about Ward in particular being 1 overall and the quarterback draft class in general?
Well, I'll say this is a weaker quarterback draft class, as everyone knows. Cam Ward is definitely the quarterback number 1, and I will go ahead and caveat this statement. I went to Colorado. I'm a massive fan of Shedeur and Travis. We've never had success till now. Definitely biased, but I compare Cam Ward to a little bit of Dak Prescott in there. He can move around a little bit. He's got the arm. He's smooth with it. But Shedeur Sanders is best case scenario, a Drew Brees type. He's never going to throw it 80 yards, but he's accurate and he's very, very smart. And he's been trained to do this from the day he was born. So it's both of them have their own problems. Both of them have what they're good at. I think Cam Ward's better, and Shedeur has an upside, but I think his floor is what I'm a little concerned with, because that arm strength is definitely a concern for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kelly,
Kelly, are you back?
The deal is,
I think.
the real deal is, we need a playmaker.
Yes.
We've got to have someone that's going to come in, and I'm kind of biased too right now, because I think the guy Golden from the University of Texas is the best fit for us at this time right now. We need somebody to help Dak. We need somebody also to help help our wide receivers as well. CD Lamb.
Yeah.
We need somebody to help Lamb and those. And if we get that, that's a start. Again, but the one thing that we always talked about, we talked about this last year at the same time. We need a running back. If a running back falls down to 12, we need to get someone, because that's the way we can help control the clock. We need someone that can run the ball, because our problem this year has been we can't run the ball and we can't stop the run. So I think it's vitally important that we get someone in position that could be a playmaker for the Dallas Cowboys in this draft.
Absolutely.
Right. Absolutely.
Let me check in on Kelly. How are we? Is the internet better?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Well,
It sounds like you're delayed.
No, it looks like one of those movies, like the karate movies from the 70s where it's dubbed over.
Oh, God damn it.
But we can
That's
hear
better.
you.
I may have to
Try
jump
your
in on my
phone.
phone then.
Yeah, try your phone.
Yeah, I got you.
Try your phone.
I got you.
We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him.
Oh,
Hey,
Kelly.
Eugene, I just want to say, jersey's looking tight, and your boy. I always do an old school jersey, and I already got it on order. You know what jersey I'm repping this year with my Cowboys? Gonna be Eugene the Hit Machine, number 56.
Yes, what I'm talking about. Anything else would be uncivilized.
I got that one on order, and we're going to make it happen. And, hey, just everyone in the chat, I've been waiting on Kelly to get him in first, but we are going to open it up. I'll be putting the link out so you guys can pop in, get an opportunity to talk to Eugene, get an opportunity to talk to us a little bit about the draft, get your thoughts. So I'm just waiting on Kelly to get that internet figured out, get whatever the hell he's got going on taken care of. But it's going to be a long night. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity for you guys to come in. We want this to be an interactive show and all that kind of stuff. So, Greg, I'm going to let you take the lead if you want and ask any questions. What's on your mind with Eugene? What do you want to ask him?
Gene, well, first of all, I will be ordering Eugene's jersey. And matter of fact, that might be the only jersey I wear this entire season to see what we do on that field. But Gene, let me ask you this. Who do you think, because this is the biggest conversation today among the analysts, what do you think Cleveland is going to do? Because they're saying between the Cleveland and the Giants, they're going back and forth. They don't know whether they're going to get Travis Hunter, they're going to get Abdul Carter, they're going to get Shedeur Sanders. Somebody mentioned they're going to get Hunter and Shedeur. What do you think Cleveland's going to do?
Man, I tell you, I think what I'm thinking is Abdul Carter because he's a playmaker. And we know the Cleveland, they're a pretty good football team, but they need playmakers as well. And with this guy coming in, doing what he does, again, he's relentless on the football field. He's a leader. He's smart. He's a smart player as well. And I tell you, if you add someone like this to your team, you can't help but win with that. And then there's Hunter. You can't go wrong with Hunter because hey, both ways you got a guy that can play offense and defense and be great at both positions. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm not for sure how much he'll play both ways, but if you can use him sometimes to go out, even if the player's not coming to him, the defense will have to respect him because of how dangerous he is. So again, either one of those guys, I think would be a great pick for either one of them.
So if Cleveland, because who's got the second pick? Is it? It's the Browns.
The Browns got the second pick.
If Cleveland makes a deal with the Giants to get not only had a second round pick, but get that third pick, they can get two of those guys.
Boy, if they make that kind of deal, Church is out. They can quit after that. They can be like Mike Dicker was, when he got the running back from University of Texas. When he got Williams, he can just put his wig on and just leave the whole draft room, because if he get that kind of that picks and do what he needs to do on that, awesome.
Yeah.
Real quick. It's official. Cam Ward is a Tennessee. No surprise, but He is a Tennessee Titan. So my man,
It didn't take long for that, did it?
it didn't take long.
Yeah.
It didn't take long. And I'm trying to think of Miami first overall pick.
I think it was Russell Maryland.
Russell Maryland,
Yeah,
former
Russell Maryland.
Cowboy, two-time
Yeah.
Super Bowl champion with the Cowboys, last one to go number
Right.
one overall.
And,
So,
and we know how that pick came about was I got traded to the New England Patriots so Cowboys could get that number 1 pick.
Oh,
So I
man.
never,
thank you,
I was
Eugene.
never
Oh,
forget that.
You were part of the dynasty, Eugene.
With the Browns.
Wait, Jacksonville, Mikey Schefter, what happened?
Jacksonville traded up with the Browns. I don't know what they got.
Oh, they're going to take Abdul Carter.
Wow.
Abdul Carter.
I bet they take Abdul Carter.
That's it.
They're gonna, no, they're
or
gonna
Travis Hunter. Or Travis Hunter.
They're gonna
Abdul
go
Carter or
Travis.
Travis Hunter.
It's gonna be Travis.
Yeah.
It's got to be Travis
They're gonna
Hunter.
go Carter. Wow, they really did it.
Man, they did it. Just like you just
They
said,
took care of
man.
their business.
Man, they did it.
What
the
the
Man, I
Browns-
tell you,
The Browns getting it. The Browns
there
getting
has
another
to be some
pick in the
excitement.
first round.
There has to be some excitement going on in Cleveland right now.
Yes,
Because
sir.
if they do what we think they're going to do, man, the draft has already been it's extraordinary.
So when was what number were the Jaguars originally going to pick?
They were 5.
They were 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they're 5,
Why would
oh,
the
man,
Browns do
I don't know
that?
which one of those players is going to still be available at 5.
Chris is all happy about the U representing.
For Cleveland.
I
For
thought
Cleveland.
That's
For
crazy.
Cleveland.
before
Cleveland-
this just happened, I was thinking that Mason Graham from Michigan would go down to the Jaguars, but we don't know now.
Yeah.
So,
Wow, that is actually impressive trade up. The Jaguars traded up to number 2.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting Travis Hunter. Like,
Yeah,
100%.
absolutely.
Yeah, I would
That's-
think they get
All right,
Travis
there it
Hunter.
is, Mikey. Wait, Mikey, read that
So
trade
we got
off.
the Browns get the 5th overall pick, a second round pick, a 4th round pick, and a next year's 1st round pick. Jacksonville
Wow.
Next year.
got the 2nd overall pick and a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick. So they got 3 picks.
Just to move up 3
Hey.
spots.
That's
Can you
amazing.
imagine if Dallas, what they would have to give up to move from 12 to that spot?
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't do it.
But
No.
Cleveland, I think
That's
Cleveland, Cleveland made a mistake because
That's
the top
bad.
3
That's
players,
bad.
the
That's
top
bad.
3 players are Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, and Travis Hunter.
No,
neither
they
one
could
of them,
have
will,
traded
neither
down for
one of them
Shador.
will be available at 5.
You're right.
Yeah,
man.
but they might be going. They might be going Shador, and they got the second pick in the next round, and then they got the second pick in the second round. They got a number 1 next year
Yep.
to move
Yes.
down 3 spots.
Wow.
Man.
Hey,
So the Browns
So
got 2.
so
Look at little.
we got Cuts with a special request. He wants to hear Kelly's opinion on what's going on.
Kel,
Right now.
what are you doing? You're
That's
back.
insane.
I'm back, man. I don't know I don't know what's going on here. I think it's gonna be Travis Hunter number 2 though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I think that's who it's gonna be.
Yeah, they've been trying to get them all
I
day.
can't
Oh, man,
believe
this
Cleveland.
is
I can't believe Cleveland gave
unbelievable.
up. Do you
Abdul
know?
Carter. I think Abdul Carter just went number 2.
You think he's
Huh?
going to?
Mm.
Well, we're gonna check.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine Cleveland with Abdul Carter and Garrett on defensive line? Good God, what is Cleveland thinking about? They're giving up the number
Hey.
2, and they had Travis Hunter.
So that makes me
Could've
think
been-
that the Patriots will take Ashton Gentry.
You think
That's what
Patriots go running back over line?
I think they'll take Ashton. How can you not?
Yeah, how
I
can
think
you pass
Ashton
up on
Gentry is one of the best players in this draft.
Yeah.
And and then when he was talking about, draft someone that the defense can't tackle. When you got that kind of attitude and come on, that kind of talent, hey, I would love to have that.
That's
Yeah.
great.
I just don't know what.
Yeah, that's a good.
I can't imagine what the Browns are doing. I don't get that.
That was a good point right there. Whoever said that the Browns are going to try to get a QB next year. They get a 1st round pick. That's actually pretty damn smart.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
that's a good call on Rick. I mean, they could be in the sweepstakes for Arch Manning. They're going to have 2 first-round picks that you package up to get that number 1.
Yep,
They
exactly.
want to. I
So
mean,
they
at
gave
this
up
point,
on this season at all. They gave up on this season totally.
Well,
They're rebuilding. They're rebuilding.
Go Shador with the 5th pick.
Yeah, but it's a good point.
And that's a good. That's you know, Mikey. That's right, because a lot of people are talking about Shador might not even get out the first round. Probably the most available situation for him right now is number 5 with Cleveland.
Yeah.
That's his best bet.
Yeah.
Unless the
But
Raiders,
I wonder why Jacksonville gave up that much. Who the hell are they gonna? I mean, Travis Hunter ain't gonna make the Jaguars that much better.
No.
but
Man, this is
Well, let me ask you,
interesting.
Kelly, because Kelly
This is
just
interesting.
Kelly joined.
Hey, Mike. Hey,
Yeah.
Mike, we got
Jaguars figures in.
Austin is in the waiting room. Can you put him in?
Oh, where's he? Oh, there is he there? Let me see.
Where?
Yeah, he's in the
Yeah,
waiting
there
room.
he is. We're good.
there he is.
Hey guys, better
I didn't
computer. We're good now.
There we
Oh,
go.
I think look like Travis Hunter mom getting ready to get up off that couch. She
Well,
leaning
I
forward.
don't blame him. I would too.
She leaning forward like she knows something.
Hey, somebody done call somebody.
Yeah.
I'd be
She leaning
surprised if it
forward like
wasn't.
She knows something.
Yeah, it's over.
Interesting.
Well,
There it is.
Is that it?
No, looks like
Well,
no, not yet.
Jaguars traded up, so the Jaguars with Travis Hunter. Yeah, you're right. I couldn't tell who exactly said it, but that you need more than that. You need
Yeah.
more than that.
Oh yeah, they
The
need more than that.
Jaguars.
They need no more than that.
Yeah.
They traded so much for that.
They've traded a lot. That's a huge trade.
But whoever's in Jaguars division and whoever's in Cleveland division, you ain't got to worry about them being competing this
Nope.
year. They're rebuilding, so you don't have to worry.
Easy
about them.
W. Easy dubs.
Yep.
I like that trade for Jacksonville, honestly.
Hey, and now I'll ask y'all a question about Travis Hunter. How much do you think he's gonna play both ways, if at all?
I think that you can use him at any position, but he won't play that much on going both ways. But
Yeah.
he'll play mostly defense, I believe. But he always can be a threat at wide receiver.
Right.
So as a decoy or just as a player himself, he's going to be dangerous, and then people going to have to pay attention to him.
And they'll make special packages for him on the offense, so he won't
no
play
doubt.
a lot. He'll just put him in on special packages.
I think we got the pick. The pick is in, and he's going, or he's going to sit there and talk all day. He should be coming in. We're waiting on Goodell to shut his mouth.
You know,
So
Goodell
the
got to put some
I
comments.
was gonna say I wish somebody would have stuck a stick in his bike spokes.
Oh, all right.
You know, Goodell got
Eric
those first 3
Armstead.
picks. He got to dramatize them.
I tell you, Jacksonville is starving for
Everything.
big things, though. This is a marketing pick.
I think
for
it's a
them.
great trade for
It's a
them.
marketing pick. I've been to that
Well, I
stadium.
mean, you know, Travis Hunter is definitely one of the, he's the premier player of this
He's
draft.
an elite player. He's an elite player, but I still believe Aston Gentry is the best player in this draft.
Oh, it's hard. to
I'll say Travis Hunter has a lot of expectations to live up to, but if he ends up playing even 20% on the other way, if he ends up doing that and he does it successfully, I mean, he's going to go down as one of the most athletic if he lives up to expectations.
There'll be another Dion, huh?
Yeah,
There he is.
There he is right there, y'all.
Yeah.
Travis
So
Hunter.
there you go. They
I almost
and-
feel sorry for him. His choices were Browns or
Yep.
Jacksonville.
Yep.
Go
But
on, boy.
the thing I would say-
Okay.
He's from Florida, too.
Mike.
There you go.
Hey,
What's up, Kelly?
Well, hey, what'd you think about that? The troll job at the beginning about the Bears suck. That was pretty damn funny.
yeah.
Hey,
Homeboy
speaking-
wearing that pink. He's saying real men wear pink, y'all. Look at it. He's having a pumpkin boys
Hey.
town. Go on, boy.
Yeah.
Yes,
Speaking of the Bears, R.I.P. Mongo, Steve McMichael, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Eugene, you got any good Mongo
Yeah.
stories? Did you line up against him back or play against him back in the day?
They're both D.
Yeah, they're both D. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mongo.
Man.
I tell you what, I love the trade. I love this trade for Jacksonville.
For
Yeah.
Jacksonville, yes. For Cleveland, no.
I'm live on this shit.
It's all
I
about
don't like the trade
it's
for
all
Cleveland,
about marketing. But
Yeah.
Eugene,
Yo.
What Jimmy was asking you, your Mongo Steve McMichael passed away. Rest in peace. He was a great Chicago Bear Hall of Famer. Do you remember him?
Do I remember him? He was
defensive tackle.
He was absolutely awesome for when the Bears had Mike Dicker as their coach and Buddy Ryan as their defensive coordinator. This is the guy when they ran that 48 defense that was absolutely awesome. Not only he's an awesome player, but he was a head leader. He was the top leader on that defense, along with Mike Singletary. So I'm sorry to hear about his passing, but I tell you what, his legend, and all the things that he did on the field and off the field will remain. So my condolences go out to the family. God bless you guys and God keep you guys. We'll keep you guys in prayers. And hey, especially here at Cowboys Cave with my man Mike Tag and company. Hey, we love you and we're praying for you. And if God is God as we know He is, He hears our prayers. So God bless you.
Yeah.
Amen.
100%. Hey,
Amen.
were you played the year they beat us 44-0?
Hey, you're not to bring it up, damn it. You're not to bring it up.
Come on, Mike. What are you doing?
I wasn't on the team. No.
Mike always got them little subtle jab.
Yeah. No, I came in the next year.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the thing. That's the game where Troy Aikman got sacked. He got sacked by 7-8 times, and that helped give him some of them concussions that he's still suffering with.
Oh yeah.
Man, they had a defense that was absolutely awesome. You talking about Singletary, Will Montgomery. You talking about Richard Dent, Mac Michaels. They had a team that was unbelievable. It reminds you of Doomsday defense. We used to absolutely dominate. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Now, would you have rather
gone to the only one who had a good defense? We had defense too.
See, some of us were alive to watch y'all defense. Y'all Doomsday.
Unfortunately, I wasn't.
Yes, I was.
I was not.
Do you wish the Cowboys traded you, Eugene, to Chicago instead of New England?
Huh?
Do you wish the Cowboys would have traded you to Chicago rather than New England?
Anywhere but the damn Patriots. Because they were so, they were sorry. I'm talking about it wasn't nothing good about New England but the foliage. You can see the foliage change. That's all the thing you can see. Hey, but you know what? As we talking about the Chicago Bears, my boy Austin, he wasn't even born there. Yeah, he wasn't even born there.
Well, hey, Austin, you need to go back and look at some videos of the Doomsday defense when Eugene was playing. That'll get you fired up, boy.
Yes, sir.
I've seen it. It just makes me mad from what I've seen in my lifetime.
I tell you what, man, I am so hoping that the Cowboys have really got their strategy together.
Yeah.
I really hope and pray that Jerry allowed the draft professionals to do what they did and not have so much input where it makes this draft a disaster for the Cowboys and the Cowboys fans. They have got to get this right today. Yeah. You can't go offensive linemen today. I know some great offensive linemen out there, defensive tackles out there, but we need a play. We need something that the people gonna get excited about. Wide receiver. We need running back.
Here you go.
We got.
Listen, I just want to say that I hope that the Giants pick that Louisville quarterback. I heard a rumor that they was interested. I hope they do because I will laugh my ass off. They pick that dumbass.
I think they're going to Johnson
to make blunders.
Daniel Jones 2.0.
Well, if they draft Abdul Carter, we got to rethink linemen.
Yeah. I might change my mind on linemen, Austin. I might be on board with some linemen.
Boy, this is going to be interesting with the Giants. The Giants select Pootie Tang.
Can't go wrong with that.
This is going to be interesting to see.
Yep. That's going to be real tough on Brandon Steele right there.
There he is. I told you that.
Good luck, Steele.
That's a good pick. Can't hate on it.
That's a great pick.
Can't hate on it.
Yep.
Hey man, look, they want to get their Micah Parsons. They got tired of watching Micah Parsons wreck everybody's lines.
That's what I was just going to say, Kelly. I said they got their Michael Parsons. That's what they
Yeah,
do.
there you go, boy. Look at that boy. Hey. Now, he's walking like a linebacker. Yeah, rubbing his hand together. He can see he's hungry. He's hungry.
You know Dak looking at this.
Huh?
Dak looking at this. He calling Jerry now. Jerry, you better get somebody on the edge to protect me. I don't want this boy.
Dak's in the restroom right now.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, we got to worry about him. We got to get it now. Now we need an offensive lineman on that edge. We need a tack, boy. We need.
I wouldn't be mad now. I wouldn't be mad.
Offensive lineman. We need Jesus.
Look at him, man. Look at this dude. This dude look like he coming in there to just run through bulls.
Yeah, look at that, boy. God, that's what I'm talking about. Excited, right? I'm talking about.
Guyton and Steele don't have a chance against him.
Give us something in Dallas that excites us. Like we just excited about just watching this guy walk in and accept his jersey.
God, hey, you guys are talking about offensive line. I was saying earlier this week, man, I was talking about there is a guy, our new offensive line coach, man, Connor Riley from Omaha, Nebraska. I'm just going to tell y'all right now, he's going to be a difference maker on that offensive line. Cooper Beebe's offensive line coach from Kansas State is now our offensive line coach. This offensive line, I think, will be a lot better based off technique. That Solari's technique that they had last year was not something that gelled well with anybody on that line. So,
to go off your point, Kelly, that coach averaged 2 years in a row over 200 yards rushing per game. Like, it wasn't a fluke. That coach has a system. Like, I'm thrilled we have him, and I'm excited to see what he does with the offensive run game. But I mean, there's a couple games.
And word is Jerry is allowing Schottenheimer and the other coaches to help get in on decision making about who they need. So this time he's really listening to those guys, Schottenheimer and his boys, and saying, "Look, this was what I need if you want me to be successful." And right now, I would say if Will Campbell is available when he comes up, take Will Campbell because he's gonna probably be one of the best competitive people at tackle to help keep that edge off of Dak.
Hey, man. Hey, that sounded real good. You know, I like the way you express yourself too. You say Jerry is gonna allow and listen to somebody, right? You said he was gonna listen. Come on, man. I've been knowing you for 3 or 4 years now. That hurt you good.
That would mean somebody else will get the credit, right?
Nobody.
Hey, everybody got a pipe dream.
And your commenters on here are real smart. I've seen a couple of these that make sense. Whoever just said Will Campbell's going to the Patriots, I tend to agree with that.
Yeah,
Chris.
That is a nice player. There's no doubt about the Patriots taking it. You know, they're like the Cowboys too. I'm so glad I'm not in New England this time of the year.
Where do you guys think Shedeur Sanders ends up?
Raiders.
Steelers.
Raiders. Now that I see what the Raiders are picking, I can see him going to the Raiders.
You don't think they draft Genty?
No, man.
No.
The Raiders are going to get Genty. I hope Genty keep on falling if he falls down to number 12. If we don't take him at 12.
Yeah,
they'll be all right.
I don't think he's gonna make it to 12.
He ain't making it to 12.
But if he does, we'll see if Jerry.
Hey, we said the same thing about CeeDee Lamb. We said there was no way CeeDee Lamb will fall to us, and
that's true.
So, in the off chance it happens, we're all going to be partying tonight. But
But the Browns
Really partying all night long. Woo!
I think between the Browns, the Raiders, Jets, and the Panthers. Yep, one of those are definitely going to get Genty. One of those next 4 is going to get Genty.
The Browns might get Genty.
Yeah, one of those 4 are going to get Genty.
Yeah, Browns could.
That's now interesting. Right? That's a good point. And especially trading back where they are. They don't have a running back anymore.
Hey,
the Browns got another pick, right?
Mikey,
they traded back.
I was saying if they get Genty, that's a good, and they get a next year's first.
That next year's first is huge. I don't care. That was a great move by the Browns.
They must know the Patriots
Fantastic
are
point.
taking Genty if that's what they want to do.
Yeah. Oh,
Let's see what they do. We got this awesome commercial going on right now.
I know. I know. So, Kelly,
Yeah, baby.
what are you thinking? We were talking about the Cowboys, and we talked a little bit about where this draft is going. Greg you got to get a running back. He'd be really happy with a running back in the first round. I'm kind of maybe go receiver. I mean, where's your head at with what you would get, and what would make you lose your shit more than anything if they draft?
Well, man, I've been hearing Greg. He's talking about an offensive line. I might chunk this bottle of Crown if they draft offensive line, man. I want a fucking wide receiver. I want a running back. I mean, I want an impact player, man. I want somebody to come in and make a difference this year. And like, an offensive lineman ain't gonna close the gap on us and the Eagles, or us in Detroit, or us in Minnesota, or the guys that got all these offensive weapons. You got Jordan Addison, and you got Justin Jefferson on the Vikings. You got Devontae Smith, AJ Brown, and Saquon. Like, we need playmakers to get better. Like, offensive line, I get it. You want to protect your quarterback, but what good is protecting your quarterback if you ain't got nobody to throw it to and nobody to hand the rock to?
But Kelly, my thing is, if a running back or wide receiver isn't available in the top grade, then go offensive lineman. But if that running back and wide receiver is not available, or of the wide receivers and running backs, who do you see?
I think that the Cowboys. I think that if that's the case, I think the Cowboys could actually trade back and possibly pick up a 4th round pick. And we don't have a 4th round, so if they trade it back, pick up a 4th round, and still get a guy that they want, I'm with that too. But it's got to be a playmaker.
So at 12, if Genty's gone, McMillan's gone, Golden and Tatori, if they're gone,
I'd trade back. And I get Luther Burden or Mbuka. I like both of them.
Mbuka be a good pick.
There ain't no way, and you guys know I ain't gonna pretend to know a whole lot about college football, but there ain't no way a receiver is not available at pick 12.
No, I think it will be. I really do. I think it will be. One of their wide receivers will be there at 12 if they're one.
But there's three top receivers. If one of those available, then we're golden. But if all 3 of those guys are gone, I don't know who else we go with other than saying, well, we just got to take the next best one on the board.
So who do you think the top 3 receivers are?
Golden, Tario, and McMillan.
I just got off the phone with my fiance, and she told me that the Cowboys are going to take Golden. So if the Cowboys don't take Golden, they're going to disappoint her, and then I'm going out to the Star and talk to Jerry and see why it didn't happen.
Wait a minute. You going to go talk to who? You going to talk to who? He going to allow you to talk to him? He going to allow you to talk to him?
Well, I don't know if he is or not. We'll get the conversation started some kind of way. Tamara have already said they're going to get Golden.
Okay.
Oh, Will Campbell. Here we go.
Who is this?
That's Will Campbell.
Oh, he's gone.
He looks like a baby. Look at that face.
That's the offensive lineman. I was like,
that's left tackle that boy.
Yeah, they went all line.
Yeah.
Amon Mimbu or Melvin Banks.
And now it's going to get
Hey, Henry, new to the channel. Welcome. We appreciate you coming in. Welcome to the cave, buddy.
Welcome to the Cowboys Cave, my friend.
Question for you guys. Do you think this guy is a tackle or a guard in the NFL?
He looked like a guard to me. He looks like a guard to me. I don't see him as a tackle because I don't see how, unless he's been eating really good in this offseason, and I don't think he's got the speed. I don't think he's got the speed to keep Carter off that edge. So he looks more like a guard to me.
I tell you, the way that he was just walking up to the stage, come on, man.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, man.
Eugene, you'd whoop his ass. Let's be honest. He looks a little frumpy to me. He doesn't look.
No, man. No. I don't think he could have played back then. He walking too timid and shit. What's wrong with him, y'all?
See, he doesn't have that confidence we talked about.
You see that look in his eyes, Jimmy?
He's scared. He's scared.
Oh, Carter,
I tell you what, but he blocking pretty good.
Yeah, but he gotta face Carter twice.
Yeah.
And Carter got speed.
Carter, I like that suit he got on.
Well, his arms are my worry. He's got those short arms as a tackle. You're damn right. If he has to protect from Carter, he done got a prayer with those short arms.
I think they
As a
move him to
guard,
guard. I think they got to go. I think they move him to guard. What you think?
Mhm.
I'm
moving the guard.
I agree. I think
I'm moving the guard.
You're not drafting a guard with the 4th overall pick, though. I mean, that's
I
not
mean,
good
he's,
for them.
he's 6'5". I mean, he has the size.
he has
but
weirdly
does he have
short
the
arms,
speed?
like
He's
32
gotta
He
have-
inches.
looked like a kid, man. He looked like a kid.
He's got to have the speed on that tackle to stop people like a Abdul Carter. Just got the speed to get around that edge. If he ain't got the speed, one move, that's it. Quarterback's
Hey,
done.
but one thing that we can't say, it doesn't matter what he looked like right now on this TV to us.
Yeah.
It's what matters is what he has in his heart. And evidently, you don't get picked at 4 and don't have some killer instinct in you. Okay?
Yeah.
So the New England Patriots, I think they chose someone that they know that they can rely on to protect whoever the quarterback or the running back is. I believe he can do it all. So kudos to him. You don't have to. You don't have to impress us the way you walk with them nice shoes on you have. That's okay. It shows you. It shows up. Huh?
Time will tell.
You look like he's hungry though, don't it?
Yeah, time will tell.
But he's tearing up. I don't know, man. It's got
He's
some.
crying.
I don't know. He ain't
No,
hungry. He's not hungry.
No, man. He believed he had a funeral.
His own.
What do you guys think Cleveland does here? I think they go Genty. No?
Go where?
Genty makes too much sense now.
Yeah. Because
Cleveland?
what's
Yeah.
the running back Cleveland had
Yeah.
last year? That was that got hurt the year before.
Hey,
It was Nick
Cut's,
Chubb, but
hey, wait a
he's
minute.
out now.
Cut's got a good point. Look what Cut says. Some females look different on Instagram till you meet them in person.
That's true. That's true.
Well, the pick's already in.
Hey, holy terror! You're right. The Browns are picking a massage therapist in the round.
Cleveland ain't waste no time. They ain't waste no
That's
time.
comments of the episode so far.
Man, what do we do here?
I think they go Genty.
Yeah, if they don't get
boy.
Genty, Genty, because Genty won't slip to us. But if they don't get
No,
Genty,
he ain't making it to us.
it's Shadua. If they don't get Genty, it's Shadua.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about Jackson Dart going to
New Orleans,
the
right?
Saints?
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I.
that's-
Yeah,
to me
that
seems-
sounds about right. If Dart is available, the Jets
Dart-
might get Dart.
Dart
The Jets
over-
might get
Wow.
Dart.
That'd be
The Jets might
crazy
get
for him to go top 10. Is crazy to me. But
Because
That would
Yeah, he
absolutely be crazy.
the Jets don't have a solid quarterback. The Fields, they don't know what they got with Fields.
Well,
You're right.
you
If
know,
Fields
we-
money, they got to keep him now.
Oh, they got to
we
keep him.
talked about it.
Yeah.
We talked about it last week. All those quarterbacks that went last year in the draft. Nobody really seen that coming.
Yeah, that's right. They did
True.
have a bunch of them go up soon last year.
Greg called Penix early last year. I remember that.
Yeah,
Greg
I
did.
still think-
I
Hey,
was
let's
wrong
give a
on that
shout
one.
out to
Here we
Stephen
go.
Mack, man. Welcome. He's popped in to say hello. Give him some
What's up?
love.
Hello, everybody.
Matt?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Y'all hear me good?
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Steven, what's up, man?
I might need to get a refill.
Hold
Just going down like water, Kelly. This crown's going down like water.
Where's the
This-
Four Loco?
This
I know
tastes
the
really good, man.
flavored waters. Just
Hey,
not
I got
good.
a Crown Royal, salted caramel. Little shout out to Crown Royal.
Mason Graham. Wow. Surprise pick by
Oh,
the
that's a
Browns.
deep tackle, but he's a bad dude, though. No,
He's awesome. I love him.
Mason
but
Graham, huh?
Tackle, you know what? I wanted Ashton Jennings to be on the Raiders anyway. I think he
Hey,
Wow.
He's going to the Raiders now. But
That's what I
him
said.
with Myles Garrett,
I said, is Ashton Jenny going to the Raiders?
Yeah.
he is.
traded down for Mason Graham.
Yeah, because the Jets ain't taking a running back because the Jets already they ain't taking a running back.
Yeah, why not
No,
just go
they
Carter?
traded down, but they got a first. They got the guy that they want.
No, I
They
get
didn't
it,
want
but
to-
they
Who is
did.
this? Who is this guy?
Mason
Mason
Graham,
Graham?
defensive tackle out of Michigan.
Michigan.
Tackle. Or defensive
D
tackle?
tackle.
Defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle.
Let me see
Where's
what he-
going?
Think Aiden Hutchinson.
We know how we know Michigan.
Oh,
D
yeah, Graham was the number
like
two.
the back of our head.
Graham was the number 2 out there.
Yeah.
I like the idea of him with Garrett, though. Him with Garrett is a dangerous combination.
But if you're gonna go defense, why not just get Carter?
Damn.
All right, hey, quick question to the panel.
Fantastic point.
That would have been a blockbuster if they got Carter. They would have had bookends.
Hey, quick.
Hey, Kelly's got
But
something.
now they got picks.
Hold on, quick question. I just want to know, yes or no. You ain't got to get to it. If the Cowboys, if Tyler Warren was the pick at 12, would you be mad?
Yes.
That's Mike's pick. That's what Mike wants.
No, but everyone else would be.
It depends on who's taking.
You don't do that. No, you need a playmaker.
He is a
He is, though.
Hey, well, he's a
He's
playmaker.
Rob
I mean, I'm just
Gronkowski.
saying, you know.
I love him, but
if one of
it's
those
rich
three
for a
wide
tight end.
receivers,
You saw what Brock Bowers was able to do to with the Raiders last year.
Absolutely, Kelly.
Yeah, but
he also a tight end is 7.
I'm just saying.
But are you gonna run 2 tight ends though with Ferg?
You could.
And then you
You'd
got
have
3
to.
wide receivers still out there.
You definitely could go. You could definitely go Ferg and Warren. That'd be a dangerous combo.
I don't want to bring him up, but Aaron Hernandez and Gronk.
Hey, I mean, yeah. You know what I mean?
My
Hey,
comp for Tyler Warren was Gronk.
But
Like, I think he's Gronk.
You can get a guy. You can if you want to do that, just get a tight end like next round or the next round after that. Just get Arroyo.
Because
Jason Taylor from LSU, he'll be there. I love him just the same.
Yeah.
Hey man, if they want to get a tight end down in the late rounds, they got Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech, big old tall tight end, good catch radius. They can get him in the late round.
Yes. Yeah.
I think they're gonna take a wide receiver because I'm looking at the list. There's at least six bona fide wide receivers out. One of them is going to be available when we go at 12. So, Mike, you're probably right. They're probably going to take a wide receiver at 12.
I'm ready to drop the hype video.
You think that's a golden?
I said they were going to take
McMillan, Golden, Burden, Egbuka, and Higgins.
I said they were going to take McMillan, but I'm not thinking that anymore. I'm not thinking that. I think that they're going to – I think if Golden is on the board, I think he's their pick. The reason why is because a couple of things. One, he's been on a lot of the mock from a lot of the guys that know a lot of stuff. But Schottenheimer, when he was talking in his press conference, was talking about the importance of speed, right? That fits Golden Tate to a T. So if you're talking about speed – versus like possession type receiver like Ted McMillan. If those two are on the board, I think it's Golden over Ted. I thought earlier it was McMillan, but after hearing that, I think it's Golden if he's there.
And both
Jerry
of those
called his mom.
Both of those have speed, and that's what they were kind of keying on. We need somebody that can break away from them.
Hey, that's a playmaker. I'm not going to complain.
Yep.
Hey, look at Stephen White saying that Tyler Warren's not just another tight end; he's a wrecking machine.
Agreed.
Not so fast, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Hey, let me get 1 minute. I just want to cut in, and again, we're doing our live stream draft, Cowboys Cave. I know I saw a couple new people into the cave, new subscribers. So just want to thank you guys for hanging out with us. We got 360 people chilling in the cave. We definitely appreciate it. Hopefully that number keeps growing as the night goes on and the Cowboys get in there. But we got just to give you a quick round table of introduction. You obviously got my man Kelly K9. You got the All-Pro Eugene the Hit Machine Lockhart, Texas Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Wearing that jacket we saw. You got G-Reg, my man from the U in Dallas. You got Austin, the draft. It's the guru, the insiders helping us out. Is hanging with us. Mikey Schefter's in the house. So we got a crew. I put a link out there. You can find it in the chat if you guys want to come hang with us. We're having a good time. The Cowboys is getting closer and closer, but we're just cutting it up. It's we're freestyling, as we say, down in 305. Freestyling. So we're having a good time, but definitely appreciate it. So hit that like, subscribe, and share if you're just checking us out. Back to you, Kelly.
Tell your friends.
Yeah, just tell your friends.
Love this pick for Raiders.
He's going to the Raiders.
He's going to look clean in a Raiders jersey.
Now, he is.
My Cowboy guys, are you kind of happy because you didn't want to get put in this position of taking him because you couldn't pass him up? I know that sounds weird, but I just think running back's so deep. Let me go around the horn. Kelly, how do you feel about that? Would you have had to take Genty if he fell? you had to take him, right?
If Genty failed, I think the Cowboys would probably feel compelled to take him at 12. Yeah. So I mean, again, we talked about this several times, and my position never changed. I thought they needed the wide receiver over running back, and I think that running back is deep enough in this draft that they can get a running back in one of the later rounds. I don't believe that as far as a wide receiver too.
Yeah. Austin, you got anything to say on that?
I'm sad that he's gone. I knew he wasn't going to be there. It was a dream, and I'm sad. But I would have loved to have had him. I would have had to have taken him. His highlights, I haven't seen a running back like that since Saquon Barkley came out. And before that, Christian McCaffrey. He's going to do an amazing thing for the Raiders. But part of me is also glad we don't have to make that choice. But I wish that we had the option.
Yeah. Mikey Schefter, what do you say?
I mean, I love this pick for the Raiders. I always thought he was going to go to the Raiders all week, all month. I just think he's a Raiders running back. I just think him standing back there in a Raiders jersey, I mean, I think that's just intimidation.
Yeah. No, I like it. Yeah. Steven, what do you think? You happy that Cowboys don't have to make that choice?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted them, but once Kevontae Turpin returned that kickoff, we kind of lost that. So I already didn't want to set myself up for failure at that point. So I was like, yeah, he's kind of out of it. So that's when I started looking elsewhere, probably wide receiver and running back, either second round or see if we can trade back in the first somehow. But
yeah,
I mean, if he was there, we had to take him. Man, he was the best player. You can't pass that up at that position.
Yeah. And you're seeing it now. This is an area probably the next, between the Jets and you got the Saints.
Now, this is where I get nervous.
I mean, Shador, could you see a quarterback go ahead of Shador? Or do you think,
hold on, Mike.
Kelly.
Mike, listen, hold on. I asked this question earlier today, and so I said it a couple days ago, and some people kind of got a little bit nervous, but it made me nervous because I thought about it. What if Shador Sanders slides at 12 and Jerry Sanders makes that his pick at 12? Do we go up to the star and do we riot?
Yeah,
that's a Johnny Manziel situation.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
Elizabeth, I'm coming.
Somebody hold Jerry back.
I'm dead serious. That shit scares me. I'm dead serious. That shit scares me.
Hey, but you know what, Kelly?
That
sounds like the Johnny Manziel situation that everybody was talking about when Johnny was out there.
Which why it scares me because Jerry Jones ain't above doing some dumb shit.
Right.
But let me ask this, because Austin, you're Colorado. You know him better than anyone here on the panel. You're a Colorado guy. Do you think he is a superstar quarterback? Do you think he's a franchise quarterback? Because if you say yes, I can't hate on it. I'm going to be honest with you. It sounds like I'm in the minority, but if you believe he's a franchise quarterback, I just can't see how you could pass those guys up if given the opportunity. But if you don't, then you can't pick them.
Personally, I would not, mainly because of who is coming up in the next two drafts. That's why. Like, if it wasn't for that, sure, I would take the risk on him. But from what I watched, he tries to make the Mahomes plays, and sometimes he does. Sometimes he throws dumb interceptions, but most of the time, his arm is just not strong enough. If you watch enough of his tape, the ball just floats to where it's going. It doesn't have a zip on it. It worked in college. I think he's going to have a lot of interceptions in the NFL, and I love the guy. But I think his arm strength and his ego are going to be a little bit of an issue in the NFL.
Yeah.
It would be a full ring circus if he came to Dallas.
Now, let me ask you something. How do you feel about the whole jersey retirement thing?
Oh, no, I'm totally against that. 100% for Travis Hunter. 100%. He won the Heisman. Makes sense. But really, like Shador, like he was great, but he's not a retire your jersey kind of player.
That's all. No doubt. You're talking about retiring jerseys and retiring all this kind of stuff like that. No mind.
But that's a pleasing Deion Sanders thing there. Because if Deion had been there as a head coach, they wouldn't be talking about retiring the jersey.
That's one of the reasons. That's probably one of the reasons that he's falling over and over again, because there's a lot of people don't really agree with some of the things that's happening with the Sanders and all this type of thing. Mm-hmm. But let me tell you my biggest disappointment. My biggest disappointment is watching Ashton Gentry be chosen by someone else, because I was hoping and praying that he would fall to the Cowboys. But
Yeah.
my fear is
I
this.
knew that wasn't going to happen.
My fear is this: that the Cowboy probably still wouldn't have took it.
Yeah.
I think
Because of Jerry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think
feel
I
like
believe that the Cowboys still are going to take Golden. I promise. That's my
But
thought.
it's looking like that unless somebody jumps in front of us.
But I'm probably gonna surprise you because Genty's good. Genty's good, but I didn't want Genty. I know y'all probably think I'm crazy, but I didn't want Genty because I really felt like this is just me. I really felt like Genty is just not the top running back available. But if he had fallen to us, of course, I would have felt we were obligated. But I'm kind of glad Genty's off the book because the running back that we get with speed, I want to see just a little bit more meat on his bone. And there's 4 more running backs out there that I think can do the job that we need other than Genty. Genty was the most popular. Yeah, Genty did good at Boise State. He would have been the most available if it come up to Dallas, but I'm so glad that he's gone because I think we're going to get a better running back.
I'm curious,
let me ask
Greg,
you a question.
who's your other 3 real quick?
My other 3 running backs, I got them right here. Hold on.
Tony Dorsett is retired.
I got Hampton. I got Hampton, Henderson, Judson, and Johnson. One of those 4, I guarantee you're going to be much better. One of those 4 are going to be much better.
I tell you what, dog. Hey, my man, I appreciate what you're saying right now. But when this young man tell you draft somebody that the defense can't tackle, he meant that.
They went tackle. I'm happy with that because I think the Cowboys would have taken
They better
him.
not take. Now they can't take offensive line.
The Cowboys are not taking offensive line now. Mark it. They're done because this guy they would have took, right, Austin?
Oh yeah,
Eugene.
If they do, we canceling the show.
They would have taken him, but I'm not counting it out. I mainly because of what Peter Schrager put in his mock. He had us getting Mozzie Smith. He had us getting Tyler Smith, and he has us getting Booker in this draft. And so
Guard at 12.
But you know, but Austin, all them analysts, they had mock draft 26.7, mock draft 28.9, and they still
puts out
wrong.
one.
And they still wrong.
There's a couple of guys though, man. If you look back, there's a couple of guys that are pretty damn accurate, man. Mel Kiper has gone deep into the first round and been right on like a lot, like way more than you would think. Because somebody told me the other day, they said he called the Tyler Guyton pick, and I said, "Fuck if he did, he did." And that was a late round pick. He called Tyler Guyton. He called Tyler Smith. He had that correct. And I mean, you're talking into the teens that he's picking these correct. So I wouldn't say everybody full of shit. Kuiper pretty good.
But what is Kuiper's
He called
pick
Tyler
now?
Smith a month before
I'd like
the
to see
draft.
Kuiper's board right now. I'd like to see
Kuiper be knowing.
Kuiper has Hampton going to Dallas, but yeah.
I mean, Kuiper's been pretty damn accurate. So I'm saying, I don't know.
There's 4 receivers left. 4 good receivers out there. And if any one of them are available at our pick, we're gonna get them. Because
let me ask you this. Why have neither one of those receivers? We're talking about some receivers that are game changers.
Mm-hmm.
Why haven't they gone yet?
Because these teams that's not what they need. They're going by what they need right now. They're trying to get in that first round the most. The position
you tell me that the Cleveland Browns don't need a receiver?
The Cleveland Browns should have took Abdul Carter. They could have took Travis Hunter. I don't understand what Cleveland just did. They on some of that Cleveland dust.
Let me ask you this. Who do they remind you of when it comes to draft pick?
The New York Giants.
No. Who they remind you of?
Don't say Dallas Cowboys. Dallas does pretty good in the draft now. We do pretty good in the draft.
I'm just saying.
I don't know what Cleveland was doing. I don't understand that at all.
What Cleveland did is totally out of character.
Yeah, it was.
This is not like him.
Guys, Cleveland is going to
But they did a Jimmy Johnson move.
Hey, so we got questions about Kelvin Banks. What do you guys think?
Fans are about to riot that
Banks.
front office.
Calvin Banks.
This is Calvin Banks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's offensive line.
Who they
Not
take?
with skill positions there, no.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say I don't want offensive line.
Banks
No
is like the
offensive
number
line.
3. Banks is
Don't
like
give me
the
offensive line.
lineman.
If that offensive lineman can catch passes and run the ball, then draft me that offensive lineman.
You talking about talent? We can pull the
He's
Detroit
right.
Lions and make them eligible.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's doing all that shit, then draft me in. If not, give me that wide receiver.
Banks and
I think-
Mimbo. Is it Mimbo?
Membo.
Mimbo's number 2, 6'3".
Looks like some sources are saying Carolina's probably going to take Ted.
Simmons is 6'5".
Yeah.
Hey,
I can see that.
Who's throwing?
Mimbo. Armand Mimbo.
Membo.
6'3".
Steven, did you say you
314
saw they're
pounds.
taking Tet at Carolina?
Yeah, it looks
No,
like
no,
some
no, no,
sources
no,
are
I
saying
said
that's
he's
who they're going to pick.
No,
But check
Steve-
this out. Josh Simmons, 6'5", 310 pounds.
Love him.
That wouldn't be a bad pick for offensive tackle for Dallas.
No,
That
I
wouldn't
love
be
the
a bad
man.
pick.
He just had that horrible knee injury. Like, if
Yeah,
he's
but,
good,
you know,
he's
he-
the best prospect in the draft.
Yeah.
As an offensive line prospect, anyway. He is awesome. He's Tyron Smith, but he tore up that knee last year. If he's good, that dude's awesome. Like,
Yeah.
no question. Plug him, put him at Guyton at right tackle. We're good.
And,
But
and
is
he's got
he
the
healthy?
height. I think he's got the
Oh,
height
yeah.
and speed to keep up with Abdul.
Now, I'm
He's 6'5" and
nervous
he's fast as hell.
Why?
because I don't know if the Saints pull out the.
I think the
Wild
Saints are going
card.
quarterback.
I don't know if they pull out the wild card and take Golden.
I think the Saints get Tatario. The Saints get that wide receiver Tatario because everybody talking about Tatario. I think, and he's one of the speedsters. I think they get him because if they
Chicago.
get Sewell,
I was hoping to unload Cousins on them.
I'm telling
What
you
if
right
Golden and Tet are gone? If Golden and Tet are gone,
the
what are we
Saints-
doing?
Oh, Ted's
Hey.
definitely
Golden and
gone.
Pat are gone, you still
The
got
Saints-
what's his name? And the
Buka.
third one. You still got
And Buka.
Emeka Ibuka, Luther
Ibuka.
Burden.
Igbuka. And I can see Jerry going. I can see Jerry going to Ohio State again.
Hey, give me some champions.
I'm going to be honest with you. If those two wide receivers ain't there, I think the Cowboys trade back.
I wouldn't
I'll tell
mind
you
it.
this. Let me tell you what I think. The
Please
Saints
trade back.
right now, the Saints, there is no way if there's no way that they don't take Shador right now.
That's
I
what I'm thinking.
believe.
Listen, I need
believe
Salesman
they take
Jerry to get
Shador.
us a good trade.
I think you're right, Gene, because I can see that, and because Carr on his way
They
out.
take Shador right now.
Yeah, I can see that.
I
They
think
don't
They
have.
also snag Jackson Dart.
That's their need.
I
And
can
we're going
see
to
that.
find out how accurate these reports are. If they take Jackson Dart, we got to pay attention to that guy's mock draft.
Yeah.
Look at Mel Kiper's best available right now. Let's see if
Hey.
one of those come in on this pick.
Hey, we have the best Mel Kiper on here, and that's Austin Klein.
Austin already told us.
Mm.
Told us who we got.
Hey, quit shaking your head now.
Said, I didn't say
You
it.
can't come on this podcast and you be talking about dog.
the Giants will
We're
not
getting
be
going
traded.
this way.
Maybe on
Wait.
Thibodeau.
Mikey Schefter, what's that?
Cave on Thibodeau. They just picked up Thibodeau's 50 option. The Giants.
They took McMillan.
Yeah, they
You're
got
right.
McMillan.
Steven, you got it.
The Panthers got McMillan. I told you.
Yeah.
No, not
There you go. He's gone.
That-
He gone.
He's gone.
That's why.
Hey, Mike.
Camel
We're
pipe.
getting going.
That sucks for him.
But Golden and Burden got the best 440 runs. They got the best 40 runs.
Boy.
Team Golden at this point.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, you got to be.
Come on. I'm glad the Panthers
This is
took McMillan.
Oh, we got.
You just got to watch out for the 49ers.
9.
Why tell me
49ers. We got a
Shador
resident.
Sanders?
I guarantee
Shador
the
Sanders?
We
Niners.
got our resident 49er fan here in the chat.
Bears ain't gonna take him. They got to receive
They lost Debo. They got to replace that.
49ers, Mike.
Let me ask you, Eugene. Eugene, let me ask you a quick question as they're getting. So there's a lot of rumors going around, especially with T-Mac. Passion says he doesn't really watch film. I mean, I don't know how much all this is true. Would it worry you if your teammate didn't have the love, the passion for the game? I'm talking eat, sleep, drink, football. Would that make you concerned as a teammate, as a leader of the team? I mean, when you hear that of a player, would that worry you? And I don't know if it's true. I'm just
That's
asking.
why he's falling, because the rumors are out, right? he depended on his natural talent
Hmm.
instead of watching the defense. And his daddy is one of the best at it.
Oh no, I'm talking about T-Mac. I'm talking about T-Mac. That was said about him.
Who just went to the Panthers.
Yeah, the receiver. He was projected high.
But hey, this guy is a natural talent.
Yeah.
This guy, hey, every day that he show up, he works
Man,
out.
yeah.
He works
But
hard,
Eugene,
he
he had a whole
done
moment.
it. The thing that what I read about him before this draft is this. Sometimes you may not see a person doing what they need to do, studying in the film room, studying at home, and finding out the strength and the weakness of the defensive back that they're gonna place again, looking at whether it's gonna be cover 2 or cover 3, if the safety is gonna come down or whatever it may be. He doesn't have to. You may not see it, but what is it that about this kid that every time that he get on the football field, he produces
speed,
he wins.
Yeah. 2,700 yards and 18 touchdowns in the
How
last 2
can you
seasons.
do 18 touchdowns over damn near 3,000 yards and
Plays
you're
in a
not
shitty conference, so
studying?
let's be fair.
You got some
Yeah, but he
players.
Hey, Mike, watch out, man.
he got speed.
Watch out. Mike got a straight shot at the host.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask.
just
Let
saying.
me,
Come on.
let me ask this,
This guy's good.
Austin. Let me ask Austin something. You're a college guy.
Austin, you're muted.
So Kelly's Texas Tech, and he is like there. I mean, the moves that they made. I mean, he's already got his finger sized up. He's ready for that national championship. I mean, what do you think about? Have you heard much with Texas Tech? Or they impressed you in their offseason? Should Kelly get ready to get the playoff tickets? I mean, do we have to make a reservation? What do we do?
I don't know if I'd go that far. I will say what they always seem to have highly ranked high school quarterbacks that historically will go to Texas Tech and they put them on the bench and they transfer and are studs elsewhere. So if Texas Tech will start their young quarterbacks, they got a shot. But I'm curious about the defense they got. But in terms of Texas Tech, in this draft, Raj Brooks later in the draft, want him. That running back from Texas Tech, I'm a fan. He is.
Now you want Kelly over. He was
Hey, Kelly.
getting ready to get heated.
Kelly, Austin's calling you, and SoCal's calling you out, Kelly.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna say right now, man, on that Texas Tech defensive line, they got 3 dudes on that defensive line that are gonna be playing in the NFL on Sundays. 3 of them. That defensive tackle we got from UCF, David Bailey and Romello Height. All 3 of those dudes are some badass dudes, man. That defensive line gonna be scary.
Hey, so wait a minute. Raging Child got herpes down in Lubbock. What do you think about that, Kelly?
That's called the Raider rash.
That's called having too much fun in college, I guess. What is that?
It's called the Raider rash.
Kelly, I've been hyped on Miami plenty of times, and they've never.
What Mikey's been hyped? What did you say, Mikey?
I said I've been hyped for Miami's teams plenty of times. I always say we're gonna win it, never do. Just like last year, we had it, choked.
Yep, choke.
We'll be
Hey,
ready.
well, I'm just gonna say, it made me at least my college team was being aggressive this year, spending all that goddamn NIL money, and versus Jerry Jones who's sitting on his ass. I'd be willing to bet Texas Tech might have spent as much money as fucking Jerry Jones did this damn year. I'm not lying.
All in, right? All in.
The only thing he was all in on was raising my ticket prices. That's the only thing he was all in on.
Hey, Mike, you know what they're telling you though? You know what I heard? Jerry Jones said he's gonna start using 2-ply toilet paper at the stadium now.
Well, that would be worth it.
Hey, I
2-ply,
wouldn't be surprised if the Saints
Chris,
take Booker.
McKelvin to the Falcons, Chris. To the Falcons.
Ohio State players.
Calvin Banks.
Who did they get?
That'd be a quarterback for sure there.
I'm surprised. Yeah. Tackle Calvin Banks.
They got to replace their right tackle, Ramchick.
Hey, another guy that's off the board that we ain't got to worry about.
Shador's gonna fall.
Shador's falling, right? Is Shador falling?
Shador's falling.
Yeah, he fell again.
Shador's going to the Steelers at this point. Like that's all. If he's not going to the Steelers, he's not going in round 1.
I don't know what's wrong with Mimbo. He's the number 2 offensive lineman, and they went over him. I don't know what's wrong with him. Yeah, he's
If
6'3".
you put
Yeah,
Hard, I'm thrilled.
yeah. As a
But
matter of fact,
he's a little
yeah,
small.
he's the smallest of all of them. That's right.
That's
If
fine
you
with
knew
me.
you could get Golden,
Yep.
Egbuka, or Burden, why would you not trade back with the Steelers and let them get Shador and then
Absolutely.
go get a wide
At this
receiver?
point,
Great point.
At this point, if those other 2 wide receivers aren't available, then that little rumor I heard earlier today about Dallas moving back, they may move back. They may
I'm
move
praying
down.
they do.
Yeah.
They move down. Get a couple of bigger picks in the second round from somebody.
Give me
I don't
Denver
know.
or Seattle's
I
pick and my
guarantee
4th round pick back. I'm
Golden's gonna
happy.
be there. I guarantee San Fran goes corner because they just lost the one dude. That
I mean, if you look at the next 2 picks, do you see Chicago taking a receiver?
Nope.
San Francisco?
No.
San Fran took a receiver last year, they're not going to
Nope.
take one.
Nope.
Hey, Mike? What about if Dallas? Amir, I asked you about that scenario earlier when we were on the phone about Pickens. What if it's Pittsburgh that trades up to Dallas, gives them their first round this year, obviously trade down that, but then they give us Pickens and like a 3rd round pick on top of it? Would you make that move?
Yes.
For real.
I
Like,
really
Yeah,
would-
I'd do that in a minute.
feels too good to
I
be
don't
true.
want Pickens.
Oh,
Why
I do.
not? He's legit.
Pickens.
Pickens got that
I
dog.
want
in him.
No.
Pickens. He's a,
No,
he's
man.
That's like
man,
more.
he's good.
Playoffs.
Come on, man.
He ain't even, Pickens ain't had a quarterback yet.
Pickens.
You don't go back like that.
Pickens is
good.
a man. He's
good.
just an asshole.
You may as well call Ryan Leaf
Damn.
out of retirement.
We need that.
Make
We
the
need
bank.
that.
Make the bank.
Bears take Hampton. Who the Bears take? Could
They're
they
gonna
go running back?
O-line. They're going to go. I think they'll go the dude from North Dakota State. They need
Defense.
O-line. They need
Ooh.
O-line. Really.
He's an
That's a
asshole.
Bears are a
Ray
defensive
Zabel from
team.
North Dakota State.
God
That's a
dang, man.
Bears are a defensive team. I bet they go defense.
They'll go defense or offensive line. They got to protect Caleb Williams. He can't run around for his
Oh
life.
yeah, he's running around like a chicken
I
with his
agree.
head cut off.
I could see Shamar Stewart going here too. Like I
Or
wouldn't
him,
take
yeah.
him, but
I don't. They're not going to go receiver. I think we can cross them.
they are
Actually,
set.
the Bears defense been keeping them in the games last year. It's their offense. Yeah, it's not.
Now they
protecting
could go
Davis.
with Ben Johnson. They could go Hampton here.
And
Yeah,
to the
good call.
whoever the commenter was, Texas Wolf. If the question was, if Omari Hampton's there at 12, I would be pretty pissed. But if we traded back to 20, thrilled.
Yeah. Now, what do you think of
Royal?
that, though, Austin? It's like,
Austin-
if you want a guy, go get him. Like, I mean, what is? Because what if
Yes,
you
but
want
12.
instead of him? You know what I mean?
Yeah, if they truly love him, they should go get him. You're right. But 12, I think, is a bit rich for Hampton. And
Yeah.
I think mid 20 to mid 20s is just right.
Okay.
But there's two. This is the 10th pick. 2 picks
I don't
left,
want him to go back.
and we still got Golden, Burden, and Egbuka out there. Golden, Burden, and Egbuka. So, and Burden. I mean, Golden's got the fastest time. Then comes Burden. So, might be a receiver. And Dallas likes Ohio State.
And they could trade back because you got 3 receivers. I mean, if they feel that
Right.
if they feel any one of those is if they're happy with either one, you could try and trade back and like you said, Kelly, maybe grab your 4th round pick and something else back.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I was looking at some numbers, man, just because I was kind of piqued interest on that whole George Pickens thing, man. He got some really good numbers. I'm not gonna lie to you. They may not be like what you would look at for number 1, but to pair that dude next to CeeDee Lamb, I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't make that.
And who's throwing him the football?
I wouldn't touch Pickens.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Mason Rudolph. Remember that Mason Rudolph? He got his head caved in by a helmet. That dude had something CTSD up in there and trying to throw the football. And then you had Russell Wilson.
Man,
Russell Wilson was just ass like.
I wouldn't touch.
It's going to be Shador.
You better not go out there and trade for Pickens.
Shador's going there. I'm 100% sure of that.
Going where?
He's going to the Steelers.
To Pittsburgh.
Wait, so the pick is in for the Bears?
Yeah. It's coming in.
I bet it's going to be defense.
They're going to
Shador's
go.
gone.
Their defense was pretty solid last year. It was the offense that had Taylor running around.
They need offensive line big time.
Yeah.
They need to protect Caleb Williams, man. He got sacked every time he got sacked. He painted his nails a different color. I heard they ran out of nail polish. I don't know.
They also need a tight end too. So
Did he cry with his mom again too?
He ain't make much.
Oh, this mommy. Told him what a good boy he was.
Telling you, I was one of the people that said I think Caleb Williams is too soft mentally for the NFL. I really do. I still do.
He's too arrogant. He's too arrogant. He thought he did a Johnny Manziel with his arrogancy, and he got woke up in the NFL. So hopefully the second season he could put that off to the side.
You look at all those quarterbacks that got drafted after him that played so much better, whether it was Bo Nix, Trey May. I mean, there was some rookie quarterbacks last year that came in, Jaden Daniels, that played, phenomenal compared to Caleb Williams. He struggled bad. And then all of a sudden everybody said, well, it was offensive line. I said, in the offseason, all these experts, they weren't saying that shit. They were saying the Bears was probably a playoff team. Yep. So they had huge expectations for Caleb Williams with Rome Meduze and the weapons they had on offense and a good defense. So he way underachieved.
Yep. Let me say this. One thing I can say about the NFL and doing this draft, as the Chicago Bears get ready to do their draft thing, they recognize the greatness that has been before them. They recognize there was the Walter Payton.
Absolutely.
Now, today, Steve McMichael dies. They're recognizing that before they do their pick.
Right.
Yeah.
Stands are going to burn down the city.
What's
Kelly?
Kelly, shitting me. They took a Michigan tight end over Warren.
That's a player that I told you nobody's seen. That's a player. That's one of the players I was talking about. Nobody was talking about going in the first round.
Told you they might take a tight end.
Yeah.
Over.
That's why they're the laughing stock of the league every year.
That's why they're picking at the top of the order every year.
Like
Kelly,
was saying, they need somebody on that offensive line to block.
Kelly,
what's up, Jimmy?
SoCal's pulling you out again.
What's SoCal saying that he's lying about?
He's calling you out about Caleb Williams, and he says you're wrong on this.
That's because he's a USC fan, and this dude looks terrible. He was defending Reggie Bush the other day, saying that Reggie Bush wasn't what he said that Reggie Bush was good in the NFL. I was like, no, he was not.
Oh, so he's just talking trash. He's trying to start trouble.
I know what he's doing. I know what he was doing. Tell him I remember when they called Reggie Bush the next Gale Sayers.
Well, let me ask you, Austin. Let me ask you, Austin. I mean, what about this pick? I mean,
oh wow,
this is crazy.
Loveland over Warren. I mean, the first thing I said was they're going to burn down Chicago. That is ridiculous. Like, this guy to me is Dalton Schultz on a good day. I don't believe in Colton Loveland. Like, he's going to be a good tight end, but this feels like Schoonmaker to me. I was pissed when we took him.
Yeah.
It is.
But Austin, don't you think that the Bears got him more for his blocking technique? Like Mikey was saying, they need somebody.
Now Tyler Warren absolutely going to be on the board as well.
I don't think they got Copeland for necessarily to be their top tight end. I think they got Copeland because he's convenient as a tight end, but they're going to use him more to help block and protect.
You don't take a blocking tight end with the 11th pick of the draft.
Hell no, you don't. You take a playmaking tight end.
Exactly.
But that's Chicago. I think they think they can take somebody who can play two positions. He can catch the ball, but he can really give them some blocking technique.
Yeah,
man, I'm just telling you right now, Caleb Williams is literally painting his nails right now because he knows he's about to get sacked again.
Let me ask Steven. Steven, what do you think of that pick?
49ers.
I think it was crazy. I mean, they should have went with Tyler Warren right there. You got to take the better of the two.
Tight end, hell yeah.
But there's going to be players that are going to get picked in the first round that nobody ever talked about. It happens every year. Every year.
Well, all I know is we're getting closer and closer to the Cowboys pick. Part of me wants them to trade down because I think there's some guys there. But
the 49ers pick is going to determine whether we get Golden or whether we get Burden. Golden or Burden. The 49ers pick is going to determine whether we get them. And if
I think the 49ers are going to go defense here. They have
take Golden.
Yeah, I agree.
We won't get them.
They might take Michael Williams.
Well,
I hope not. I want him in the ATL. They better not take him.
But the 49ers,
if that's the case, though, you still got. If you think about it, you talk about two of the most talked about guys recently that will still be both on the board because there's been some talk and buzz about Mario Hampton, the running back from North Carolina. Yeah. That talked about him too. He could be a surprise deal. I've seen him in some expert mock drafts at the 12 pick. So he's on the board.
You mean for the 49ers?
Kuiper's been saying it. No,
Kuiper's
had
49ers to take
the
him?
Cowboys
No, the
No, the Cowboys. They'll be on the board with the Cowboys pick.
You think they'll take Hampton if Golden is available?
It's possible. He's been talked about.
not.
Kuiper was mocking him.
All right.
Yeah,
He's done it.
There's
for
a few
month
people
now.
had him over Genty.
Yeah. He
I don't know
definitely
about
shot
that,
up the draft
but
board.
yeah, I don't agree with it, but I saw it.
Yeah.
Nervous? Mikey's nervous? I'm ready. I'm loosening up my hamstrings. I'm getting ready. Because
I'm not nervous.
So
bad. I don't want.
it's either Hampton.
Like Tag,
or
that's what you
Golden.
said about softball the other night.
I know. Well, I'm trying. I'm injured, so I got to
I was
loosen
there
them up.
in
Man.
person. He was
bust
limping all
through.
around the field. Hey,
Man, I kind of want to.
Oh,
It was bad. It was bad.
So it's either Hampton or Golden that we pick because both of them can't go to the 49ers. So
Yeah.
Hampton or Golden.
I cannot believe.
I tell you, like I told you before,
Wow.
Tamara said they was gonna get Golden,
And I believe her.
I believe her.
and I know she make.
I tell you what.
I know why she said Golden because she chose me in the first round as being Golden to her.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to right now before this pick goes in. I'm gonna go release some Golden out of myself right quick. I'll be right back.
Oh boy, my man!
In the golden showers.
49ers, the 49ers are going to determine whether we get Golden or not.
Now, keep in mind, I want everybody to understand.
What?
Hey,
Everyone wanted us to hire Ben Johnson, and that's what he does for his first pick.
That's true. Good point, Mikey.
That's
Good
a great point.
Hey,
Great
look
point.
look what Rick said in the chat. Stephen Jones is on the telephone.
On the telephone.
That's what he said.
Trade back.
It's either
Trade back.
Golden or Hampton. It's either
He
Golden
might
or
trade
Hampton.
back. Please be on the phone.
Yeah.
Golden or Hampton.
He's calling collect.
What?
If he's on the
You
phone,
trade
then he
me
knows the
back into the
49ers are going
20s.
defense.
If he's on the phone, he's trading back.
So
He's trading back.
Golden runs a 4.29 40. He's got the fastest speed. Golden's got the fastest speed.
He got
Cuts, he's on one of those old school brick phones. Remember that?
Who's that?
That's
Satellite phone.
Is that our
Yeah, satellite phone.
Matthew Golden, there he is. He's ready to be a Cowboy. He's looking good. He's got the ice. I like it. I like it.
But the 49ers don't have a wide receiver.
Yeah, they do.
They just
They drafted
last
one
year.
first round. They got
Ricky Pearsall.
the Florida
The
kid.
guy who got shot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember.
They need defense.
They need a
Hey, wait. We got a super chat.
Will Johnson.
Super chat, Mike Tag.
Who's reading that one? Jimmy, you got
Dallas
it?
Parties in order. Wide receiver, running back. Okay, who is that? He meant offensive lineman.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Defensive line. Yeah,
Well, it's obvious that at this phase in the game, Cowboy, we need all positions.
Yeah.
Yes.
We understand you and we appreciate what you're saying.
Those are priorities.
But hell, we had just one pick in the first round, so we won't go with the best what we think is good for us at this point.
What if we take Will Johnson?
You can't get them all. All right?
Please don't take Golden.
Hey.
Please, 49ers don't take Golden.
It's kind of crazy though that you can look at this Cowboys roster though, and with the number 12 pick, you can think of a lot of damn positions they could address with that pick. Like literally, there's a lot of holes on this roster, man. Whether you want to talk about defensive tackle, running back, wide receiver, possibly even linebacker with kind of the thin because of the injuries on that. I mean, a lot of positions they could address with this number 12 position, man. They go a lot of ways. I'm very curious.
Agreed.
Hey, by the way, Chris Warden, thanks for the super chat, Chris. We appreciate
There
it.
you go.
Appreciate it,
Come on,
brother.
49ers. Don't take Golden.
Take Will Johnson, please.
Don't take Golden.
Don't take Golden.
Because 49ers don't want us to succeed. Don't take Golden.
Oh, damn, they picked Dylan Gabriel?
What?
Wait, what?
Wait.
I'm just joking. I'm just
No
joking.
way. Oh my God.
Are you serious?
Oh no. Okay, Mikael Williams. You Mikael Williams. Man, you got me. Mikael Williams makes sense. That's what they need.
They took Mikael Williams.
Okay, we got Golden. So we
Damn it,
got
Camo!
Golden.
I'm gonna come drink and empty your beer fridge, Camo Piper.
Hey!
You took my pick. You
Hold
took
your
my
Y'all
pick.
get your hopes up. Y'all get your hopes up. There's a chance it's not him.
Hold your
There's a
horses.
chance it's not him.
Don't call it in.
I'm emptying your beer fridge.
In the 12th
If we don't take Golden here, I'm rioting. I will go to Dallas and riot.
But I'd be happy with Igbuka if they traded down. I mean, I'm saying I'm good with Golden, but I'm not going to hate if they trade down because I think these receivers are still there.
Yeah, but
Tyler Booker
Golden.
is there.
Golden is the fastest.
Hey, they're still on the phone in the war room.
Oh, don't say that.
Golden is the fastest.
Golden is a dog.
And we need a dog, but we need that speed with him too to break away.
The Dallas Cowboys select Shador Sanders, quarterback.
No, don't you do that to me.
Jerry
Don't
Jones,
you do that.
8-9.
I know, Chris. What the hell?
Kick is in. No trade.
Good. 49 seconds. So he ain't got a long pick for that.
No trade.
Oh, my adrenaline is pumping.
No
I'm
trade.
ready.
This is crazy.
Don't do it to
Pick
me.
is
Don't
in.
spoilers. Do it to
No
me.
spoilers.
Don't spoil it. I don't want to see nothing in the chat. Put the chat off.
Yeah, I'll put the chat off. Here, it's off. I turned it
Drum
off.
roll.
I think everyone should turn their camera off until the pick is over.
Oh man. Is that our pick is in?
I will say though,
Yep.
if you take an O-line, this is going to be great. This is going to be a great reaction for Twitter.
It would make for good must-see TV. I can tell you that.
Hey,
I'm not afraid of O-line.
It can only go.
You're not afraid of a line here?
It can only go to either extreme. A
gonna
great
need-
pick or a Jerry pick.
I'm gonna need you to really build me up.
Greg's right.
Whole line, Austin, because I'm gonna cry.
As long as it's not, I don't want a corner here.
Man,
If it's
why
Will
am I?
Johnson,
I'm nervous. I'm nervous like this is a game, man.
They're out pumped up. I know
Jerry
they got a receiver. I know they got it.
We got
They're
Golden.
doing like
At 12.
Don't do this to me.
Cowboys.
oh, our pick is in. The pick is in.
You might want to finish that bottle.
We're getting a punter.
Oh,
Cowboys in
Kelly,
the house.
Kelly, keep sipping.
Who's on the phone?
Here we go.
Come on, Cowboy.
Come on, Jerry.
Golden Tate.
yeah. Don't screw
Hope
it
he
up.
took his milk of magnesia.
Everyone, I think everyone should turn their camera.
I'm not
off
even
until
looking at the
pick is
chat. I
over.
got the chat on.
No, I turned the chat off.
I don't want to see nothing.
We need
I
Drew
don't-
Pearson. We need Drew Pearson to announce this.
I knew it. I knew it. I called it. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at all, y'all. That man is our next guard for the
God
next
damn
decade.
bullshit! I am so sick of
You know who it
it,
is?
man.
I'm not mad.
See?
Camo,
It's
I
either
feel better
a
now.
great pick or a Jerry Jones pick. I knew it. I knew it.
Wow.
I knew it.
Bullshit.
That's our new Zach Martin for the next decade.
We've drafted first round offensive lineman for the last 15 years, and it's got
Jerry loves Tyler.
zero
He loves
results.
Tyler.
Zero results.
Jerry loves
Look at
anybody.
that man running down the hallway.
He
He's
loves
so
anybody.
excited.
Wow.
Oh, so what are you talking about?
That's a shame.
Oh, watch that man run down the hallway. But you know
That's
what?
your
I'm
pick?
not
Was
mad
that your
about it.
pick?
Hey, look, it's
No, this was
twist
Peter
ankle.
Schrager's pick.
Don't twist
This
your
was the
ankle
guy
while
who's
you're
been
running.
right the last 2 years. He also said this one. He was right about Mozzie. He was right about Tyler Smith, and he called this one. I'm going to trust this dude's mock drafts forever.
But
Yeah.
Jerry
Peter
loves
Schrager.
people. Jerry loves people named Tyler. I don't know what
He
it
does.
is. He loves Tyler.
Man, Jerry, hey, you know what? Jerry Jones has a fucking offensive lineman fetish. That
And they named-
that
and they gotta
motherfucker
be
loves
named-
offensive
And
linemen.
it got to be named Tyler.
chaos, McMahon. Chaos.
So
Tyler,
who in the
Tyler.
second?
Tyler, Tyler,
Oh, my
Tyler.
God.
Who we got in the
Damn, Jerry.
second?
Well,
Man,
Damn, Jerry.
I don't know.
this turned into
Damn, Jerry.
I'll tell you.
Golden
That was
was
a
right
nice
there.
throw right there.
Golden
I've
was
enjoyed
right
the
there.
draft.
at least stay on to my Falcons pick. Dude. Wow. I can't. I got to sit here and say I can't believe it.
Golden was right there.
You can't. Me.
There was 3 receivers there.
So what did I
Man.
say? I said if we
One
don't
of
get a
those
wide
might be there in two.
I
One
said
of those
if we don't
three
get a
could
wide
be there.
receiver, we don't get a running
Burden.
back. I'll be good with offensive lineman.
Hey, man, you know what?
We didn't get a
Jerry,
wide.
hey, Mike,
Yeah.
Jerry Jones is about to have a tank for Arch Manning fucking season this year. Watch. You watch. They're not gonna spend no
Might not be
more damn
wrong.
money.
Look how excited the fans are, boy. They got them all pumped up.
Oh, they gonna.
Oh yeah, I knew they'd be mad.
They've been smoking that Green Bay, Junior.
These nuts.
They wanted Tet or Genty this whole time. A big ass guard is who they wanted. I get it.
Wow.
Well, I guess I'm gonna sit there and eat some crawfish.
Wow.
look at Jerry Jones is like, yeah, that's what I wanted the whole time. I had everybody fooled.
That looks
I
good,
had them
Eugene.
all fooled.
Damn, that looks good.
God
Straight
damn,
it back.
that looks good, man.
Wow.
Crawfish, Mike.
So much,
I'm gonna say
so much
my only complaint with that is we could have traded back to 20 and got him. I wanted my 4th round pick back. Like that. The only complaint is tiny bit rich.
Who's the playmaker out there now? Then
Let's see what happens in the second. We got CD, and let's see what happens in the second. We're gonna have Higgins. Burden might fall there with his off the field issues. I'm not saying it's likely.
I don't think.
And let me be clear. This guy's a good football player.
He
I mean,
is.
Yes, he is.
Great university. I mean, there's nothing against him. I mean, I'm gonna love the guy. He put star in his helmet. I just wish the Cowboys would address some playmakers. And
Man, here's my thing. And here's my thing with this shit. Here's my thing. Is that the Dallas Cowboys, they just signed Dak Prescott to this deal. They signed him to this deal, paid him all this goddamn money. And I get you go protect him with the offensive line, but you're not gonna give him no playmakers. Like, I feel like you're wasting his contract. Why even sign him to a fucking contract if you're gonna do that?
But you know what?
Let's see what they do.
Somebody just said, did Dallas pick offensive linemen because they're worried about Abdul Carter on the Giants?
Kinda, but Abdul's on the edge.
Those are a problem, maybe.
This is a guard.
Yeah, he ain't.
But this guard is gonna be. This guy is good, man. Like this, if you watch this guy's tape, he gets his second level. He puts people on the ground.
Hey, according to Rick, they did.
Is good.
He's good. He's good. No doubt about that.
Okay.
But
Wait.
where
According
do
to-
We've been talking about this for 3 weeks, and you said nothing about the Cowboys grabbing an offensive lineman at the number 12.
No, I said that earlier today. That's what Peter Schrager said. That's what Peter Schrager said.
You not always agree that the Cowboys need a playmaker. Golden was there. Golden.
Hey, listen. Yeah. You know what? They're gonna have a really young offensive line to protect our new quarterback that we have next year.
Who ain't got nobody to throw to?
Because it won't be Dak.
His mind has betrayed him.
And unless we put some curtains up on that glass on the end of the end zone, Lamb ain't gonna be able to catch nothing.
Hey, Mike Tag.
Damn, Gregory, you put it right there.
Mike,
You're just gonna shoot me like that.
Mike, you know that before the draft, remember that the show that we had and what I talked about, that I told you, I said I did not believe that this Dallas Cowboys team right now is a playoff team. And I'm just gonna tell you right now, that pick didn't fucking change my answer.
No, that didn't help.
I'm just saying it did. And I don't know that they could have made enough picks tonight that it would have changed my answer. I'm just saying that for sure as hell didn't change my answer.
So at 44, 44 isn't that far. Well, it is kind of far, but with 44,
better be a wide receiver.
44. Do you think one of the top 5 wide receivers in the next 4 running backs will be available at 44?
Ooh, good question. I think Higgins might be there. Caleb Johnson, Judkins will be there. Henderson probably not. But I think there will be some options for us there. And now that we got offensive line,
but will they be a playmaker?
Better than
you guys. Wait a minute. They got the balls to raise season ticket prices and not draft a playmaker in the first round. Are you kidding me?
Jerry's going to do that.
Jerry's senile.
They're laughing at me.
They laugh at us anyway.
I just want to let you know that this thing has always been about business. It's never personal. So I just want to thank you for your donation to the Jerry Jones Cowboys.
And I got the rodeo coming into Dallas next week, so I got to concentrate on that first. Man, I don't see a playmaker in the second round unless they turn out to be a diamond in the rough that we weren't expecting. But a playmaker on the board, I don't see him going to be available as a running back or wide receiver at 44, and we got a long ways before 44.
There'll be a few running backs.
Yeah, but playmaker. Somebody.
Well, if you think about it, so last year, our number 2, our second round pick, Marshawn Nealon, I wouldn't consider him a playmaker of what we got.
I was pissed at that one.
Yeah, but Nealon wasn't on the offense.
Kareem, don't be filthy.
Receiver. No running back. Where's our running back and wide receiver?
Kareem of wheat.
Hey, my man,
Kareem's calling out Austin.
you know,
You don't know.
hey, buddy, you know Zeke is still available. Zeke
Zeke's come back.
What?
No.
We might as well bring back Emmitt Smith.
Yeah.
I've been mentioning it all day, but don't be surprised if they try to reach out to the Jets for Breece Hall. I'm telling you.
That one I would love. I would love that.
But
Stephen,
I'm glad you said that, because there was a lot of chatter earlier today that Jerry said we got a significant trade going on that's going to blow people's mind. So maybe it's got something to do with a wide receiver or running back, like you're saying.
We're not doing anything.
Give me Pickens.
I felt like if he already knew he had a trade in his back pocket, maybe that's why he went offensive tackle.
But it's supposed to be some big time trade going on right now with somebody in the NFL that Jerry and Steven are working on. It's supposed to be coded.
The only two I can think of would be Breece Hall and potentially George Pickens from Pittsburgh, because
Don't get George Pickens. Don't get George Pickens. Damn it.
Yeah, but Rick, how far are those running backs going to drop?
Well, I'll tell you what, we're all in. Hey, Mike, we're all in.
We all
We're
in
rooted.
on stupid. We all in on stupid.
We hadn't re-signed Micah. Like, we're so all in. We hadn't done that yet.
Another defensive tackle.
Wow.
Who knows? Maybe they'll get Damian Martinez and make Tag happy.
I'd be happy with that pick. I love Damian. I love Martinez, man.
Maybe we'll get Arroyo. Maybe we'll
You
get
still
Arroyo.
got RJ Harvey still out there. You still got Gideons. You got Samson.
Bimbo.
There's guys that I'm not running
Man,
back.
hey, hold up now. What if Jerry Jones? What if they go through another draft again like they did last year, and they don't draft a running back until like 5th or 6th round?
Won't surprise me.
What was our record this year?
7-10.
Jerry gonna draft Scatterboo.
So
Wouldn't be mad.
Hey,
that's the one. Nah.
Jerry gonna get
He's
Scatterboo.
slow. He's slow, but man, you can't tackle that dude.
That's Jerry, though. That's Jerry.
Mike Allstott 2.0.
And Mike, if you remember, I
Yeah.
told you last year, I said Cowboys need to get a running back.
Yep.
I said we can't run the ball and we can't stop the ball. Look at this year compared to last year and see if you make your team better. Stopping the run or running the ball.
Running the ball.
Yeah, you got offensive linemen, but hell, who will run the ball?
Man, there were people in Pakistan last year saying we need a running back. Everybody
Man,
knew we need a running back.
Eugene, it's funny because I told Mike that's what we were talking about when we were talking about the Cowboys, and I said I don't think they're a playoff team, and he said no. Mike wanted to try to talk me off the ledge, and I tell him, look, I have not seen any goddamn improvements in that run defense at all, none. And if anything, you lost depth and you lost a few guys, if anything, right? And I mean, I know Lawrence was injured last year, but even when he wasn't, he was our best run stopper, and he's just gone, right? He's gone. So where do we get better at stopping the run? We're weaker at the linebacker position. Eric Kendricks was our best linebacker last year, but after Overshown went out, we're weak there. We're weak at the DB position. We got Trayvon Diggs coming back off an injury. We don't know how he's going to be. We can't just assume he's going to be the same DB we've seen. Like, so that's just the defensive side of the ball. That's not talking about the lack of running back, the lack of wide receiver. This is not a playoff team right now. It's just not.
Right.
You can't convince me otherwise.
But we got 6 more rounds. We got 6 more rounds.
Oh, there goes Tyler Warren.
Warren's gone.
Okay, Greg,
Yeah.
Austin, Eugene. So look, my Falcons are up next.
Right, just
We
Tyler
need-
Warren went, just so everyone knows. Tight
We
end.
need an
pass
edge.
rusher, Jimmy.
We need it right. We need an edge. We need.
What about Green?
Y'all
What
gonna
about
get
Green?
golden.
Love
Y'all
it.
gonna get golden. Watch. So Penix can throw that ball. to golden.
I hope we need beef up front, man. We need somebody to run. We
You
had the
need
second
Green
worst.
or James Pierce.
Who's your
We
wide
had the
receiver?
second worst Drake London. We had the second worst pass rush last year. I mean, we need somebody. We need
But
defensive
who's your
line.
wide receiver?
Drake London's our number one receiver. We still have Pitts, who was disappointing. He seems to be all in again. We got Ray. We got Darnell Mooney. You know, come on, man. I'm not worried about that. You know, Rondale Moore's coming back.
We got Tesser.
Yeah, we got Tesser. That's right. He's a big young guy. But seriously, I'm not worried about offense.
What about Mike Green from Marshall?
Makes sense.
What did you think about that one, Jimmy D?
Well, you got to remember, I don't know much about college
You don't
football. I'm
know
relying on you guys.
He's one of the top pass rushers. They actually they had talked about him to Dallas at one point.
So I like him a lot. I got to watch him here locally here in Williamsburg. He was at Lafayette High School, and he was a stud there. And I can tell you from a personal standpoint, he did have, and I ain't trying to put his business out there, but he did have a 2 sexual assault things against him, one in high school and one.
Come on, man.
I think he was somewhere else before Marshall, but he actually transferred.
Are they still open though? Are those cases still open or closed?
Cut that shit out.
Was it
football?
Was it
We ain't talking
OnlyFans?
about nobody's personal shit.
Was it an OnlyFans thing?
We're not doing that. You take that shit somewhere else. We don't do that.
It's real though.
But if those cases are closed,
we all. Well, you know or not, some sexual assault shit, man. Take that shit somewhere. We talking about football in the draft.
But that's it.
Hey,
it
The only reason I bring that up is because if he was to go
don't
somewhere
bring it
like
up
Dallas,
tonight.
that's the first thing that would come up.
yeah.
Unfortunately,
No,
I
no,
hate
Hey,
it.
Kareem
That
Wheat,
shouldn't
mind
be
your
the first
business.
thing to come
Yeah.
up. That shouldn't be the
I
first
hadn't
thing to
heard
come
that.
up.
I agree.
Put your ass down.
Oh, man. Hey,
Hey, Mike
get
Tag,
happy.
with a little pooch,
let's get
I love
focused
you, though,
back on the next pick.
but this ain't the. I love you, but this ain't the right time to be talking about nobody's past. Check your shit out. You playing the wrong. You playing on the wrong playing field right now, brother. Put your ass down.
If Falcons might get Hampton,
All right, let's talk about the Falcons and who they should get.
Well,
they
it's
might
like-
get Hampton. Running back.
and we got Bijan. We don't, like I said, who is the next best edge or edge or defensive lineman? Who do we got?
I told you, I think.
I forgot about Bijan.
We'll see.
I forgot about Bijan. So
I think Maria's right. Everybody needs a drink.
So you need.
My-
you say y'all need an
Michael
edge?
Penix is y'all's quarterback. What do you think about Michael Penix?
Better than
Hey, look-
Cousins. Better than Cousins.
Yes,
Better than
yes.
Aki.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, Cousins played a great few games, and then, man, mid-season it went downhill fast. I thought he was going to end up in New Orleans. That's what I was hoping for tonight. We need to dump some contract.
He's better than Penix better than Auntie Kurt.
I don't know. Rick's not concerned yet, so I like Rick. He's keeping me posted. I got to go get another quick drink, so I'll be right back.
No, but to your point, Greg. Not only we got Robinson, we got Algier out of the backfield.
Yeah.
We got London. We got Mooney. We got
gonna get
Moore
an edge.
coming
Y'all gonna
back.
get an edge.
We need an edge. We had this, like I said, we had the second worst pass rush in the league last year.
Stewart
We were
still out
terrible.
there. Not William. Stewart.
How many games did y'all win?
Jamar Stewart.
Stewart.
How many games y'all win last year, Jimmy?
We were 8-9 last year.
Pierce and
8-win
Green
team.
still out there.
Hey man, why don't y'all? Can y'all do us a favor and give us Kyle Pitts? Y'all let us have Kyle Pitts since y'all ain't using him.
You know what? I told you, back in December, January, I would have said all day long we were trading him. But he came out on social media a couple weeks ago, all, happy and, I can't wait till next season and all about the Falcons. So I don't know. We'll see. I would have bet my paycheck last month that they were going to trade him.
I
remember when he first got drafted, everybody was talking about him like he was the next, generational tight end, and he really hadn't done nothing yet so far in his young career.
Kyle Pitts in his first year when he had Matty Ice, he had over
1,000 yards,
1,000 yards, a few touchdowns. But yeah, since then, like you said, we're not using him right. Under two different coaches after that.
Well, the thing is, I thought he was going to be a touchdown machine though when they drafted him. I mean, that's what I thought.
The man's a beast.
He don't got a lot of touchdowns, man. But we'll take them off your hands, man. I think Dak he'd use them.
Hey, you know what? If you guys want to give us draft picks, we'll use those draft picks wisely.
Well, I don't know,
Hopefully.
man. I don't know. We want to keep our draft picks. We're just wanting to know if you can lend them to us for a year and then we'll give them back.
Hey, but the way we using our
Kelly,
draft picks right now,
that was real
we
nice.
probably wouldn't miss
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
We just want to borrow them, right, and give them back after we win. Eugene, is this a playoff team right now?
Come on, man. And let me say this, Steven. I didn't mean no disrespect by no stretch of imagination. I'm just saying,
brother.
At this time, we're having a good time and we're thinking about players and then it just brings me to the point where if we look at our own lives, we all been through something and did something, right? But we're having fun talking about the NFL draft.
Amen.
And we know that our past sometime will dictate people's future, but not in this situation. Because if you're a player, if you're a number one draft choice, teams sometimes don't care about because they can work things out in their favor to be sure that they have this great athlete that can overcome their past. So one thing I'm saying is there's a time and place for everything, and whether we agree or not. But I meant no disrespect. I'm just saying.
It's all love.
And Eugene, you got a good point, Eugene. Though I'm just gonna say because of the fact that when you talk about like that kind of talk, it puts so much pressure on these young people. And I just got to think about Kyron Lacey, man. That was a tragedy.
Yes.
And if you think about it, that young man just a few months ago had his whole life in front of him, man. Whole life in front of him. And one mistake. And then everybody, that's all they're talking about. It wiped out all the good that he did. He's a good kid. He made one mistake.
Yeah.
And then he ends up taking his own life. And I mean, prayers go out to him and his family. That's a terrible thing to happen. But it's these expectations, man, of an NFL superstar. And it's like you make one mistake and people are gonna hold it over your head, and it's gotten so heavy for some players. And it's sad to see it.
Let's give him a chance. Let's put it on the team. Let's put it in the NFL hands to make a difference in this kid's life that could change a whole bunch of people's lives, because we'll be able to show them, hey, I made a mistake, but it didn't stop me. My past not going to dictate my future.
Right.
Yeah.
One thing that we have to do is continue to build each other up. Continue to build each other up, because you never know. Especially if you have kids, hey, you never know. So again, my man, Steven, I love you, bro.
I love you too.
You know what it is? It's all false lies and propaganda.
Hey,
And the
next time I see you, I'm gonna tackle your ass.
That would be my honor.
I love you, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Falcons pick his in, Jimmy.
Right.
I think y'all gonna get an edge.
All right, who you got?
Better not be an offensive lineman.
It's like four top edges still there.
Hey, that's right.
Here they go.
They need to draft Eugene. You guys need to get some a hungry player on that.
Zach, tell me about it.
I don't know what for. It's gonna be a motivational speaker because it ain't what it look like.
Eugene, I'm not gonna lie, man. I saw your Hall of Fame speech, and I'm not gonna lie. For a minute there, you got a couple of hallelujahs out of me. You ever thought about being a pastor, man?
Great pick, Jalen Walker. I like Jalen Walker.
Is that
That's good.
linebacker? Okay.
Yeah.
They just showed him sitting down with his family, looking at the phone.
Good.
The family looked kind of sad too, like, oh man, ain't nobody calling. There it is.
No, I like him.
Good.
Hey, Jimmy, wearing y'all colors.
You guys are picking you guys know how to do a draft.
That's what we had to do. Terry Fondo stepped up to the plate, hitting a home run. I love it.
And I picked one bad because we did get offensive linemen, but
and that's I don't think, Greg, I don't think it's bad either. I'm not.
No.
It's just discouraging because I just don't think he affects the offense in the way the offense needs to be affected.
Okay, wait a minute. Right now, we need to talk about Jalen Walker right now, okay? So I'm looking here. Rick says he could be a hybrid defensive end linebacker. What are you guys thinking? I don't know much about college football.
No, I mean, he's a rush passer. I mean, he's a guy that
Overstone for.
Yeah.
Yep, we use Overstone for that. So
6'1", 243, not bad size.
Yep.
You got a good one.
Yeah, good. That's what I need to hear. Good. And we picked position. That's what we needed.
Well, I mean, it comes from an SEC school, man. Them SEC schools be pumping out some linebackers.
See, they brought him in. They brought him in right there on the defense from the linebacker defense. But that was a blitz. Yeah, and we use
That looked like Michael Parsons right there wearing the number 11.
That's what Rick said.
The same way.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, he's
We
that
use
way.
Overshown the same way. So yeah, he's a good pick. But because there were running backs, there were top running backs and top receivers available. I just knew we were going to get one of them first. But I said if he didn't pick them, well, I said if they weren't available, then an offensive lineman would be the next pick I want.
But I will say this: if Jerry Jones goes through this draft and he neglects taking playmakers, like if let's just say the next round he drafts a defensive tackle, and then in the third round, then he drafts maybe he drafts a wide receiver, then fifth round we get a running back or something, right? If that happens this year in this draft, you will not be able to convince me that Jerry Jones is self-sabotaging this team to get a high quarterback pick in the following draft. You will not be able to convince me otherwise, because there is no damn reason that you would not address some of these positions that you know you got to get. You knew you needed running back last year. You didn't do it. You still need running back this year. And if anything, you got worse at running back, like maybe not in goal line situations, because I do like Williams from Denver, but Jerry's got no reason not to get a playmaker or to try to go after a skill position player in this next round. If he doesn't do it, I'm telling you, I'm convinced it's just so weird about this dude. He freed up all that cap money to do what? You sitting on your hands again, and we have all this. We got a bunch of cap money, and people are like, well, that's for Michael Parsons. No, the Michael Parsons deal frees up more money, not take up more money. It frees more money. So the Cowboys have all kinds of money in the future to spend, and I don't know if they're going to be active in the second wave of free agency, but they could have been active in the first wave of free agency, at least with one or two guys. It's discouraging as hell, man.
But consider this, Kelly. How many teams between now and 44 really need a running back?
I don't know. You never know,
there
man.
Are a lot of teams between here and 44 that need a running back. There are 3 or 4 of them that are still available.
The Giants are going to need one.
Yeah, but then that still leaves.
They pick before us. The Giants got to get one for sure. And then I guarantee you, there's at least Hampton's coming off the board in the first round. He's not going
to receiver and running back draft.
I am too. I think wide receiver needs to be now. You got to start looking at that second wave of wide receivers, because I don't think that any of the wide receivers the Cowboys had targeted or that everybody talked about pre-draft, I don't think any of those dudes are available at 44. I think Burden's gone at that pick. I think that, Golden for sure is going to be gone at that pick.
Well, that's when you get to the Isaiah Bonds and Travion.
You're going that next wave of wide receivers.
Do you think Jerry would try to move up in the first round to get a receiver and a running back late in the
No, I don't, because I think if he valued wide receiver that much, he would have took one at 12.
Yeah. I agree.
So why would he trade back up? I don't see any trade back up. I think they're staying put at 44.
Hey, so what do you think the Cardinals gonna do? You think they're gonna go
Golden? They just took Golden.
Oh my God! No, they did.
Yeah.
Hey, Kelly, look at this comment.
They took Golden.
They were showing Golden. I don't know if he did this. They showed him. And he did this. He said. So I think the Cardinals.
I see that smoke coming out of my ears.
Yes. They need wide receiver.
I can't believe he fell that low.
I know.
Oh,
but the Cardinals need a wide receiver. They definitely need a wide receiver. They definitely need a wide receiver. I bet.
Well, you know what? I was gonna say, man, I was watching this thing and I thought for sure that the Cowboys were gonna they were gonna get a really good pick, man. And like right before the draft started, I took a gummy and I was thinking that shit was gonna kick in at 12, and I was gonna be like, oh yeah! And now I'm just sitting here sad and like feeling like lethargic and shit. Like
that was a Flintstone gummy.
They took Nolan, defensive tackle, Nolan.
Oh, they didn't take Golden.
No,
so Golden might be available at 44. You never know.
It's not gonna be available at 44, Greg.
Because I don't know.
We ain't gonna have nobody at 44.
The Cardinals needed a wide receiver, and they didn't get him. The Cardinals needed a wide receiver, and they didn't get him.
What I'd say is receivers drop in the draft all the time. Now, I don't think Golden's going to drop.
Seahawks need receivers. They lost Metcalf and Tyler Lockett.
Mike, real quick, just I want to know kind of a quick thing, and I know Jimmy's not a Cowboys fan, but NFC East, because I'm looking on the board here, and we got, this will be a little bit before Washington and the Eagles pick. So, what does everybody think that the division is going to fall? First place, second place, third, and fourth, and I just want to know from everybody on here, what do they see it shaking out at?
In our division?
Well, I believe.
I think we're going to be number 2.
Who?
Who you got in order? Who's first, second, third, and then who's last?
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that Philadelphia will repeat because, and with the moves that they made in the offseason, I'm talking about free agency, they're strengthening their football team. There's somebody that's in that organization that's glancing into the future, and then making the move possibly to make them continue to do what they're doing. Look at Washington, what they did in the offseason. They're making moves to make their team at least giving them a chance to get to the playoffs and win some games.
Yeah.
If you look at the Cowboys, they made some moves, but I think the moves that they made were free agent moves. They waited till everybody else was gone, and they got no one that could be necessary. I'm talking about necessary. But we all in.
Yeah.
Then we get to the draft. That says, well, I ain't got nothing to say.
Well, all right, Mike, what do you think, Mike?
I mean, we have to bank everyone's healthy. Like every team is healthy.
Let's just play. Yeah, perfect. And in an A+ scenario, where do you see it falling out?
Philadelphia is the most talented team, as much as it pains me. So they're going to win. I still don't believe Washington's defense is that good. I don't, their run defense is worse than ours. I don't know. It's a coin flip right now between Dallas and Washington. I'd like to see what we do in the draft, but it's a coin flip there. The Giants are the worst team. So I think you can go either way with Washington or Dallas until after the draft. See what Washington does. If Washington goes out and gets some playmakers and we're sitting on our ass, then they're gonna blow past us. That's just the facts.
And unfortunately, Mike is right. Philadelphia, we hate them, but their front office is making moves every year. Yeah, you got to give them credit.
But they lost some key.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, they lost some key players in their defensive secondary. Philly. So Philly's gonna be kind of suspect. They ain't gonna just take it outright. But the honeymoon's over for the Commanders, and they let Dante Fowler get away from them and come back to us. Sam Williams will be coming back. My boy be coming back in the cornerback. So we'll be healthy. We'll be healthy when the season starts. Pray tell, there's no major injuries in the training, but we'll be healthy. And when the season starts, and with these people that we're bringing on, we should definitely be seriously solid as number 2. Now, it depends on how we do against Philadelphia and those people that Philadelphia lost as to whether we can go ahead and take the division. But I see us solid in number 2.
You know what would have been a great addition? If we'd have got Kellen Moore.
You may get him back.
No way. Yeah, a great addition would have been going to get a receiver. That would have been a great addition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Steven, who you got, man? What's your order?
I mean, everything's already been said. I mean, Philly is I hate to say it, I despise them, and I'd step on them right here if they were in front of me. But to be the best, you got to beat the best. And right now, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And I mean, they're the best right now in the division, so I have to put them up there because they've earned it. Not because I want to, but they've earned it.
Yeah, Carl's running his mouth in the chat.
With Washington, I think again their defense and with them stopping the run. And hopefully with our offensive line we just built, you're going to have Tyler Smith, you're going to have Cooper Beebe, and then Tyler Booker on the other side. Hopefully we'll be able to get somebody to run the ball. And with the way Washington was unable to stop the run, I think we can defend or try to take number 2 in the division, and then Washington number 3. Because I think they're going to have a sophomore slump. Yep. And I think that was, a one-off. You don't see a lot of teams who have second pick in the draft the year before, and the next thing you know, they're in the NFC Championship game. So I just think that was a one-off. So I think it'll be Philly, Dallas, Washington, and then the Giants.
All right.
Hey, Mikey
Mikey
Schefter.
Schefter, what you got?
The Knicks won, Mikey Schefter. We're up 2-1.
Biased. I think it's going to be Philly, Washington, us, Giants.
Hey, Kelly, are you getting a 2-bedroom to send him so I can send him up to?
Hey, listen.
Go on and sign offensive line.
I'm just kidding. We're gonna be. Hey, the one thing you can say about our offensive line is maybe I saw Booker play a little bit at right tackle. I mean, could they move? Could Booker be, maybe the right tackle? And I'm a Hoffman guy, and I like BB. That could be a possibility as well. Maybe they're just not as high on Steele, and maybe that's. I don't know. I'm not against the guy. I want to be clear as can be. I think the guy's going to have a solid NFL career. He comes from Alabama. He was a dominant offensive lineman, so it's really nothing against him. I just didn't think it was a need. I think receiver was the bigger need, and you had the pick of the guy that you want. Maybe I guess they just didn't feel that good about him. I don't know.
I mean, Shoddy kind of told us during his press conference that, he wanted to get back to the trenches, him and Clayton Adams. I mean, they talked about it.
Yeah.
So he talked about, and he heavy emphasis on trying to get back to the run game. So maybe this is, again, it's not the sexy pick, but it's probably, something we need in order to get the run game going. But we got to get it back there. I mean, we got Javonte Williams, and I think we picked up, Miles Sanders. I mean, we need somebody young.
Well, and again, the thing that we have to respect here and with the Cowboys, we just got a brand new head coach, as you just said, Steven. And we have to allow him to have his vision, purpose, and a plan on how he's going to put this thing back together. So if going strong offensive line to protect the quarterback or to perhaps to get a running game going, we have to give him a chance, at least 1 or 2 years, to see how he's trying to put this thing together. And understanding is this: it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a moment. But if we can now get a running back behind this offensive line that we're trying to build, I think we'll find a lot of success. The next round, if they get another wide receiver, then I think we can then really be contentious in the division that we're in. So now you have somebody protecting the quarterback, helping the running game perhaps, and then with the excitement of CeeDee Lamb and this proposed wide receiver, then we can be competitive.
Yeah.
It's
not done yet.
Well, I think that to just kind of wrap up on that whole division thing. I mean, where I have it standing is, number one, obviously, is, fuck them, but Philadelphia. Because we already know how they're a really well ran organization. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty envious of the way they do shit, and I hate it. I really do. I despise myself when I look in the mirror because of the way that I feel about them fuckers. But they really fucking make me wish that I had an owner like that. Anyway, but then when I look at the next second place team, I still think it's Washington. I think it again. I know that they struggled in the run game last year, but they did sign. They got rid of Allen. Didn't re-sign Allen, but they did get Javon Kinlaw from the 49. He's no slouch. They did get Deebo Samuel to bolster their passing game. Like, these dudes went out and actually made impact moves, man. Yeah. You're not going to sit there and say that Washington didn't do nothing and sat on their hands, because at positions of weakness, I feel they upgraded. So we have not. You cannot convince me we upgraded it. Really, any position across the board, I don't really see is a whole lot better. I may see something pretty close, but not a whole lot better significantly to catch them. I got us third, and I got New York falling in last. But I don't see the playmakers on this team. I don't see them, man. We got a couple, but we don't got enough.
What we did do is, with that pick in offensive lineman, what we did do is finally filled the holes, shored up the offensive line that was damaged last year, that was hurt with overexperience with Tyler, that was a lot of people out. We did shore up the offensive line, and Shoddy is an offensive coordinator type head coach. Remember that. And his input has been accepted by Jerry Jones and them in this draft. So one thing that Jerry and them cannot complain about, or nobody can complain about, is we did shore up the offensive line. Now,
Yeah, but we still gotta get somebody to run behind it.
That's what I'm saying. Now we got that offensive line with the people we need. Now that next pick in 44, it absolutely needs to be a hell of a running back or a wide receiver. Period.
Well, I was, yeah, I absolutely agree. But when it's just what I look at when I look across the other way with the NFC East. When you look at the wide receivers that they got, that the fact that you do have a Terry McLaurin and you got a Deebo Samuel across from him, right? Mm-hmm. And then when you look at Philadelphia and they got an AJ Brown and a Devontae Smith, and we got a CD Lamb and a who. Yeah. CeeDee Lamb and a who, really. It is. And right now we've got no running back, and the Eagles got a Saquon Barkley. And, it's just – you just look at the playmakers, the guys – those are the guys impacting the game on both sides of the ball. Yes, it's good to have a good offensive line, but if you ain't got nobody to go behind it and run behind it, what good is that O-line? What good is it if you ain't got a wide receiver? And right now – you look at whether it's the Detroit Lions, they got a great duo and a good running back. You look at Minnesota, they got a great duo and a great running back. What does Dallas not have? They don't have a good duo wide receiver. They do not have a running back. They got to address those positions. They absolutely have to. And honestly, they can't afford to miss on either one of those positions. No. Because if they miss on one of them, and there is a possibility you can miss, then you basically downgraded that position. So, I mean...
But did you hear the rumors that were going around that Jerry and those boys are working on some special? Now, I know it sounds crazy because Jerry always says this, but they're working on some kind of blockbuster trade. And I wonder if that involves a wide receiver, experienced wide receiver that's in the league right now.
Yeah, I think Gregory. You've heard Jerry and them say a lot of things.
Yeah.
Hey, they're trying to get us to pay for us.
That's why. Exactly, Mike.
You know what Jerry Jones is trading for.
You keep saying the rumor is.
Listen, man. Hey, Eugene, I'll tell you what Jerry's trading for. Jerry is calling up Deshaun Watson, asking for some of his massage therapists, and he's saying that he got the number to Robert Kraft's massage therapist, and he gonna trade him. He said, "Look, I got Robert Kraft's massage therapist. Let me get a couple of your massage therapists. We trade numbers. We good. That's the trade. That's the trade."
Mikey's got something.
Here's my problem with the pick, right? How many years are we gonna say this? Every time we take an offensive line, we're like, hey, the next round, we just beefed up the offensive line. When was the last time we took a skill position on offense in the first round?
CD Lamb, right?
CD Lamb.
Yeah.
5 years ago?
No, they don't do it enough. They don't.
They don't. I told you, Jerry Jones has got a damn offensive line fetish, man. I hope that every single person has somebody in their life that loves them like Jerry Jones loves them, an offensive lineman.
And he
really do.
Tyler.
Because if you don't, you better find you one. You better find you one.
Hey, let me. We're a couple hours in, I think. So I just want to say one more time, we got 575 people hanging out in the cave. We definitely appreciate it. Kelly and I were talking. We're just being honest with each other. And we're like, man, there is a lot of shows out there, a lot of content creators, a lot of people doing a lot of shows. And we weren't
big time dudes in the content creator community.
Yeah.
Any Tylers out there?
We got 575 hanging out here. And so, hey, if you're new, and I saw a lot of people in chat say, I'm new to the channel, definitely appreciate it. Hit that subscribe. We are 79, Kelly and Jimmy and Greg and everyone in Eugene away from our goal. It'd be cool to hit it tonight. And if there's 573 of you in here, I know all 573 aren't subscribers. I know some of you guys.
And I'll tell you what, I will drink one glass for every new subscriber that we get.
Oh boy,
one glass.
You know who's calling it. You know.
Hey guys, I'm going to have to sign out. They're getting ready to start the music up in there where I am. But I want to tell you guys how much I enjoyed you guys. I love you guys. Hey, Steven, you and I are best of friends. But when I see you,
I love you.
Hey, it's the Cowboys tailgate. It's the Cowboys tailgate.
I'll tell you what. You need to subscribe. If we got 575, 573, I promise you, we need 575 more. We are Cowboys Cave. My name is Eugene, the Hit Machine Lockhart, and I approve this message.
Take care, Eugene.
Take it easy.
Appreciate you hanging with us.
Peace out, Gene.
Hey,
Take care.
so you know what? I'm not far behind. Mike Tag knows that on the weekdays I go to bed early and I'm at bedtime. So listen,
you rookie.
No, tomorrow
Took
night
the day off.
I'll be drinking
I took
all
the day off
night
tomorrow.
long tomorrow. But that being said, if you're on X or Facebook, please come over to YouTube because that's where you see all the funny stuff and the chat. That's where a lot of the comedy is and stuff. It was fun hanging out tonight, you guys. Mikey Schefter, Greg, Steven, Kelly, everybody in the chat. I guess Mike, let me know if we're doing Monday. If not, give me both.
No, we got to do a recap. So
That worked for me. I'll see you Monday, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right,
Take care,
Jimmy.
brother.
Later.
Wow. Ciao.
I see you, Regina. I see you out there, Regina.
Hey, so now we're just a Cowboy brethren of fans here, and we're seeing the pick is in for the Bucs. We'll see what happens with Tampa. Obviously, some disappointment, right? Not in the player, but in the selection. So, how can the Cowboys redeem themselves in your eyes? You're seeing the receivers fall. Now, I said receivers always seem to fall, and a lot of these guys are falling. Now, will they fall to us at 44? I'm not sure. But what do you need to see? And we'll go around the room. I mean, and in the chat, if you guys are angry or happy, let us know. But Kelly, I mean, I know you're the most negative one probably on here, so you're around somehow.
Sorry,
so,
man. Hey, listen, I want to be happy, man. I'm over here just slugging this shit down like it's a Capri Sun over here, but no.
What would make you like? Is there a receiver that you think they could get in the second round that would say, okay, I could work with that? Mikey, pull up the PFF receivers and
there's a few receivers out there. So a lot of people like Savion from TCU. I actually like Jack Besh as a wide receiver that's out there.
Jack Besh.
Trying to pull it up myself to see who is all out there, but I know Jack Besh is one of them that I had at one point had as a second round grade on him. I say grade. I was really just doing that PFF mock draft, and that's where I graded him out at. But no, yes, there's some wide receivers. I just don't know if any of them are going to do what I would have liked those top, any of those top five. It was McMillan, it was Golden,
Burden.
It was Luther, Burden, and Ibuka. So those top four. I don't know if there's a receiver outside of that I'm feeling really confident about at this point. But it depends, man. I've seen the Luther Burden thing, man. He's been picked and projected like anywhere from in the top down into the second. I don't think he'd go to 44, but you never know, man. You never know.
I'm looking and I'll get Mikey's reaction too.
Mbuka. Oh, there goes one.
All right, and Mbuka goes to Buccaneers.
And so Burden's the next off the board, and there's no way he gets to 44.
I
think Burden's the next wide receiver off the board.
Well, I think Golden would be the next, and then Burden.
All right.
Well, yeah, maybe. There are some people that have had those two flip flops.
No one took Golden.
No one took
Golden was gone.
No, he's not gone yet.
Okay.
No.
I just don't like. I'm fine with taking offensive line, but do we have to do it every first round?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it gets kind of old.
Back-to-back years.
Yeah.
All I remember is just drafting offensive line.
And not even back-to-back years. 3 out of the last 4.
Yep.
3 out of the last 4. You had Tyler Smith, and then you went and yeah. So I mean, Tyler Guyton and yeah. So what was it? Because there was Tyler Smith. Well, yeah, it was 3 out of the last 4, right?
Tyler Smith and then Guyton, and then we took.
We have 3 first-rounders on our offensive line again.
We did that back-to-back 3 straight years.
3 straight years. It's the same as when we did Zach Martin and Tyron and Frederick.
Look, I mean,
they're good.
Isn't it sad? Isn't it sad though that we wasted that we wasted 3 of the greatest offensive linemen in the history of the Dallas Cowboys, that we wasted all 3 of their careers? Because this year, the last year for Tyron Smith, last year for Zach Martin, it's the last of the Great Wall. And all they saw through all of that was, a couple of playoff wins, man. Handful of playoff wins. Like, that sucks for them, man. That sucks for those dudes.
Their best years was
So let me just check, because give me the on PFF. Give me the next, let's say, 6 receivers. Read them off to me.
I'll do the best available on ESPN.
Yeah, or whatever.
It's Golden, Jaden Higgins from Iowa State, Trey Harris, Luther Burden, Jalen Noel from Iowa State.
I like him.
Jack Beck,
Royals.
Jalen Royals from Utah State, Kyle Williams from Washington State, Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech, Ty Felton from Maryland.
I mean, is there any Steven, any of those guys make you happy if they took him in at 44?
So there's a few. So I really like Jack Beck. I also like Jalen Royals. I was watching them. And then Ole Miss, Trey Harris. He's another one that I've kind of started watching. Who's a name that could go. But especially with, was it TCU? You have Savion Williams. And I know there's another one that's further down that not too many people he was high on people's boards, but he fell pretty quickly. You still have Tez Johnson out of Oregon, and then you have Restrepo
he didn't have the off-field issues. I don't want Eugene to come back in, right?
Isaiah Bond. I mean, you have Tez Johnson.
I thought he was going to kill you. I was worried about you. I didn't know what the hell was going to happen.
Nick Nash.
Alec Ayamora, he failed.
I just tipped my glass up.
I just shut up and took it.
Go old school on you and mess you up.
But listen, I think
you know what? With the way Mikey, that you had all those wide receivers, at least with the way ESPN has them, because that's kind of not really where I've kind of seen them by other places. Right. But there's a million different people that rate him. But I would say with where Luther Burden was rated, I mean, shit. If there's legitimately like 5-6 receivers in front of him that other NFL teams really have against him, because I think with him it's kind of a whole diva thing that maybe has dropped him out, because for a while he was a first round guy guaranteed now. So anyway, if he falls into the second round, if we were to get him at 44, now that would completely, I'd flip a 180 on that.
Yeah, I would do 182. I would too.
Because I like him. I really do. And I like him more than probably half those wide receivers that you named that were ranked ahead of him, just because I think he's a big play wide receiver. I mean, he's a speed guy. He's a guy that would fit into that whole Schottenheimer, theory of the speed, having speed on the team. So that would definitely turn me around really quick if we were to grab him. But I say that thinking that there's not really any chance that happens.
I think we're gonna get a running back that next one, because there's a bunch of them that are still rated pretty high that are still out there, and I think between a wide receiver and a running back, our playmaker is going to come from this running back core, because you still got, I don't know, Judkins, is Judkins off the board?
No,
he's not off the board yet. And
Judkins,
no, Genty's the only running back that's been drafted.
Yeah, okay, so you still got Hampton, Johnson, Henderson, Sampson, Judkins, and I don't know why they got Scatterbo above Neal. But there's still quite a few.
I'm curious, Mikey, if you can pull up a list right quick and let us know, because I'm just curious. Since the Cowboys do have all that money, they do still have quite a bit of money. There's obviously a second wave of free agents. I wonder if you can find out who is the best available free agent, like just a list of because I know they still have of free agent wide receivers and running backs.
I know
Lockett's still out there, and they have talked about.
He just signed.
Did he sign?
$4 million they signed him for.
With who?
See, and I liked him. I know a lot of people that hated him and shit, but I liked him.
Is Amari Cooper still out there, right?
Cooper's out there.
I think Amari Cooper is still out there. Hey, listen, I mean, I think that bridge is burned, but I'll tell you right now, that's a wide receiver signing that would pump me up.
Yeah. But who did Lockett sign?
I'd like Amari Cooper.
He signed with the Titans.
Thank you.
Hey, we got 595 here in the chat now, Mike.
You see if you can do a promo. You do it. They don't listen to me.
We're almost to 600. I'm watching it, man, and I had to switch over to the phone thing, and my eyesight's not what it used to be, so I had to double check, get real close to the screen. But hey, we got 594. So if you're new to the chat, if you're new to the Cowboys Cave, this is kind of a little bit of a panel that we got going on right now, a little special for you guys. So thanks for tuning in, because I know there's a lot of different places you could be tonight, and you ended up here. So if you're not a subscriber, go ahead and hit that subscribe and that like, because it supports a lot of good things that we do for this channel, including the annual Cowboys Cave tailgate that I can never go a show without plugging, because it's one of the hottest places to be. Last year, we got the tailgate of the day. Tailgate of the day. And let me tell you, every single person here has shown their faces at the Cowboys Cave tailgate. And wait a second. Hold on. Mikey Schefter over here.
He hasn't yet. He's going to be 21. He's going to be 21.
Mikey Schefter to the Cowboys Cave tailgate. Let me just tell you right now, if you've not, last year at the Cowboys Cave tailgate, man, Rowdy showed up. We had a like a 5-gallon jug of homemade moonshine. All the good food by Cuts by Jones that you can think of. So I'm just telling you guys right now, if you've not been, you got to go, because this is the spot to be when we hit that thing.
Yep.
Yeah. And May 14th, like Steven said, the schedule comes out. We'll be doing a live schedule release, and we will be announcing.
See, for me, that's like Christmas.
Yeah, we'll be announcing.
For me, that's like Christmas.
But I tell you, I'm telling you guys, I don't know if y'all heard it, but there's a big splash trade that Jerry's. Y'all think I'm crazy? I'm telling you, it's a big splash trade that Jerry's working on right now.
Greg,
I'm telling you,
Greg, the big splash is the sound of Jerry Jones dropping a deuce on all of us Cowboys fans right now. I don't believe it.
Wait a minute, Barron just went to Denver, cornerback.
Yeah.
Oh, does that mean we get Cortland Sutton?
that means we're going to get. That means at 44, we're going to get Travion Henderson or Quinshon Judkins as a running back.
I like it.
They're going to fall. They're going to fall
with that round. Offensive front.
And I think 44, we get one of those running backs. Travion Henderson or Quinshon Judkins. I think that's who's going to be our playmakers as a running back.
Man.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
Good pick for them.
Pratserton and him on each side.
Well, like Cleveland could have had bookends. Cleveland could have had bookends, but Cleveland went and smoked some of that dog dust or something. I don't know what they doing.
Those are two shutdown cornerbacks.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, they got a good set, and they're going against Mahomes, so I mean, they're in that division, so makes sense.
And Mahomes is tricky.
I'm just overly jealous of everybody's draft picks right now.
Hey, there's
I do it. Happens every year.
I'm just watching these teams draft after the Cowboys and be like, God, we could have had that dude. I'm like, oh, we could have had that dude. We could have had that dude. We could have had that dude. And I'm sorry, man, because I'm sure that in 5 years from now, this motherfucker will be a Pro Bowler and All Pro and never allowed a sack in the history of his career and all this other shit. But I'm just saying. But here's the thing. It does make me a little bit hesitant. I know this dude's a baller, and he's probably going to be really good on our offensive line, but I mean, the Cowboys got really arrogant when it came to offensive linemen, because last year they drafted Tyler Guyton. Everybody said he was a raw prospect. They thought it was a bit of a reach, and it turned out to be absolutely true. Now, I didn't hear what the breakdown of Tyler was here. I didn't hear the guys on here exploring our thing, so maybe they said surprise.
He's highly thought of.
I know he's a top rated guy and stuff, but I just don't know the breakdown, because again, I don't research tape on guys like that. I'm not watching offensive linemen in the offseason. Right. I'm not studying tape. I don't know if this dude's a good. If he played in the Big 12,
let you break down the PFF and see.
But see, somebody else mentioned the splash.
Break it down for us, Mr. Schefter.
King Brent Williams. That's my boy out of Virginia. He said, "What happened to Jerry's big splash trade moves?" I'm telling you, man, they're out there. I see you, Brent.
Greg, as he's looking it up, let me explain the trade moves that's coming. You're going to hear this rumor until May 1st, because May 1st, if we don't pay our season tickets, we forfeit them. So they're going to keep us intrigued till about May 1st, and then that trade rumor is going to go away.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait,
I
let me.
believe it's not there.
What do we got on our pick? Let's.
Well, he can't run block, so that doesn't help us. But he can pass block.
Okay. And that's
It-
PFF.
You know,
that's PFF.
it's funny because I did a mock draft. I had like the Simic, so I can see the players. It had us taking him.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the scouting thing on the first look?
Well,
What's
it
it say?
says Booker has some foot speed and balance issues
Okay.
that keep him from being a blue chip prospect, but there is still a lot to like as a powerful, well-built, competitive, and high football IQ guard prospect for a man gap heavy run scheme.
All right. Heavy run scheme.
There you go. Well, you got that. What is that? How would Schefter say that? All right. It's a really good pick for the Dallas Cowboys. I really like this kid here. It's great time, great football IQ. Great football
Well,
IQ.
the Steeler fans are about to be mad.
Uh-oh,
what
why
are
would
they
that
saying
happen?
Did they
Hey,
not take
Mikey,
score?
Mikey, what are they saying about Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, running back?
We'll pull it up.
Let's
Let's
see
see
what the Steelers did. Let's see what the Steelers did.
Wow, Shador's not going in the first round.
Wow, he's not going in the first round. Harmon, they take the D tackle.
Oh,
No, the thing is, though, Kelly, these D
Dion
tackles, guys, these D tackles are going off the board, and that was the one thing we were thinking about the Cowboys getting D tackle. There may not be, might not be much for him.
But
Might
that
not be. Yeah.
that may keep those two running backs available if
Yeah.
these other teams keep doing that. That'll keep the two running backs available for us. Dion over there cussing right now.
Oh, he's got to be pissed.
Dion cussing. He making phone calls.
Well,
So
you
there
see-
was a rumor going around
Sounds
a few minutes ago that the Giants were looking to trade back into the first round. So I don't know if they're eyeing Shador or what.
Oh, because they,
Wouldn't that be crazy?
they didn't get a receiver. That's right. I mean, not a receiver, but a quarterback. They didn't get a receiver.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
That'll be a smart move for him.
Oh no, it's Russell Wilson.
Unless they're looking at Hampton.
He did have those Giants cleats in his
What?
locker for his bowl game.
Mikey, what'd you find out?
What do we
So I
got?
got some. This is Trayvon Henderson. Henderson, when playing confidently, shines with his agility and long speed. He lacks some size for tackle breaking and pass blocking, but he remains a high effort player in those areas. He seems like a good speed component of an NFL committee, including for receiving work out of the backfield.
Yeah.
He
So
just
compare him to Quinshon Judkins.
Well, Judkins is definitely bigger. And
He's bigger. He's
stronger,
more physical.
but he's a Judkins is a strong north to south runner who guarantees impressive speed to power for consistent yards after the catch. However, his game lacks the creativity needed to consistently win in the NFL, independent of his offensive line. Behind a good line, he could rack up yards, but behind a subpar one, he could struggle.
That's Dowdle. He sounds like a Dowdle. North and south run. He can bust them holes, but he doesn't have that creativity. We need somebody that's got the juke.
But I mean, he's got more juice than him, though. I mean,
No,
Dowd-
he's got the juke. The juke.
yeah, he's
Like-
physical.
yeah.
He's going to be, he's going to be
Oh,
smashed.
wait. I see why they had us taking him, because it's an actual draft.
Oh,
That's why.
oh, well, there you
we
go.
So
I
I
was
don't know those other running backs that's on
Do
there.
a mock, just a quick mock draft of the first round.
Yeah.
Can you still do that or no?
No, it
they
just
took it
has-
down.
yeah.
All right, never
They
mind.
just have you taking the regular.
I was just curious to see where we're buried. I don't remember a mock. Kelly, do you have any snapshots of your mock draft?
Of who?
I'm wondering where
No.
you went in some of your mock.
I
Steven,
took-
do you-
What were you wanting to know?
I was just curious where our guy went in the mock drafts that we did.
Carl Smith. Who is Carl Smith?
Yeah, well, I know that the last several drafts I've done, I had McMillan. I know where McMillan went to Carolina.
The guy we drafted, where did the mock draft have him?
Oh shit, yeah.
I just out of curiosity. I'm just curious.
I wonder what people in the chat room think is the top running back that we should pick up. In the
all right, you guys in the chat, who's the running back? We're over 600 now. So who's the running back that you guys would like to see the Cowboys take
at 44?
Or just first, I'd say second or third. I'm still going
Yeah.
third round with a running back. I think Martinez in the third round, I would be happy with. But
Martinez
In my
running back.
I didn't have him going in the.
I mean,
first
at this point, Mike, I I just want something positive to happen to somebody on this panel. So I'd say let's go Martinez. Let's go. Well, let's draft him.
Oh, Martinez ranked.
I'll take Damian Martinez.
Oh, from the U.
Miami.
Yes.
Yeah.
From the U, man. From the U.
He's never averaged less than 6.1 yards a carry and 3.
Come on, Damien. Come on.
Hey, listen, Mike. I tagged you in that post that I saw from that NFL guy. There was that guy, and he said that he compared him to Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
And I said, if Damian Martinez is anything even close to a Marshawn Lynch, go on, give me him. Go on, give me that.
Lynch might be a little bit, he probably, he
well, no, but just think about this though. So think about this. This is for my old school listeners here that are on here, and Mike, you'll know, and Greg, you'll know. Pretty much everybody here is going to know. Do you remember when Marion Barber used to get carries and how he would energize the offense?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know y'all back then. I didn't know any of y'all back then. But I'm just going to tell you, me independently, when I used to watch there was plays that Marion Barber made that you got up off the couch like, let's fucking go. And you know that the players felt it because you could just see it. You could see it turning. Like that team would be having a bad first half. Marion Barber bust off like some 20-yard run where he like just busted through like, 4, 5, 6 dudes, maybe even like an 8, 9-yard run.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to be nothing crazy, but it was that physicality that he ran with, just juiced the entire team. Did y'all used to see that with Barber?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that shit is infectious. I would love to have a running back like that. I would love to have a dude this big, physical, and just knocking dudes around and getting people up off the bench because I feel like that right there, those are the kind of players we need, man. We talk about dogs and dudes that are physical. Give me that all day. We got a running back like that in the draft. Give me that all day.
And corners did not want to, because Barber, he would run through corners. Corner.
You know that one play I remember, and it was probably I think he only gained like 2-3 yards. It was against New England. It was against the New England Patriots.
Yep.
Yeah.
They hit him initial contact about the 5, knocked his ass all the way back into the end zone. He runs from one side of the end zone to the other side of the end zone, comes out the end zone, busts attack. And I mean, it was only like a 2-3 yard game, but every single buddy was like, you saw the change in the team. Yep. He just juiced them up.
And he had speed too, because he punished you like Earl Campbell, but he had speed.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too, is that he wasn't even really anybody that I would say was even really never really a RB1, but he was one of them. He was one of them guys that you needed on your team.
He was a finisher. He was a finisher.
He was a finisher. Yeah. And if we could get a guy like that, I'd love it.
We got the King Brent's in the house.
King Brent, that's my boy. That's my Air Force buddy there.
Oh, there you go. Well, we got the King in the house. He's looking at Dylan Sampson. Dylan Sampson, Tennessee. Another good
Dylan Sampson.
There are a lot of good running backs. That's what I'm saying. Seaver has got to be
Harvey out of UCF.
Yes, right here. Hampton, Henderson, Johnson, Harvey, Martinez. I mean, there's a lot of running backs that.
Boy, Taj Brooks is still out there, man. I know everybody says it looks at him as a later round running back. I'll still sign me up for Taj Brooks.
But Taj Brooks, he's not even ranked in the top 20 or 25.
No,
I know they're sleeping on my boy, Greg. They're sleeping on my boy. I'm telling you, I promise you, they are.
They might.
The Cowboys really like Bashal Tootin out of Virginia Tech too.
He's a guy that I would love to see if Dallas. I mean, the speed that he has. He tore.
What did you say his name was?
Bashal Tootin.
Who?
Tootin from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, no, that's what I do after Taco Bell, but yeah.
Where's Tootin?
What did he run, Steve?
He's ranked 14. He's ranked 14.
Tootin sounds like Tyler, right? He might take him.
Runs a 4.32.
4.32. I mean, that's fast for a running back.
That is pretty fast for a running back.
And we need somebody with that creativity. Somebody like Emmett, how they used to, because that's what we need back there. Him or Elliott. Somebody like him or Elliott. Not a Herschel Walker North and South runner. We don't need that.
I'll be honest with you. Like right now, I mean, with pick 44, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't see us getting a guy that's going to be that big of a difference maker. I really don't.
I think so.
I don't, man. Maybe a running back. Running back, I still kind of believe in. I think running back, the skill level is there. I don't know that it's there at wide receiver to come in and
There's
do
a
what
drop
we need.
off with receiver. I tell you that.
I think so. So I think like for wide receiver, I think the Cowboys would be best to address it in free agency, honestly, is to do that because I still think the talent out there in free agency, that second wave of wide receivers that we talked about, I think you can get more value there than you can in the draft at pick number 2.
Yeah. No,
So in the second round, honestly, I'd probably go running back.
That's the trade deal I told you about. Wide receiver in free agency. Jerry's got a secret code going on.
Oh man, Greg's dying on the hill with that one, man. He ain't gonna give it up.
I'm telling you, man. We're gonna hear about it in a couple of days.
Greg, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. I love the positivity. I love it, man. But I know Jerry Jones is like one of them used car salesmen. He's like, I see that there is a 2011 Cadillac. It's worth just as much as a 2025. And it looks at what you say, that's an oil leak on the ground. That's just engine sweat from all that horsepower, son. And you're like, yeah, let's go, baby. Like, you letting Jerry Jones fool you and bamboozle you again. Don't let it happen.
So you saying when he pull the curtain back, it's gonna be a Pinto?
Yeah, damn right. You thought he was selling you a Cadillac, and he's selling you a Hyundai Sonata, and it don't even got leather in it.
We got the Chargers.
All these other teams.
Chargers got Hampton. Chargers got Hampton.
Just when I say it, they're not taking running backs.
That's a good pick by them, though.
Yeah,
I don't know. They just signed.
Didn't they get Najee Harris?
I mean, dude. But look, man. Think about it. Think about what they did with Montgomery and Jamari Gibbs up in Detroit. Think that kind of running back duo to take some pressure off Justin Herbert.
Yeah,
I think that's a good pick. I really do.
Yeah.
No, it's a great pick.
I think it's a good pick.
That's
really good.
So that's one more running back off the board. Hampton, who was up high. So we still got a few out there because most of the teams aren't picking running backs. And the second round, I think a few people get running backs, but we might.
Here's the thing, though. I remember that, and we'll see. What's going to be interesting here is who has the better rookie season this year, because a lot of people were vaulting Amario Hampton up the board and putting him and valuing him at spots like 12 to the Cowboys. I even saw a couple mock drafts where he went inside the top 10, right? So him and Genty are like top two running backs. It's going to be interesting to see who has the better rookie season. I think right off the bat, Jenny's probably got the better chance to do it because you've got him pairing with Najee Harris. But it'll be interesting to kind of see how their careers play out, because there's been a lot of people that have said Amario Hampton is a lot closer to Genty than people believe, and the Dallas Cowboys could have traded back and snagged him around 20. I kept telling people all year long, or through the whole off this draft deal, I've been saying, well, I don't think they should draft Amario Hampton at 12. I said if they were going to do it, they could trade back to 18 to 20 and get him, and he went at 22. So that's kind of where I had him going. But it'll be interesting for all those people that were pumping him up and saying he's the next, he's better than Genty or right there, to watch those two guys' career kind of parallel to each other.
Yeah, and I don't see Dallas trying to move up in the first round to get one of these top running backs in here, because they got.
No, they're not moving up. I don't think the Cowboys trade up at all.
So it's going to be a crap shoot. It's going to
in the second round.
Yeah, it's going to be a crap shoot.
So Mikey? Who are some of the free agent running backs that are out there? Because we talked about free agent wide receivers. Some of the free agent running backs.
J.K. Dobbins.
Okay.
I saw.
Well, he's looking it up just so you guys know. I mean, Cleveland. Watch Cleveland. They got the first pick in the second round and the fourth pick.
Yeah, but who they got? Man, if I was a Cleveland fan, I would be pissed.
I
would
would
be
be.
pissed.
Greg, you know what, Greg? I'll tell you, I'm not, Mike. I'm sure you're probably right there on me. The reason why I'm not is because of the Cleveland plan. I don't think that they have a chance of competing this year. So what they did, though, they drafted them a cornerstone on their defense. I think that they can still pair that up, not only with some of the picks that they got for this year, but then they got a first round to add next year. You're talking about next year, they could possibly, if they don't have a bad season, and I still think they'll have to be bad, but let's say they overachieve and they get 5 or 6 wins and they're not picking up at the top. And let's say it is Arch Manning, this is number 1 quarterback. They got a package to trade up to that number 1 pick with 2 first-round picks next year that will probably both be top 10 draft picks because they traded with Jacksonville. Jacksonville ain't going to be that good this year. So they're looking at a premium draft pick for next year. So then you're talking about being able to build your team, get a cornerstone defensive player, and then possibly draft your franchise quarterback. That's planning for the future, in my opinion, with Cleveland.
But
they
had a franchise defensive edge right there.
They don't got a quarterback, though. They don't have a quarterback.
They just signed Garrett. Graham is the best defensive tackle. They get him. They're getting the 1st and 4th pick. The way this draft's going, if they wanted to, they could get a top flight receiver that's probably going to fall. One of those guys at Burden.
Yeah.
And they got a pick of the running backs that they're going to be. They could get a running back, receiver, defensive tackle in this draft and get a first-round pick next year that they could trade up and get a quarterback.
Get a quarterback.
They could also.
So you don't think they would get Jackson Dart? You don't think he would be good for Cleveland?
No, I don't. I don't. I think that Cleveland's looking at next year. They're looking at the future because this was not regarded as a overly strong class for quarterbacks anyway.
No,
this was looked at as one of the weaker classes in quarterbacks. And I understand people have talked about Jackson Dart possibly going up into the first round. Man, early on in the draft process, though, that dude was like a 3rd, 4th round projection. So if you're talking about him getting drafted in the first round, you know that quarterback class is weak as hell. So, yeah, Cleveland's looking at next year having 2 first-round picks. And like Mike said, to be able to you're putting yourself in a great position to give a team everything that they want to trade up to that number 1 pick and get you a quarterback. So, I mean, I think that's the way that they're looking at it.
The Eagles are on the phone with the Packers right now, just so you know.
Yeah, to get 2 first-round picks.
The Eagles
would be great next year. But who's going to quarterback for them this year?
They don't care about that. They worry about that.
They don't care. They'll probably let Deshaun Watson quarterback.
I'd be trading up again.
Eagles could be trading up.
I was saying with the way this draft's going, they could get Shador with the 1st pick and then get a receiver.
They could get Shador Sanders
in
the first
Shador
pick
and then Burden. Bam.
Yeah.
Who traded up?
Nobody. The Eagles were.
It's not official yet.
Green Bay looks like because
they're fielding calls from Philly right now.
Now, who would Philly take though? Because honestly, I really don't. I don't think they would take a quarterback. Who's one of the guys left on the board that you think they'd take? They're not going running back. They're not going wide receiver. They're not going wide receiver.
All right, who would they take?
I said Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia.
Yeah, they need
They love Georgia.
They could go safety. They could go safety.
And that would be
he was mock drafted to the Eagles quite a bit.
Yeah, they could go safety.
They had 2 DBs that left.
Yeah,
So
they got the 2 rookies that are coming back. Safety would be a spot for them.
Yep.
Man, so you talk about a team, for how much as we've talked about, and I'm not trying to sit over here and take too much time talking about these bum ass motherfuckers, but think about how we've regarded the Dallas Cowboys drafts, and look at how well that Philadelphia's drafted the last couple of years, man.
They just won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I know, and I'm just saying, look at some of those key cornerstone players that contributed to that Super Bowl. All them dudes are like on rookie contracts. Like they drafted some dogs, man.
But the biggest thing they did was to enhance their team. They went to the first Super Bowl year. They went out in free agency during the season.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. They operate better right now on both sides. They operate better in the draft and they're operating better in free agency.
Yes.
Because it's like Jerry Jones puts all his hopes and dreams into the draft and said, I don't need free agency. In free agency, I can go to the $5 bin at Walmart and I'll pick out a couple of, fried green tomatoes. That's an old classic. Look, I found me Forrest Gump in the $5 DVD. Like, Come on, man. You ain't finding nothing new and nothing good up in that $5 DVD selection. This is nothing we haven't seen a million times.
That's exactly what he does.
Green Bay is about to get their wide receiver.
They're gonna get Golden.
Oh,
now that would be a good pick. For Green Bay, that would be a really good pick. Green Bay need some playmakers on their offensive and they can go for wide receiver for sure.
And they're probably
get Jordan Love some speed on the outside.
They're probably surprised that Golden is still available too. They probably
After he said he didn't like it in Green Bay, it was boring.
Who, Golden?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That'd be the perfect pick for Green Bay. They're gonna be like, we're gonna show you boring, you bitch.
Or if they go with Burden, they might go with Burden.
They'll use Golden for the cheese.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna be. What do you guys think about the draft so far as the setup or whatever in Green Bay? It looks pretty good. Don't look bad.
I like the fact they move it around from city to city.
I think, Mike. I think the Cowboys Cave needs to go to a draft the next year.
I would have for not taking an offensive line.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone to the Packer one, but maybe where's it at? Where's it at next year? Where's next year?
Maybe if they got a list of where they're going to have it for the next 5 years, that'll be great to see.
They do.
So if maybe it's going to be in Arlington.
They do have where the draft's going to be at. Let me take a look.
Pick is in while Kelly's looking it up. We're going to see who the Packers get.
It's
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a good spot.
It's going to be in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh wouldn't be a bad spot to go to. That's got a lot of football history there, man. A lot of football history.
I would be down for that. We have to look at that. We might make it happen.
I've been there, so
that would be cool, Mike. Listen, if we do that, man, I know that when I went to the draft in Kansas City, I went in there and there were some guys and they were like live streaming it. Some stream. That would be kick ass to do a live stream from the draft in Pittsburgh. Cowboys Cave, exclusive live stream at the draft. That would be some good stuff.
But see, Pittsburgh would have to have it in the stadium, maybe, because the surrounding area around Pittsburgh, it's not wide open. It's not really wide open for a crowd like that. So,
yeah,
they got
not to Golden. Golden went to. We figured that one. Golden's in Green Bay.
There it is.
That's a good pick. That's a really good pick.
Golden's gone.
Guess who we play next? We play in Dallas. That'll be an opportunity for him.
So
to
now
stick
we
it.
got Bird.
That's a good pick, man.
Is it Buka gone?
Nah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He did go. He did go.
Tampa.
He went to the Buccaneers.
So it's Burden, Higgins, Harris, Noel, and Royals, and Beck.
Yeah.
Man, I think we're gonna go running back.
I forgot Jalen Milroe went to the draft.
Yeah, he's at the draft. I don't know why, but
look at that crowd, man.
Man, you know what's funny? Hey, I'm just gonna say, like, not to call anybody else out or anything like that. But I saw that AOC, Attack on Cowboys, the guy that we had on here earlier. He, we had him as a guest. Yeah. That he for the past 2 weeks, he kept just lambasting everybody that was saying that we were going to draft an offensive. He said, "You guys really think we're drafting offensive linemen? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You offensive linemen people are driving me nuts." And he just on and on and on. I bet you right now he's probably trying to break his TV, man.
So do you think maybe he's saying offensive line was a great pick now?
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I feel like with knowing him, I feel like he will spin it as being positive because look, he's a positive guy. He's a guy that loves to maintain the positivity and spin things as being positive because he talked about how he wants to. I understand why he does a lot of what he does and how he spins it and stuff, but I don't think he can spin that because he was talking big noise on offensive line pick.
I saw him get in it with your boy Ernie. The only thing I would say about Ernie is Ernie's.
He's kind of got the fan base kind of split. Honestly, he really does. So it's funny because I know Tuck messes with him. Tuck likes him. I know. I think Law Nation. I think his followed him. They follow each other. They like each other or whatever. I don't think they've really done anything together, but they don't dislike him. I hate that. I hate that little short bitch. I'm not going to try to get into anything too crazy. I just don't like him. I think he's a clown. And I think that a lot of the things that he says are just strictly for engagement. And I feel like they embarrass the fan bases sometimes, because there's nothing wrong with being a positive Cowboys fan. You could be a positive Cowboys fan and be all for the team and all that stuff like that. But I mean, just setting them unrealistic expectations. Say we're going to win the Super Bowl when you know damn well this team ain't good enough to win the Super Bowl. That just makes you look goofy. Feeding into the stereotype.
The funny thing that he's good at, and I'll give my man credit for that, is I don't know how people can find Twitter stuff like old tweets, but AOC like called him a clown, called him this and that, and he found a tweet where AOC said, "Man, Ernie, he knows his shit, man. He's all like, oh, he was all positive, like kissing his ass, like, you know."
Yeah, nah, he does. Yeah,
I find it entertaining. I find it.
So it was what was funny is how me and him ended up having it out. Was he tweeted something one time, and I came at him and I told him, I said, "You're like the Skip Bayless of Cowboys Twitter." And then he said he fired something back, and then I fired something back, and I'm telling him, I'm like, look, man, I'm just telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not knocking your hustle. I mean, Skip Bayless made a career out of it for a long time until he started sexually assaulting people, obviously, before he got. But
we don't talk about that.
Allegedly. But I'm just saying.
We already got Steven getting beat up. I don't want
allegedly. But no, I'm just saying, like, it's a little comedic, you know, that happened or whatever. So then, you know, we, you know, get into one of them yelling matches on Twitter where nobody wins. There's no winners and losers and arguing in Twitter. But I just don't like him. I think he's a little snake.
He wasn't. You're probably one of my favorite. We should do a whole show on Kelly's Twitter fights. The red something. Red.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah, I remember him. That one was.
You're supposed to. You guys were supposed to meet at the tailgate party. He was supposed to come down.
Yeah. So that was the first. You know, it's the first and only time that I've ever actually challenged anybody to meet me at a public event, and we could fight for everybody to see. I was like, man, listen. I was like, well, he kept saying all that stuff about he'd smack me if he ever see me in public, and he's like, I'll smack you, and I just told him, I said, listen. I dropped the date, September 17th. I'm going to be at AT&T Stadium, Cowboys tailgate, lot 10, right across from Collins Street. You will not miss me. My face is recognized. I like to just come find me. I'm not trying to be a tough guy and challenge him. I'm just like, but if you really want to do that, here's where I'll be. And here's the date that I'll be there. Let's make it happen. And I never heard from him again. And he blocked me and reported my account and all that stuff. So
yeah, whatever. When they call you out, like, and then they report you, they start.
Yeah, I got me reported and got my whole ass account suspended, man. I'm just like, come on, man. I'm here to love Cowboys Nation, man. I don't want to fight with y'all. I don't want to fight. And it was all because I said somebody was fat. And he got mad that I called somebody fat thinking something. That's what started it between me and him. Yeah. And then he called my sister fat and found a picture of my sister. I was like, what are we doing? I'll tell you what, it's like the days of our lives out here on Twitter streets, Greg.
The Vikings just got Donovan Jackson, the guard.
Another offensive lineman.
If everybody keep going that route, we'll get one of the top 12 running backs, but the further we go down into that 12, I don't know if we're gonna get a playmaker, unless he turns out.
I think so.
Who do you guys think has done the
traded up?
Giants just traded up.
Giants did
to the Giants,
and I bet they get Quinshon Judkins.
Oh, you know what?
They're gonna take.
Did they trade up to take Houston's spot?
Yep, they're gonna take Shador.
Yeah.
Okay, I think they're taking Sanders here, and the reason why is because I think the Rams would be maybe next in line to take a quarterback, just because Matthew Stafford, he's getting up there in age. He's getting, probably pretty close to that. This may be his farewell season.
They think the Rams would go get Jackson Dart as a backup.
Maybe, but the Giants probably aren't willing to take that chance if they really think Shador Sanders is their next franchise quarterback.
They're showing the family.
Who's family? Because I can't see
Dion. They're showing the family.
Yeah, it's going to be Sanders to the Giants.
That dude standing next to Dion with that big old hat, he's a Philly fan.
Gilly?
Yeah.
Oh, Gilly,
That's his
that's the guy
cousin.
that
They're related.
That's the guy that we got into it with at the Des Bryant
There's
tailgate.
Jackson Dart. Oh, they might be getting Jackson Dart instead.
I don't think so. Oh man, if they for some reason drafted the dude from dude from Louisville, if they drafted Tyler Show,
Jackson Dart just got patted on the back. They're hugging him. I bet the Giants went and got Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart to the Giants.
Yep, they're hugging him. His whole family hugging him.
Yeah,
man, that would be. Well, it'll be crazy if it'll be really. I think to me, it'll be a little bit crazy if Shedeur Sanders. It's crazy because he was literally for quite a while. It felt like he was a top 5 lock.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
I mean, and the thing is, there's been a lot of these GMs and scout talents that have been out there just slamming him, man, and saying that I don't know if you guys have seen the same things I've been hearing. But
about it before you jumped on the attitude, the
that's being brash, being arrogant, Look, Dion can say what he wants about that. Dion can be as brash as he wants to be because Dion's got the skins on the wall, and Shedeur really don't. And you look at Colorado and what he did at Colorado. It's not like he did anything really overly special at Colorado. Not taking anything away from him. I'm not a hater of him at all, but you just look at Sanders and you think you don't really have a reason to be that brash. You haven't really earned that yet. You haven't put that in. I don't know. I think that's what turned a lot of these teams off, man. So watching him fall and possibly not get picked in the first round is I think to me is the biggest shock in the draft so far.
I think these owners are doing this because of Dion more so than Sanders' ability. I think because how Dion is selling Sanders and this and that. I really think they want to send a signal to Dion versus the fact
I mean,
not so much
yes and no, but I mean, because Travis Hunter went number 2. Talent will definitely make you ignore anything about Deion Sanders. Travis Hunter went number 2 overall, and he's a Sanders guy.
Yeah,
so I don't think it's. I think if Shedeur Sanders looked like Andrew Luck a while back, where he was looked at as a can't miss prospect or something like that, I don't think anybody would care about if it was Deion Sanders. I think that it's a lot of it's play on the field. When I watch Shedeur Sanders, man, me personally, I've seen a lot of him in the Big 12. I didn't see a first round draft pick.
Yeah, I didn't watch.
I didn't, and that's no hate on him. And it's funny because as soon as you say anything about Deion Sanders' son, anything you say about Shedeur, you're a hater. You don't respect his game. Like, it's not that. It has nothing to do with him being Sanders. I'm a Deion Sanders fan.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with that. I don't see a franchise quarterback when I look at Shedeur Sanders, and maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't see a franchise quarterback in Caleb Williams last year.
Yeah, but I saw a lot of analysts. A lot of the analysts, I noticed one thing, they were kind of coddling Sanders when their comments, because it was almost as though they didn't want to piss off Deion in their comments, because they would say during the whole last 4 months they would talk about Shedeur and say how good he is and this and that, and then they'll talk about his limiting factors, but they would say it in a way as though they didn't want to piss off Deion, because how Deion is in the industry too. So they didn't come down as hard on Shedeur like they would most other quarterbacks, all these sports analysts in the media over the last 4 months, because you can see it was almost like, well, they don't want to cross that line. Now, he may end up going somewhere where he turns out to be, that franchise quarterback. Right now, there's no opportunity for him unless Pittsburgh, I don't know when Pittsburgh's next pick is, but if Pittsburgh selects him in the next pick, who a lot of people are saying he's going to, maybe it'll turn out to be that way. But I really think Pittsburgh is sitting back waiting for Aaron Rodgers to come out the jungle, or they're working something behind the scenes with possibly Kirk Cousins.
I just want one of those, just one link out of Shedeur Sanders' chain. Just one. Just give me one link. That's all I want. I'm not asking for the whole chain, just a link out of that chain.
Well,
No, Greg, you made a good point about that though. That's a good point. It's funny though, because like with Pittsburgh, and you talk about Aaron Rodgers. I saw an article on Aaron Rodgers earlier this week. And I thought it was really funny that Aaron Rodgers was angry that the Jets flew him out to have an interview just to tell him that they weren't interested in him as a quarterback.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers complained about it, but somebody dug up one of his old tweets where Aaron Rodgers tweeted out, "Face-to-face is always better than a phone call."
That's on him. That's on him. He got exactly what he asked for.
Yeah.
Start to the Giants.
Wow.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Yep,
Way to go.
Yep. That's not a bad pick for the Giants.
Situation. I think
that's not a bad pick for the Giants. That's not a bad pick for the Giants.
It's not a bad pick, but I think for him,
I don't think that. I don't think Jackson. I'm not a Jackson Dart believer.
Well, good.
I think he would have been a good developmental pick.
Yeah, but for our division,
but before the draft started, like a month before the draft, this dude was a third rounder.
Yeah,
I mean,
for our division, that's good because if he turns out to be trash, then that's good because Dable put all his money on Daniel Jones. When the person who really got him to that playoffs and won that first game was Saquon. He put all his money on Jones.
I'll say this, Greg. The other thing too about drafting a quarterback in the city of New York, I would argue that there's no bigger spotlight and more pressure after being the Dallas Cowboys quarterback than being the New York Giants quarterback.
That's right.
And because that's a lot of pressure, man. The media in New York is crazy, man. That you're always under a microscope. I mean, whether it's with the Jets or it's with the Giants, you quarterback in New York, like that's a premier position. It's a premier position. There's a lot. So it don't take just the physical; it takes the mental too.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jackson Dart's that guy. To me, it feels kind of like a reach. Maybe not as big of a reach as Daniel Jones, but I still feel like it's a reach. We'll see.
Look at their quarterback room. You got Russell Wilson. You got Winston. Now you got Dart. I mean, he's probably not going to play.
He'll probably not start this year. They'll probably sit him back and let the veterans play, and maybe that works out better than how they did with Daniel Jones. But I don't know. He's just not the guy that I would want my team to have drafted for their franchise quarterback. But who knows?
Jimmy shouldn't have went to bed so early. The Falcons traded back in.
Falcons moved up.
But you know what?
So Jimmy to get his ass back on.
The Giants don't have anything else on offense. So Russell Wilson.
Well, Malik Neighbors.
But Russell Wilson and Winston gonna have a hard time because I ain't seen no running backs over there. They're gonna have a hard time, and I can see them bringing Jackson Dart in about game 8 or 9.
Well, I will say I think that New York probably needs to draft since they drafted a quarterback. I think they probably need to address the running back position, which may be the next position that they try to get.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, man. I mean, with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, I think those are both better passing quarterbacks than what Malik Neighbors had last year. Malik Neighbors is a stud.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, he's badass.
He's a stud. He is a stud.
Winston,
no mistake about it. He's a stud.
And Winston will try to throw the ball somewhere where he don't need to. And then Russell get to the point now where he holds the ball too long.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I can see them probably just fading on off to Jackson Dart probably game 9. But Jamie Wiggins said he said what I partly think that the NFL is declaring war on Sanders. I'm telling you, I hear what you're saying, Kelly, about his game, but I really think that the NFL is sending a signal. They're sending a signal because of the perceived arrogance of Deion.
Well, and if that's the case, the beautiful thing about the NFL is that somebody's going to get him outside of the first round, outside of taking and they'll get to capitalize on it if that's true, right? Yeah. If it's true, then he's going to have his chance to rise above the grain and be somebody that teams will look back and say that they should have drafted him when they drafted him. Patrick Mahomes not being the first overall pick.
I have to cut you in. What do we got, Mikey? Falcons
just took James Pierce, but they traded away a 2025 second, a 2026 first round pick, and a 2025 seventh round pick.
They get
Wow.
They gave a lot. Yeah, he's good. They gave a lot.
That's a good edge.
Who'd they get?
James Pierce.
Tennessee. Okay, all right. Tennessee, yeah. A volunteer.
Well, Jimmy wanted defense. He's got to be happy.
So
yeah.
Let me see where he ranked.
I wanted playmakers. I didn't get one.
We didn't get one.
Oh, Pierce was number 6. Okay.
Yeah. No, he's a good edge guy.
So they took him. Oh, okay. Well, then the only person that was above him was Walter Nolan, because everybody else got picked. I think Michael Williams, Shamar Stewart, Mason Graham.
Hey, his Golden went yet?
Yeah, Golden
just went. He went to Green Bay.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. I was thinking he got drafted. I was sitting there blanking. I'm like, who did he go to? That's right.
I mean, you look at it. It's Baltimore. I don't know if they take a receiver.
I think they're gonna take a running back.
Buffalo, Kansas City. Buffalo could take a receiver, right?
Yeah.
One.
Baltimore might take.
I don't know that Baltimore didn't they take a wide receiver last year?
I don't think Baltimore will.
They're gonna go receiver.
I think the only receiver going. I think the only team that I could see taking a receiver now would be Buffalo
or Detroit if they're
Detroit, but they got Williamson.
But if they said they might trade him,
they might.
Oh yeah, I did see where they might trade him. Let me tell you right now. I'd give up number 44 in a heartbeat for that dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd give up 44 in a heartbeat. I don't know that. I don't know what Detroit's looking for. What round did he get drafted in?
First round.
Okay, so I don't. If they were to trade him, do you think that they would expect a first round back, or would they go second?
No.
I think
you think you could trade him for a second?
Yeah.
If they would trade him for a second, I would absolutely take it, and I would dance on the top of the rooftop of my house in a Dallas Cowboys G-string if they were to do that. I'm telling you right now, if they were to do some stuff like that, because that would be
that's the big code. That's the big code.
Hey, that's the big trade.
That's the trade we're talking
big trade. Jerry didn't give us a Hyundai Sonata.
Man,
I take Jameson Williams in a heartbeat, though.
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. That would be, man, that's getting me excited just thinking about it. But that would be a great, great trade if we did something like that.
Yeah.
We could use it.
I would definitely.
But, what's funny, Mike, is that I wish that Jerry wasn't so hell-bent, I guess, on always being right. Because, I personally feel, and I feel like a lot of other people feel that the Amari Cooper story is over. But I think that was a mistake recently that he does not get enough heat for trading Amari Cooper away to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th round draft pick when literally 2 years later they traded him for a 3rd round draft pick. 2 years after we got rid of him, they got a 3rd for him. Jerry got fleeced. We got screwed out of watching Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb on the field together for multiple years with Dak Prescott.
Yep.
They made a mistake.
Yeah,
and listen, even with those years being later, I would still take Amari Cooper back on this team as my number 2 wide receiver today, right now. No questions asked.
So let me ask you guys. So then is everyone out on Mingo? Does anyone have faith in Mingo that he could be?
Yeah, but see, he didn't get a chance. He didn't get a chance because Dak went down. And then we had a lot of people hurt. We didn't have, I don't think we used our offense last year the way we should. And when Dak went down, everything's out the window. Everything's out the window. Mingo didn't get a chance. Flournoy didn't get a chance. We need everybody back healthy. And then we can see what Mingo's got. I think Mingo is a good wide receiver. Mingo is good for our team. And Flournoy is in the mentorship part. But we didn't have a chance to exploit it. We didn't have a chance to exploit it at all because when Dak played like shit before he went down.
Yeah.
He did. So we didn't have a chance to exploit it to see what it was like.
Because of the offensive line.
Yep, and McCarthy was calling the plays, vanilla. Shotty,
Yeah.
I read somewhere where Shotty said one of the biggest things he's going to do with the offense this year is more pre-snap action, because we didn't do a lot of that last year. We lined up vanilla and we went vanilla, and then we bringing Lamb out the backfield. No, I really think with Shotty being more aggressive on the offense and Dak being 100% healthy, I think Mingo is going to be able to shine. I think Flournoy is going to be able to shine. I don't know if they're going to keep spanning forward, but I think our offense is going to be able to shine in receivers. Now, we do need to go out and get another playmaker out there and get that running back, but I think Mingo is a good pickup.
Yeah. What do you think, Steven, on Mingo?
Well, just like the last Cowboys Cave show y'all had, I put in there that he was my sleeper for this year for the Cowboys, and he's been working this offseason. He's been catching balls with Dak. So he's putting in the work, and, I mean, he's coming from Carolina, so he really didn't have a place to shine. So, like Greg was saying, I mean,
wasn't he like the fourth receiver taken in that draft or something like that?
He could barely start.
Yeah. And then don't forget, we also grabbed Paris Campbell, so he's another one.
Yeah.
And he's young.
Yeah, I don't want. What do you think, Mike? You're not on the Mingo train? No.
I mean, if you want playmakers, I mean, he's not like he's a solid receiver. I mean, I think Tolbert's better than him, but Mingo, I mean, he couldn't even start for Carolina. I mean,
yeah, but that's Carolina.
What it is. Yeah, but I mean, Carolina has no receivers, but Mingo's supposed to be the guy, right, for us, but he wasn't the guy for the Panthers.
Yeah. No, I'm
Man,
hoping that he
look,
has skills.
Mike,
Kelly,
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna steal your thunder here or whatever you say. I'm just gonna tell you this. He's got, I mean, look, he can turn things around, but in 2 seasons, he's got 585 yards and 0 touchdowns. I am not putting any type of my money in the bank on Mingo stock.
No, I'm with you. Yeah.
But who's throwing to him? Who's throwing him? Who was throwing to Mingo? Who was throwing to Mingo?
I mean, look, in 418 yards his rookie season, I guess, is not too bad, but 121 yards last year. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, Jalen Tolbert did better than that.
But
and I know
who was throwing to Mingo?
Bryce Young, first overall pick.
Look who was throwing to Malik Neighbors, and he was still able to put up a big season. Mingo was taken in the first round. We're not going to act like he's not like a 4th or 5th round developmental pick.
But he was like the 4th receiver.
Well, second round. He's still one of the top receivers that was taken in his draft, and there's no excuses when it comes to it, because there's been guys that have played with less that have done better.
I think Mingo's gonna shine with us this year. I really do.
I hope he does, but ultimately, I mean, and not trying to put you down the negative train town, Greg, but ultimately, I feel like this Dallas Cowboys team is made up of a lot of hopes and dreams and what ifs, man. We don't have a lot of prove-ins. I mean, we're talking about, we think Mingo might be this. We hope that he can be this. We think that Terrence Steele will be better this year. Guyton will develop this year. Mozzie Smith will get better this year. Overshown will come back from injuries this year. Trayvon Diggs he'll be as good as he was after them years. Dak with his hamstring injury will be as good as he was. The offensive line will improve. With Schottenheimer will call plays as good as we want him. You know how many unprovens we got on this team right now that we are hoping and praying on? You got to hope that Schottenheimer is good. We're sitting there trying to hope that this coaching staff gels. We got so many what ifs on this team. That's why I'm not up on this team, because you've got so many areas of this team that are just unproven and unknowns that we got to hope that they are better. We got to hope that these guys play up to potential. And
but they're led by
until they show me, I'm not gonna sit there and believe in. I'm not gonna have faith and hope. I can't do it.
But they're led by a con man who's pulling all the strings, and I think that
exactly. And I don't see that have changed.
Yeah, I think that plays a major role in why we want to see. But remember now, with all the people that were hurt last year, and I mean a lot of people that were hurt.
No, there was.
It came down to 2 games that we basically had won. Bengals and Washington. That would have even got us in the playoffs with all the people we had hurt. So with everybody coming back healthy this year, I think we're going to be better.
You know what, though? Here's the thing, though. Like, here's my thing though, kind of where I disagree and go back to this is that, okay, so I get it. Okay, Jerry Jones is like, all right, let me get Schottenheimer in. Let me get a fresh guy in. Let me do this. We're going to change things. We're going to change culture. We're going to change the way that we look at things. Okay, then why wouldn't you have done your all-out best to fully assist this man in improving this team versus go and get a former first-round draft pick that didn't work out, another former first-round pick that didn't work out, another former first. You're getting all these former first-round picks that didn't work out, and you're expecting them to come to Dallas and be the change that catapults us to the next level. That's what you're hoping on versus going out and getting a dude that you know can get it done. Going out and getting I mean, Calais Campbell got signed to a 5-year deal. He was the best run stopper last year. We could have had him. He wasn't even in the first wave. He was one of the last dudes signed in the first wave. And Jerry Jones like, nah, we're good. We got Mozzie Smith. We got Osa. And I like Osa, but Osa's a better pass rusher than he is a run stopper. Who do we get to stop the run? We didn't improve on that. So we're sitting there telling Jerry Jones with the new coaching staff, if you're really going all in, you freed up all this money and you spent nothing because none of these dudes that we got, we paid big money deals to. None of them. Fowler's the biggest one we paid, which was like, what was it, a $10 million deal?
Yeah.
So like, I mean, that's tough change to what we got.
That's the MO of Jerry Jones because he could have got Derrick Henry or
and that's what I'm saying. He's not putting Schottenheimer in the best position to win. And in my opinion, you hire a good young coach and you're giving him his first opportunity in the NFL. And as a GM owner, you're not going to do everything you can to help this man out. And this is what you've done. You went out to the Dollar General, you bought tuna, and you told him, when I come back, I want a filet mignon style dinner. 5-star with all the sides on it. He said, "What you give me?" Jerry Jones goes, "I got you a Dollar General loaf of bread, some tuna fish in a bag, and I got you some canned powdered milk, and I want you to make me a 5-star meal." Come on, Jerry. What the hell are you doing?
So with that said, what do y'all expect the rest of the draft to be?
Mike, what do you think, Mike?
With that said,
I'm hoping for some playmakers.
Mike, what did you do? Mike, what did you just say? What did you do? You said you're hoping. You're hoping. What did I just say? This whole offseason has been on hope and fucking prayers, man. You're hoping. I don't want to hope no more. I want somebody to show me. I don't want to hope anymore. Please, just show me. I don't want to hope. I want to have faith.
Because the top wide receivers and the top running backs are gone. So where's our playmaker?
I'm still high on the running back. You don't seem to be great.
Yeah, I'm still high on running backs. I think there's a lot of running backs. A lot of running backs. A lot of running
We got
backs.
20-something other picks before that.
This is the best running back class. This running back class goes 4-round deep.
I will say, if
4 rounds.
Washington gets Will Johnson,
I believe that too.
Okay, then
a scary
4
sight.
rounds.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's 4 rounds of known playmakers.
Absolutely, of running backs.
Yeah,
I'm glad Starks went to the Ravens because that's who Philly wanted real bad.
Yeah, Starks. That was Mikey called that one
Is he
earlier.
a running back?
Yeah. Oh no, running back. I can name you a bunch of.
If Washington takes Will Johnson here, I'm going to be very upset.
What's up with Campbell? Why isn't Campbell gone yet from Alabama?
A lot of players are dropping. A lot of dollars.
Okay, who?
Players that we say we're going to go in the first
All right,
round.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
Campbell is what? Running back or receiver?
No. He's a linebacker. I'm just surprised he hasn't
might
gone
get
yet
him
unless
too.
there's something on there.
But I mean, if Washington gets Will Johnson, I mean that's a pretty great pick for the Commanders.
Yeah.
In what position does he play?
Corner.
Oh yeah. Well, as long as they keep getting defensive players and offensive linemen, that'll leave room up for at least a couple of these running backs that are still in the top 12.
There is a ton of running backs, Greg. I promise you.
Yeah, but if they come in, they're gonna be a surprise playmaker then.
I don't like. I'll say right now, Damian Martinez, I think would be a starting. Could be a good starting running back behind our team. You can get him in the 3rd round. You can get the kid from Tennessee. You can get the kid from Virginia Tech. You've got both running backs at Ohio State. You got
Jadon Blue still there from Texas.
You got the kid from UCF, Harvey. You got Neil.
RJ Harvey.
You got
So,
Neil.
so you think the running back's going to be our next pick?
If it were me,
There's
I
just
would take a receiver.
quite a
What do you
bit.
think, Steven?
Receiver.
Steven, Mikey, what do you think?
Receiver.
Receiver?
I would go receiver simply because, like you said, the running back class is fairly deep. And
So who, Jaden Higgins or Harris?
I like Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. I've been high on him for most of the offseason.
And he's 6'3", 210, so he got the height. I don't know what.
Also, don't forget Isaiah Bond is still there too.
Yeah, Isaiah Bond ranked 12th. He's 5'11", 180. I would like to get. I'd like to get a tall receiver though.
I like the dude from Tennessee. I think his name's Thornton. He's like 6'5", but he ran like a 4.3.
Well, those Iowa State running receivers are huge. They destroyed Miami in that bowl game.
Iowa State, Pat Bryant.
No,
that's Illinois.
No,
he's from Illinois. He's tall. He's like 6'2".
Yeah.
I think Tennessee's going to take Restrepo, honestly.
Probably. Or Miami. I think Miami could too.
Oh, I hope the Restrepo gets picked, at least in the second round.
Where did Kelly go? We lost him.
Yeah, I think he had to go Tinker.
Oh, but he signed off. I don't know what happened. Maybe his phone.
Restrepo, it'd be nice to see Restrepo.
Oh, there he is. Saying, where the hell did Kelly go?
I can see Restrepo.
I was backstage. I was waving you down.
Oh, I thought you could get back on. I apologize.
No, I because I signed out on my phone, so I can't.
Oh, I got you. That's right. Yeah.
Savion Williams is 6'5".
There's
he's a good one.
Guys, man. Kelly, don't be Kelly's got.
Don't sleep on Savion Williams.
6'5". We could use him.
We're just making fun of you, Kelly, for the last 5 minutes. No,
Who's what? Man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna try to be more positive.
No, I was saying, what is your opinion, Kelly? I was saying, Greg and I were debating the running backs a little bit. I said you can go easily 4 rounds with I can name 10 running backs that are still there that I would be happy if the Cowboys.
I think they could probably go 4 rounds. It starts to get a little bit more questionable into the 4th round, I would think.
Yeah.
I think you need to draft a running back no later. I feel like that if we want to get our RB1, I think we got to get him in the 3rd.
Yeah.
Me personally, well, because we don't have a 4th round pick.
Oh, so you got to go.
So if you don't get him in the 3rd, you're not going to get him in the 4th, and then unless you trade back up into the 4th, you're not getting one to the 5th. And I don't think you're going to get the kind of running back we need and that we want. I don't think you're getting him in the 5th, even with this running back class being as deep as it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I would love to see him draft one in the 3rd. I wouldn't even be against him getting one here in the 2nd round, to be honest with you.
No, I wouldn't be against it. The receiver drop off words.
So that's the thing, and that's the thing is I have to think, Mike, and I have to quote you here, man. I have to hope. That's that key word for tonight, fans. Hope. I have to hope that the Dallas Cowboys go and address the wide receiver position in free agency at this point. Like if it goes down to the point where it's like, all right, we can get a running back that's going to be a guy that we really have faith in. We like him. He's graded well, and we're going to draft him in the 2nd round. Then I honestly don't think you even at that point. I don't even really think you probably bother trying to draft a wide receiver. I think you try to do that. You address that in free agency because. Look, you could draft a wide receiver maybe in the 6th round or the 7th round, but I don't think you go ahead and try to do one in the 3rd round and expect that guy to come in and be your number 2 and compete for your number 2. I think it's unrealistic to do that. So if you're going to draft running back in round 2 and not wide receiver, then that's what I would do. Me personally, I would just at this point I would almost prefer them to just go running back in round 2, just because of the fact that I don't think there's going to be a wide receiver there that we would really value or that could come in and really do that much. Could be wrong, but that's just how I feel on that, on kind of how the draft has fallen so far.
Yeah, I want us to get a running back sooner than later because of the running backs that are looking like 1st and 2nd round picks. I'd rather we get somebody in one of those rounds rather than later.
Now I will say this: out of the running backs that we've got, I really do like Javonte Williams. I know a lot of people are saying it's funny to hear people say stuff like that he's washed. I mean, he's coming off he's on a rookie contract. Like he's not a washed player. he's had some injuries and he's had some things that, that have kind of worked against him. Obviously, the biggest thing being the injuries. But you look at him, and in the limited time that he got last year, he still ended up with 4 touchdowns. Rico Dowdle the entire year had 2.
Yeah.
I mean, Rico Dowdle was not a guy that you put in on a goal line situation. That's why they brought Zeke back. I mean, even as ill as that worked out, it didn't work out well. They brought him back because they didn't really have faith in Rico and them short yardage and goal line situations. And he was pretty terrible in all those situations. So I like Javonte Williams in that role as kind of our bruiser, our guy that comes in. I don't like him as our front runner to be our RB1. And obviously Miles Sanders is, I don't even know if he'll be on the active roster when it comes said and done. He may be buried in the depth chart. Hell, he may be cut.
Yeah.
But so at this point, I think you really are looking for your running back, your RB1, unless you have a guy that I don't know about. Did we see the list of free agent running back other than Dobbins? Who was it?
Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb's the other guy.
Nick Chubb. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really know if I'm comfortable with either one of those guys in free
You already
agency.
got 2 veteran guys.
So whereas if I'm looking at free agent wide receivers, I feel more comfortable with the crop of free agent wide receivers to fill that need at wide receiver 2 than I do at the group of free agency running backs to fill that void at running back 1. So at this point right now, I feel like running back's your bigger need. If that's because the fact that they went offensive line round 1, I think it's running back in round 2. Because the other thing too is Schottenheimer's philosophy and the way that he's been talking about wanting to run the ball and to be a control the offense type group. Then you can't do that if you don't have a running back, right?
Right.
So then in my opinion, running back right now is at the top of their list of needs, in my opinion.
It better be, and because the only wide receiver comes to mind. Now, I know it's more out there, but the only wide receiver that comes to mind in free agency right now that I know, and he doesn't have that speed anymore, is Mike Evans. Mike Evans is a free agent, but
no, he's not a free agent.
He got re-signed.
Oh, he did. He got re-signed. So that's
Keenan Allen's the only guy that I could think of. And I got it. It's funny. I had lunch with a buddy of mine who's a Cowboys fan, and I'm like, Keenan Allen. He goes, Keenan Allen, he's always hurt. He never played. And then I go, well, not last year. I was with Chicago, but his last year with the Chargers, he had 100 and something catches, 1,400.
I would take Keenan Allen.
And he goes, man, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he played 16 games here. He played 15 games here. So people have this thing with Keenan Allen. They think he's injury prone. He had 1 year where he played. That's a guy that I would take.
I would absolutely take Keenan Allen. Which is why I say when you look at and I think that everybody in this chat and you guys would all agree with the fact that if you look at the depth and the pool of free agent wide receivers, it's better and deeper than the free agent running backs. Which if that's the case, and if nobody disagrees with that here, then I think that makes running back your top skill position player of need at this point. Because you have the money. You have the money to go out and get a wide receiver.
You got to throw the GM in. He's the X factor because they're not going out to get that.
But I want a running back on that next pick, period. But the wide receiver I want, if it's in free agency, it better be somebody with some speed, some breakaway.
Well, I mean, but do you guys all agree about that? That there's a better, the free agency pool is better in free agency than running back?
Yeah.
I don't know who the free agent I don't know who the free agent wide receivers are. And
it's slim pickings with wide receivers too.
And
I think it's about 50-50.
And if they're going to be a bookend with Lamb, they need to be somebody that can break away. They got to be somebody that can break away.
You're not going to get that. You're not getting that in free agency.
Well, no, then I don't want to.
Well, I feel like if all you've got is if you've got Nick Chubb and J.K. Dobbins versus Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper, I would say right off the bat for your wide receiver 2 versus running back 1. I would say Keenan Allen, and just taking those 2 names from both positions, I'd say Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper far outrank anything that Chubb and Dobbins can bring, in my opinion, because you're talking about running back 1 versus wide receiver 2, right? Yeah. So you're talking about what Amari Cooper can bring to us or Keenan Allen can bring us. And Keenan Allen last year definitely had a disappointing season. I think it was 70 receptions, 744 yards. He did have 7 touchdowns, though.
Yeah.
I mean, That's better than what our second place wide receiver.
Look
What
at
our
his year
second place.
before look at his year before when he played with Herbert when he was with the Chargers.
Well,
Right.
and I'm pretty sure I'll look it up, but I'm pretty sure that he had a pretty damn good
He had
year.
a great year. He had 1,400
I'll
yards.
take Amari Cooper. I would rather have Amari Cooper over Keenan Allen any day. I'd take Amari Cooper over Keenan Allen.
So
any
yeah,
day if
well,
he
see, I don't know.
But it
So
ain't
I'm
gonna
looking,
happen. It ain't
I
gonna
am
happen.
looking at that, Mike,
It ain't
and
gonna
I'm looking at that, and you're right. 2023 with an actual quarterback that I would compare to Dak Prescott and Herbert, because I feel like they're very similar quarterbacks. I know people will swear that Herbert's a better quarterback, stronger arm, and this and that. I don't see it. I mean, he got 1,243 yards and 7 touchdowns and he was doing that kind of as their number one, right? So you take that level of talent and you put it on the Dallas Cowboys, and he's doing it from the number 2 position. I absolutely still think Keenan Allen could thrive, and I think he could do it in the right position. I think Dak Prescott's a good enough quarterback to do it to him and do it for him, I would say.
Mikey, what'd you say about
I like Keenan Allen, and he was 13 games. It looks like 13 and 13 is the last 2, so he's missed a few games. He does, but
But Keenan Allen is ranked way up there high as free agent wide receivers because of that, because of the injuries.
Eagles and Chiefs are going to swap picks.
Wow.
You know what?
Harrison,
Guaranteed Eagles will take Will Johnson, and I'll be pissed.
Yeah.
Quarterback Harrison went ahead of Will Johnson for Michigan.
Oh,
wait, now I'm going to be show my ignorance here. Will Johnson plays what position?
Cornerback. For Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was some argued like the top cornerback.
He is. He was like
He
best.
had an injury issue that some people are iffy on.
You think they'll draft DB again in the first?
Yeah, because they lost 2 of them.
That's a steal.
Yeah,
They
they
lost
lost
2 of them.
Slay.
2 of them left after the Super Bowl.
You know it's crazy, guys, and I know you guys are all everybody in the chat, unless you're an Eagles fan, and everybody on the panel is going to hate to hear this. That Eagles team is very, very young.
Mm-hmm.
Very young.
Very young.
Their defense is
very, very, very young and very talented. And I know that I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I would tell you right now they're in a very good position to run it back and win it all again this year. They didn't lose that much this year that I think that they got vastly worse. I'll just say that.
They didn't lose that much.
When you have a guy like Saquon Barkley with that type of talent, with that type of an offensive line, that's a game changer, man.
Yeah.
It's a game changer.
And that's the only reason they got there. To me, this last season, the only reason they got there was Saquon.
You know what? And you know what the bad thing that I think should piss a lot of Cowboys fans off, and I know that it pisses me off, and Mike, it has to piss you off. God damn it, it's got to piss all of us off. Is that we had a great offensive line and a great running back in Ezekiel Elliott and a better than good quarterback in Dak Prescott, rookie.
On a rookie
deal. Jerry Jones did not invest every last goddamn dime that he had into this team in making them better because they've shown the recipe. Teams have shown the recipe on how to win a Super Bowl. And it's taking your rookie quarterback and capitalizing on the fact that you've got a good quarterback, right? And that you can invest all that money around him, put playmakers around him, and elevate him to that next level. And I feel like we were there.
100%.
But Jerry Jones did not make the actions and make the moves in free agency to improve the defense significantly.
And they put the recipe has been out there the last 5 seasons in free agency around games 5 and 6 and 7 is when teams go out there in free agency and start getting plug and play, where they see they got a little weakness here. They need to tweak here. They go and get those players. We don't do it.
No.
We stick with what we got at the beginning of the season, and we don't go out there and get them. And that every team that's done it has been successful.
Eagles just made a trade just to move up a pick. So they're going to get.
If they get Will Johnson, I'm going to be very upset.
Well, the Eagles don't make bad picks, not in these last couple.
I can tell you who they get, but we'll wait.
They might get. I think they'll get Mike Green if they're going to be.
You already seen who they're going to get, Steven?
Maybe.
God, we're that far behind on YouTube TV. They're in a commercial.
I was going to say, damn. No, he said maybe. You haven't seen it yet, right?
Yeah, it's out there.
Oh, is it? Well, son of a bitch. You know what? I hope Philadelphia gets a used Maytag washer filled with a bag full of dildos.
If they get Will Johnson, they're just going to be petty.
I can just tell you they're going linebacker.
They're going to take Campbell. No, they're
Hey,
take
Mike.
Campbell or
Mike.
Green. Or Mike.
Look at their draft room. Even their draft room looks blue collar. Even their draft room looks like a blue collar fucking type shit. Yeah. We got all the fucking like diamonds encrusted everywhere and big ass leather chairs and this fancy. These dudes are drafting with fucking picnic tables painted brown.
So Travion, I think Travion Henderson may be available. Travion Henderson may be available.
There's going to be one of those.
I want a quick run around the table, and I'm going to start with you, Mike. We'll go to Mikey, work our way down from right to left. Mike, who do you want to see them draft? What's a name that you're looking at? Second round, who do you want? Who are you thinking of? Give us a name or two.
I don't know, like Bird's still there for some reason. He's dropped.
All right.
Got, the other receivers that I don't have the list in front of me. A receiver's what I want.
Higgins,
Trey
Harris. Any of that second
receiver.
Okay. I want a receiver.
Mikey, who's a couple of names you're looking at?
I think Luther Burden will be there, and I think with the whole allegation thing, but we're not that far. But
do you want Eugene Lockhart to come back?
Don't you talk about no allegations right now.
He was guilty, but I'm just saying it could help us in a way to where he falls to us.
Steven didn't say he's guilty either. He said
I like it. I like Steven.
I said they were old allegations. I just know how that stuff comes up when somebody gets famous.
No, it's true. It's true. It is. Steven, who's a couple of names of the guys that you got your eyeball on?
So for running back, I'm gonna say Henderson or Judkins or Caleb Johnson, and then if we're gonna go wide receiver, I want to go Luther Burden or possibly Trey Harris from Ole Miss, and then Savion Williams from TCU.
Okay. All right. What you got, Greg? Couple of names you got?
Just strictly running backs, and Steven said it. Travion Henderson or Quinshon Judkins. And I think Jerry Jones is going to go back to OH. I think he's going to go back to OH.
I wouldn't mind it. They're champions. I
wouldn't mind it.
I think if either one of them available, that's who he's going to get in the second round as our running backs. He's going back to Ohio State.
All right. Well, I'm going to say that I like Luther Burden. Obviously, he's still out there. I don't know if he makes it all the way to us. I also like Kelvin Sampson at running back, the Tennessee running back. I like him as far as running back position goes. So those are two guys that I personally keep in mind. I'll also say for like a sleeper, kind of a little bit underrated guy, Jack Besh from TCU. There's been a lot of talk about him and Savion, which are both wide receivers from TCU that'll get drafted in the top 3 rounds. So there's been a lot of people. There's a little bit of a divide over those two. I personally like Besh, but yeah, those are a couple of names that I like. We'll see who Philadelphia drafted here. Hopefully it's a kicker from St. Mary's, Sister of the Blind.
Look at those idiots on TV. I hate it. Oh, they're fucking
and of them two running backs,
I hate Philly so much.
I number them Judkins first, Henderson second.
Now, let me ask y'all a question that maybe y'all know, because I was kind of confused about this a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even really watch much of his highlights, but he's a guy that had a really high pick, a high ranking according to PFF, but he always went late, and you could always pick him up in like the 3rd or 4th round or whatever. I think it's Khalil Mullins from the running back from Michigan. Why is he rated so low? Because according to several people I know, he was one of the better running backs, but his ranking is very low. Does anybody know why?
Who?
Khalil Mullins from the running back from Michigan.
Yeah. Same with Ollie Gordon too. I mean, Ollie Gordon had like 1,800 yards. And
he had some injuries though. When he's banked, did he have some injuries?
Yeah, but I mean, you can't forget that one season.
I know. I'm just saying.
1,700.
Well, I mean, look, I'll say, I know, one thing I'll say is that where I've been seeing him mocked is the guy that I like, man, Taj Brooks. And I know he's been a lot of the reasons with him is because they say he had a lot of usage and a lot of carries. Let's see who these.
They got Campbell. Oh, you didn't see it?
Yeah, they got that Campbell.
Jahad Campbell, dude, that's a good pick.
Yeah,
that's a good pick. That's a guy that some people had the Cowboys taking at 12.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no, that's a good pick. I'm not gonna hate on that. That's a good pick.
We go offensive line again.
I hope he's a bust.
Hey, maybe next year we make it 4 years.
I hope he's a bust.
Man, I'm telling you, we're gonna get one of those 2 running backs because they're at pick 30.
No,
32 right now.
So, Mike, you know what I'll say. You know what I'll tell you about Taj Brooks. One of the reasons why I really, really, really like this kid, man. And he's out of Texas Tech, man. He's had 2 back-to-back 1,500-yard seasons, back-to-back, and he is a all-round running back. In fact, that there's amongst any NFL experts, they say he's the best the best pass block running back in the draft. He's a complete back. 3 down running back, giving the ball. The thing against him, the knock is his speed. They say it's his overall acceleration speed. The thing is that his 40 time compared to a lot of people, and it's a lot of the greater players, it's comparable. It's right up. It's his 40 time is comparable right there with Emmitt Smith. It's literally like right there. And here's the thing about Taj Brooks. When he first came out of high school, he was a 3-star recruit. And coming out of high school, he made a tweet, and it said, "I am going to be the next Texas Tech great." That dude ended up being the Texas Tech all-time leading rusher for our school when he left. Like, being able to say what you want to do and then going out and doing it, to me, that speaks volumes of who you are as a person.
Absolutely.
And what he has recently said is, I am going to come into the NFL, and he said, I'm going to be a player people wish that they drafted. And I believe it. I believe it, man. And then maybe it's because I'm like you big, you guys are, you and Mikey Schefter over here, and Greg, you guys are University, Miami fans, right? But it's something more than that. It's telling me that he's gonna be an impact player. That he will. I really do believe it, man. Because Emmitt Smith was that same kind of player that had that chip on his shoulder. Like they said, he was too slow, too small. Like those are the kind of guys that come out and prove you wrong. So I hope that the Cowboys draft him. Even if they get another guy at round 2, I hope they double dip a running back, and I hope Taj Brooks ends up on our roster.
Well, I just hope Houston doesn't pick a running back because I think they could use one. I just hope they don't. Because I want Judkins. I want Judkins.
We got one more pick tonight.
Yeah. Now it's a Campbell.
Can you guys believe that the first round of the NFL draft is almost about to come to an end already? Shit, we've been looking forward to this for months.
I need to know, what did I miss on Will Johnson? I really need to know.
Yeah, I mean, he's fallen into the second round unless Kansas City.
He had an injury that a lot of people were reluctant to take. I don't know if he got if there was some issue with it or what, but that was one thing that came up.
Was it in the after the season? Because he played, didn't he? He was in the championship.
Let me double check.
Turf toe.
Mike, you know what I was just thinking about, Mike?
Oh, he missed it?
No, he was that year.
I'm talking about this last year.
He missed a lot because of turf toe.
Oh,
he had that knee issue.
Chiefs don't need a running back.
No, they need offensive line for
they don't need
Mahomes. They might take Simmons out of Ohio State.
They can take
a lot of offensive linemen went in this draft if you want to be positive for your Cowboys.
Yeah, there was a lot of offensive linemen.
Yeah,
a lot of offensive line.
There was a lot of offensive linemen. And you know what? There was probably some good talent.
Yeah.
There was good talent. And listen, the ultimate, the ultimate thing is if this dude that we drafted tonight, if he ends up being a guy that starts for the next 10 years for the Dallas Cowboys and does it at a high level, nobody's going to complain about it.
Yeah.
It's just what we it's what we expected versus what we got, because we're expecting the Cowboys to move one way and the Cowboys are moving another way. In my personal opinion, they're moving a way that we may not expect them to move. And they maybe we're looking at a game of checkers and they're playing a game of chess, but I don't really think that. I think that we're looking at a game of checkers. They're looking at a game of checkers and we're looking at a game of chess, because with Jerry, honestly, I feel like he always thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And sometimes I just feel like maybe he should sit back and not try to be that guy. Don't overthink it. I think we could have got a playmaking wide receiver that would have elevated this offense this year. And I think we passed up on that for the safe pick and the offensive line that may not pay dividends this year, but maybe we see it pay dividends in year 2, year 3, when the roster is totally made over. Maybe Dak's not even the starting quarterback at that point, which just begs the question of, like, why did you invest all this money in Dak Prescott if you're not going to give him offensive weapons? It just doesn't make sense to me.
It's just Jerry Jones. It's the same.
It don't make sense
every year. It don't make sense with Jerry. I say Jerry, every year Jerry does one great thing to sabotage the team, and it's coming up this year. And we don't know what it is yet, but it's coming. But I think we're gonna get Judkins, and I think that'll give us a little bit more. That'll make us feel a little bit better in the second round when we put that running back in there with Judkins.
Yeah. Well, let's put a bow on this because it's midnight and I got to work tomorrow. And Steven, you live in Carolina. It's probably midnight for you too. But hey, First of all, we're close to 700 people hanging out. And I did a little check, Kelly, and I was looking on Twitter. We do get a lot of run on Twitter. We get a lot of people watch on Twitter, which we do appreciate. Any views are great views. We love interacting. Everyone in the chat's been phenomenal. We love hanging out with you. I mean, I don't know how long it's been. I'm trying to look at the clock. 4 hours. We've been hanging out with you guys. We definitely appreciate it. Some people didn't even take a break. I don't think Greg took one break. I don't know how. You must have been drinking nothing, Steven. You weren't drinking any water or any alcohol or anything like that.
Got the energy.
We had. It's a phenomenal time. Obviously, I think we all say the pick didn't go as we wanted. I'll do some final thoughts, but we'll start with our guests and we'll wrap it up. Steven, appreciate you hanging out with us. Kind of what's your reaction to the pick? I mean, where are you feeling right now as a Cowboys fan?
I mean, again, it's not the shiny button that we wanted, the flashy playmaker that we see a lot of people often get, but it all goes back to what Schottenheimer and Adams said. I mean, they stuck to their guns. They said they were going to try to build the trenches and get this run game going, and he didn't falter with that. So I can't be mad. I have to trust the process and see how it plays out. But hopefully tomorrow we can get a running back to be able to utilize that line. You know, let's get to a point where you get tired of drafting Hall of Fame offensive linemen. You don't do anything with it. So hopefully this isn't the same old song and dance, but we know how this story goes. So we'll just stay optimistic and we'll see. We'll let the hopium roll.
Yep. See what happens. We'll see what happens. Mikey Schefter, late night for you. Give us your thoughts on this, being the young fan who hasn't been able to see a championship yet. You got to be getting frustrated, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm cool with offensive line, but I mean, 3 straight years of first round pick offensive line. I mean, I want like the receivers. I want the splash picks, you know, like what the Eagles do. But I mean, I'll say optimistic. I mean, obviously I was heated when we took the offensive line because I really wanted a receiver, aka Golden. But you know, I'll stay optimistic for now. And if he does good, great. But there's got to be one year where we take that splash pick.
Yeah, got playmakers. Greg, how you feeling? You're a positive man in the group, so hopefully you got some good words. Hopefully you're not down.
No, because Jerry's doing what Jerry finally did back in the day when he had the formula of knowing that if you put an offensive line up there that Madden talks about, that nobody can get through, then you could be successful on offense. So we all want the splash play. Sometimes we did it when we got Elliott in the first round. Then we did it with Lamb. But I'm not mad at the pick because you remember at the beginning I said if a wide receiver or running back's not available, I'll take an offensive lineman. So we filled the gaps on offensive line. Young, but we filled them. And now I'm not mad at that pick at all because it's a need. And Jerry said then he allowed Schottenheimer and the other coaches to be part of the decision-making this year because Schotty said, this is what I need so I can build this offense the way I want. Schotty's an offensive coordinator at heart, so now McCarthy's not making the play calls. But I really feel that Schotty's sitting there saying, now, round 2, Jerry, the first pick in round 2 we get, running back. I really feel he's going to get a running back in round 2. If he does it, I'll really be happy. If he gets a good wide receiver, I'll be happy. But if he gets a running back, I'll be overjoyed. And I really feel that running back's coming from Ohio State. One of those Ohio State running backs, and it's going to be Judkins.
All right. All right. It pains me to want Ohio State guys, but I don't disagree. Kelly, do you want to finish? You want to put the bow on it, or you want to speak now?
Look, we can put a bow on this thing real quick. I don't have too much to say. I'm gonna say that I hope I'm wrong on everything I've said about the Cowboys tonight. I really do. I hope I'm wrong about it all, but ultimately, man, the Cowboys went with the safe pick. I feel like that's what they do lately. They go with what they think is a safe pick versus swing for the fences, and I just ultimately come away with one word, and it's envious, because I'm envious of a lot of different franchises that move a different way and they operate a different way, think a different way, and obviously win in a different way. Because, I'm never going to run away from this team, but I'm getting impatient, man. I'm tired of watching the same damn shit play out every damn year. And, people could say, well, you never know what's going to happen. You don't know this, you don't know that. I get it. I want to be optimistic. I feed off your optimism and you guys that are out there that are like, but 30 years of evidence has just shown me time and time again, man, that it's the same old song and dance with the Cowboys. It really is, man. And Jerry Jones is knocking on heaven's door. We all know that. And why you're not getting more aggressive when you're about to go, because it's like me, man. If I had a goal to eventually one day, marry a supermodel, I'm going to start swinging bigger and harder the older I get, man, because I know my opportunities are coming less and less, man. And I'm just trying to put that in layman's terms for you fellas out there, man, that are just sitting here looking for love in all the wrong places. I feel like I would do things a little bit goddamn differently, right? Jerry Jones just don't do things differently, and it's just pissing me the fuck off, man. But you know what? I'm gonna end up ultimately being positive. I'm gonna be there at the Cowboys Cave tailgate because I love each and every one of you in Cowboys Nation. And this team is not what it's about. It's the relationships are what it's about. Mikey Tag, me and you are going to shotgun a beer this year at the Cowboys Cave tailgate when you come, because I think you'll be 21 years of age, right?
21.
All right. So we're shotgunning a beer at the Cowboys Cave tailgate. I'm cheering. Hopefully, Greg, you come back down. Stephen Mack, I know you'll be there. Mike, I know you'll be there because you're my co-host. And we're going to get this thing going one way or another, where we finish 7-10, 11-10. We can't go 11-10. I've been drinking too much, and math is not my strong subject. Whatever we do, I'm going to be there for what happens. I love the Dallas Cowboys. I love you guys. This is a great show. And thanks for everybody that tuned in and took your time out of your day to do this, because we love you. And without y'all, we wouldn't have what we have right now. So it is what it is, man. It's Cowboys in 2025, whether I like it, hate it, or love it. I'm going to be there wearing the jersey. Let's go, Cowboys.
We all had our 88s. We had our jerseys on. We got Parsons there. So, no, definitely appreciate it. Not overly excited with the pick. Obviously disappointed because, like Kelly said, I'm after the playmakers. And we've been seeing this style, draft offensive line, and it hasn't worked out. Maybe now we'll see what happens. But definitely appreciate it. If you guys do love the Cowboys Cave, again, hit that subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. Hit that like button. It doesn't cost you anything. The alert bell. We drop videos all the time. We're just getting the season started. And if you love the draft and you love Kelly K9 and Mike Tag. We are going to be on some shows this weekend, so we'll be making some appearances, and we'll be letting you guys know, so it's an opportunity to check us out. I know Cowboys Fan, we're going to be on, UK Cowboys. There's a few different ones that we'll be doing, so we'll be dropping some videos as well during the draft, kind of some reaction. I'm going to go back and save our instant reaction because the pick happened. We shut everything out, so we were all got our faces, so we'll see if we could freeze frame it and see what we really look like when they announce that pick. But all love to you guys, man. It's midnight hanging out with us. Almost 700 of you guys chilling with us all night. Appreciate it. You guys have a good one. Be safe. And let's get some goddamn playmakers this year.
Give me somebody that's hungry. Give me somebody that's hungry. I need somebody.